Welcome one and all to this, the Party Poker Millions online main event. We are down to the final 28. It's day 3 and I am joined by my man, the PLO legend. And of course, not too bad, a player at the 2-card game as well, Yoni Yukenheimen. How are we doing, Yoni?
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm all good, my man. I'm all good. Excited for this one. We're giving away a lot of money today. Well, I say today. We're giving a lot of money away tomorrow. We're giving a medium amount of money away today. Everyone here be hoping, I guess, just to get through to that final. And
yeah, I'm a little bit sad that I'm not out there day 3 playing, but happy to be as a guest.
Did you get through to the money on day 2 or?
No, I think I made it like okay runs on day 1A and 1B, but didn't make it through.
Them the breaks, guys. Them the breaks. But we do have, if we have a look at the tournament info, I believe 28 players making it back from the 1,084 entries, I believe we had. So got past the guarantee. Very impressive. Once again from Party Poker. And here we go. Confirmation, $5.42 million prize pool. Chip leader, Valentin Kuznetsov. And let's have a look here. Guaranteed 27,724. If you bust out now, of course, that is peanuts compared to the 892 up top. And as I suggested, we are playing today with 40-minute levels and playing down to that final 9. So, a pressure-packed evening, you would say, Yoni. These guys, it's kind of just you don't want to mess it up. As you see the chip leaders, they'll all be looking at the final. But hey, you know, we know, Yoni, kind of anything can happen, can't it, at this stage of a tournament? You come with the chip lead, but it doesn't mean too much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I look at the leaderboard, there's a lot of familiar names and a lot of talent in there. And yeah, it's interesting stages of the tournament, since, like, obviously, like we mentioned, 28th. It's a lot of money, but it's so top heavy prize pool, so everybody has their eye on the final table, and also you don't want to come to the final table as a short stack. So all these final table spots are interesting, since some people might be willing to take more risk than the others just to get that big stack to the final and take advantage of that.
Well, speaking of building a big stack for the final table, why don't we just jump into the action and see what is going on in this monstrous tournament, and kind of antics do we have on our open table? Well, there we go, Yoni. First name I see on the table. We've got to give a shout out to Jamie Staples in the mix with 10 million in chips. I've never won. Yoni, to persuade anyone to disappear from our stream, but maybe you guys can watch 2 at once. I'm sure Jamie is streaming his antics right now, and if you are watching, guys, you know the rules by now. When we've got streamers on here, don't post any spoilers in the chat. We're gonna enjoy this one. We are, of course, on about a 30-minute delay, but we're gonna wish a very impartial good luck to Jamie. Well, Jamie just moved off our table just as soon as I say that, Yoni. So that is no longer relevant.
Yeah, definitely. Best of luck to Jamie. Would be good to see him make the final table.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through here at the players we've got on this table. I'm wondering if you're familiar with too many of them, Yoni. Obviously, a main event, we're going to see a wider selection of players reach the later stages.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not recognizing that many from this table. Oliver Weiss is a very, very talented player that I recognize. It's tough without seeing the last names of the others. I'll just have a look at the lobby. Yeah.
Real names, of course. Party Poker event as Dominicus pops it up on the button. We're playing 400k, 800k, as I said, 40-minute levels. Now these guys have reached it to day 3, and well, here we go. The squeeze jam, first of the day, 30 bigs. Yoni, have some of that, Francisco says.
Yeah, Francisco is here to play, by the looks of things.
I like it.
Some people might like to flat the king 9 suit, but yeah, works pretty well as a 3-bet shove.
Yeah, and you know, as you'd expect, this tournament fairly deep. We're around 50 big blinds, the average, but This table perhaps a little deeper. We're seeing some big stacks in Francisco, the shortest there with 30 bigs to start that last hand. So we are going to get to see a lot of flops throughout this evening, and hopefully some really fun hands. There's, well, Martin on the button. Going to put this one up with the Queen Deuce. Oliver with deuces in the big. And Yoni, I know just as this hand goes off, I know you're I don't think you've registered yet, but you're going to be jumping into an event that's going on right now as well. Of course, the 2K PLO knockout. It sounds like a fun one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this Million series, there's been more PLO events than usually, which is obviously thing I like. There was a good 5K a few days back, and lots of 1K PLOs, and now this 2K knockout today. So yeah, I actually just jumped in. I couldn't resist the.
I knew it wouldn't take you long, my man. I knew it wouldn't take long.
Yeah.
Watching all that juicy action go off, you've got to be in the mix.
Exactly. Yeah.
Of course, we've also got a 25K high roller going off right now as well. 1 million guaranteed there. So action all over the place, but of course our focus this evening will be the Millions main event, day 3, as Oliver Weiss bets turn, gets marked to let it down, hand a little vulnerable of course with 2 deuces, deciding to have a stab. Now I know some of you in the chat will be wondering, where is Henry? Where in the world is Henry Kilbane? He gets around, guys, but he's having a couple of technical issues, but hopefully we'll have him on in well, as soon as possible. It wouldn't be the same without him here, Yoni. You know, he's part of the furniture.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got to get him in the mix.
Yeah, I started to think, like last time I was here in the stream, I think he warned me about this 2K knockout, that I should skip this and leave this to him, but I can't see him in the field either.
Oh wow, okay, so come on, Henry, what's going on? You're warning off Yoni off this 2K, and now you're dodging him in the commentary booth as well.
Yeah, what is going on?
Fear. He's just got the fear. We can say all this because he can't reply. Beautiful. Dominicos opening up this King 3 suited relatively early, Yoni, but another one who's clearly here to play a little bit with a couple of big stacks behind.
Yeah, good to see people opening it up, and not, I mean, sometimes in this stage of tournament, people might, play overly tight, and it's not gonna be good for the stream. So yeah, I'm happy to see these loser side opens and King 9 suited 3-bet jams and stuff. It's good for the stream.
Wow, and look at this. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. I'm lost on Herm again, so I guess we're cool. I'm going to go Herm. I apologize if that offends anyone, especially player in question, but please someone help me out in the chat if you know how I'm pronouncing that. But nice turning the flop top pair, check through, check called on the ace turn, the river field and everything, straights and flushes, and turned that 8 into a bluff. Of course, bluffing with the best of it, but still, we're seeing some action early on it. We're seeing the big 3-bet jams. We're seeing some nice turning hands into bluffs. So it bodes well.
Definitely, yeah. Good to see stuff happening.
And it looks as well like we are down, according to the graphic, down to the 25. So we have lost 3 players already. That's all picking up 27k. Next pay jump will, of course, come at the final 23. This is an 8-handed event, so we're heading towards a reasonable pay jump, 8 grand at the stage, or 7.5 at least. All right, 2 10s in the big. I believe that's Christopher Bryce facing that button open. So Yoni, obviously, so busy Millions. You've been bashing away in the PLO and some other events. But what else has been going on, my man, since we last spoke? My guess, like most people in the world, probably not a lot's been going on, but we'll check in anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's been mostly around online poker. Lots of going on during this series. I've been playing a lot. Also some cash games. Besides that, I mean, yeah, not much as you mentioned. Been trying to keep on my golf game, practicing in the indoor facilities, hitting the gym, and also spending a lot of time to just practice poker since there's been some extra time for that now.
Nice. As we'll make use of what's been given to us as comes in with another raise, and the table's filled up, so one would assume we are down to the final 24, which means one away from that jump. I see Benjamin in the chat asking, are we playing out to the final table? We are indeed down to the final table today. If we were to play to a winner, it will take a very long time with these 40-minute levels, guys. Typically, good structure. All right, switch the tables up, and again, well, Jamie Staples are in the mix, but I also noticed Dmitry Ivanovich, one of your colleagues in there, Yoni, here with a pretty healthy stack.
Yeah, very good to see Dimitri in there. Who else we got? Yeah, it's good to see James still in. James Stables.
Yeah.
Looks like we have Christian Rudolph. Is that him?
I believe. Let me just have a quick. Yes, it is Christian Rudolph. And
yeah.
We've got Valentin in here, of course, start of the day as chip leader. Jonathan Proudfoot, who's been, pretty sure was deep in the last millions online, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the WPT, something. Anyway, one of the big main events I remember him being deep in. So a nice table for us.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we got Jonathan Proudfoot too. Looks like seen this guy around in these big tournaments.
And Yoni, I'm pleased to say that I believe we may have Henry with us now. Henry, are you there, my man?
Can you hear me?
Here he is, guys.
Is it all good?
We can hear you.
What time do you call this?
Finally.
What time do you call this, boys? So a late tea time.
Well, glad that any issues are resolved. There's always something, isn't it, Henry, that we can't quite get right. It's usually me messing up, so it's nice.
It was me. It wasn't the team. I haven't been this tilted in a very long time. I lost the bedroom flip yesterday, and then can't get my microphone to work today. It's just one thing after the other. But I'm hoping that, you know, now that it's fixed, we can just focus on the run good and enjoy the show.
Yeah, man. What a show we have ahead as well. Valentin, our tournament chip leader, on the button ace queen suit as Jonathan Proudfoot pops it up 2 6s, playing 50 effective. Some avenues here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this stack depth we're always 3-betting versus a hijack open, right? I don't want to use the word always, but especially against someone like Proudfoot. Gotta love Jonathan Proudfoot. Now, this is a pretty stacked feature table for like this deep in a main. What?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same.
Is that Christian Rudolph? With
it is.
63 mil? Wow, okay. Oh, we're gonna have some fun, boys.
Buckle up.
Buckle up, boys and girls. If we get the flop lead in the 3-bet pot as well, things you love to see deep in a main event.
Yeah, we've been live for like 15 minutes and we've seen like lots of good stuff already. It's gonna be a fun night.
So Henry, I hope this is a bit more a reasonable time for you than a WPT Russia final table, right? We've got you basically in the morning. You're fresh out of bed this time rather than up late.
Hey man, don't mention it. All right, you know I'm committed 24/7. Doesn't matter what time it is, where I am in the world. I'm there. But yeah, this is a nice roll out of bed at 9. Grab some breakfast, jump on call for 11 o'clock thinking that, you know, my microphone and everything would work because it's 2021 and technology should work. And yeah, spent the last hour trying to fix the microphone, and then only to find out that the thing that was wrong with it is I needed to blow into the little connection port here. just to
No way.
get the dust out. I'm not even joking. I switched my computer on 3 or 4 times. Mental.
Wow. It's funny how sometimes it's the simplest of fixes that solve our problems.
I feel like that's what
potential.
you had, James.
What's that?
You had something similar, right? On Sunday. Just had to blow into the mic to get it to work.
I can't remember what issues I had on Sunday. I had a lot of issues, Henry. I mean, just life in general. But Richard Mullen may have some issues here with 2 9s in the small. I guess, guys, full table, undergun open. We're just going to play this one cautiously from the small blind.
With 45 bigs, effective under the gun open. Johnny, you ever going broke here for 45? This tournament structure, under the gun opening into this lineup.
I'd say never.
Yeah.
I think even 10s probably just plays better as a flat call.
Yeah, I agree. It's always a bit weird flying out the small, but
Right, flat small sees a bad flop. Timothy obviously itching for some action on the ace-jack-3 flop with that middle set, but not to beat. And yeah, guys, I just see in the chat. I know. I think Man Lucian posted something up that wasn't a spoiler, but again, just please, obviously, with Jamie on the table, we're obviously rooting him on. We know he's streaming, so if you're watching both, I mean, please carry on doing so. But just no spoilers in the chat, please, for the rest of us who aren't watching elsewhere, as we are on a 30-minute delay.
I got some other events coming up as well. Obviously, Dempsey we're covering the main today, final table tomorrow, super high roller. But if I'm not mistaken, Johnny, you involved in any of these PLO comps other than the 5Ks that you come runner up in?
Yeah, I haven't been playing that many of the 1Ks actually, but I played the 5K. Now I'm in the 2K. Yeah,
Alright,
where are you at? I'm waiting for you.
Mate, unfortunately, if I could get rid of this green screen right now, you would all be jealous. But I can't get rid of the green screen. Got the Vegas
got a nice strip
skyline.
view going, have we?
Yeah, we have, mate. I was gonna message the boys and be like, "Can I not have the green screen today?" But you know, gotta stay professional. Yeah, I wish, Johnny. We've just been just running hot, you know, over here. You can keep running hot on party, and I'll just take care of things over here for the time being.
Yeah, let's do that.
There you go, Yoni. He's literally fled the country to avoid having to play PLO with you. That's what it's come to. Any old excuse. Any excuse.
Yeah, because
What
I
was
remember,
that,
Henry, you were telling me I should skip this event just to let you
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, that was before I knew that I was coming to Vegas. Yeah, kind of.
Oh right, yeah, you were in
Right.
Vegas. Yeah, now I
Yeah.
through that.
What was your 5K like? Was that like a seamless run to the runner-up pole, or did you have to battle quite intensely on the FT?
I mean, I got to the final table with the big stack. I was chip leader the whole final table, so it was like pretty nice just playing a bunch of hands. Like these PLO tournaments, especially with an ante, you just gain so much just being chip leader, even more than in No Limit. So I just cruised the 3-handed with the chip lead. Then I kind of lost big one, and I was like 3 out of 3, and yeah, I made it to the heads up versus Pascal Lefrancois with like
Oh, okay.
small chip advantage, and then I just got it back after getting lucky in a few all-ins, and I think I was like 5-1 chip leader at one point, and then I lost a couple ones, and yeah, it was a roller coaster heads up, but yeah, I can't complain coming second.
A roller coaster heads up battle with Pascal Lefrancois. I wish we could have got that one on stream.
Yeah, he seems to be
Yeah, that would be a fun one.
He seems to be in a lot of heads-up battle with Pascal Lefrancois at the moment. Been on a really good run the last year, certainly in the party poker events I've seen. Guys, little prediction in the chat. Let us know. Do you think Jamie will double up this stack, or will his first all-in venture the other way? What do you guys reckon? We can punt some channel points away.
Got no channel points left, mate.
Yeah, you went hard. Oh, actually, no. Didn't you get there? I can't remember which side you had. I thought you were on the winning side of that bet.
I was not on the winning side of that bet. Let's not mention it.
Well, those of you with channel points can punt away. Dimitri with the one big blind stab on the 994. Holding ace high. I've just been thinking about this with queen high backdoor clubs. This would be a little fruity. No, okay. Does let it go. Now, of course, we do have a lovely little free roll on for you guys tomorrow night. You have to be watching the stream for all the information tomorrow evening. But let me tell you, it's a PS5 up top. Now, Henry, you're my man when it comes to all this new stuff. Is the PS5 still really hard to come by, or is it sort of regressing back towards its stated RRP?
To be honest with you, man, I don't know. But I remember last time when we did a PS5 giveaway, the main question being asked in the chat was, how did we get our hands on one of those?
Yeah.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, was around Christmas or something like that, where
That's right.
they were just impossible to get. I'm assuming now that, the Christmas hype and into January, the hype's died down a little bit. But listen, it's a PS5, man. No one's going to say no to a PlayStation 5 giveaway. And I prefer these I prefer these free rolls compared to some of the other cash ones that we do. Because you actually, I don't know, you know
Yeah.
what you actually send in the winner. And it's not just cash money.
Yeah.
We can play for cash all the time, so yeah.
Yeah, you're right. There's something nice about winning something, even if you PS5. I think it's about £500. And if you win £500, oh hello, Jonathan Proudfoot, getting a little spicy here, guys, from the big blind. Squeezing it up, Mullen with jacks.
We've got another member of the Finnish Armada behind Yoni. Some other PLO wizard.
Yeah, looks like.
Looks like it. Surprise, surprise.
Mullen does slide in the call with the two jacks. Keep his man honest. Peel with him in position. Going to allow Proudfoot to perhaps continue some bluffs. And of course protect himself against better hands.
James, we just make it really awkward for Yoni's flatmate. He's just sat. You can see his reflection in the window behind him.
Yeah,
just
actually.
lurking. We've all been there. Just get a mic. Just get a mic, Yoni. Come on. Let's just discuss PLO theory.
Ooh.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of viewers that would like to hear a few words from Mr. EE27. Legendary. But let's save that for the other time.
All right, let's watch Proudfoot try and take this one down. The squeezing. It's got the board for it. Ace queen queen.
Yeah, it might actually work pretty nicely. It's not exactly the flop you're looking with two jacks.
Wow.
Lets it go.
Small bet
Must be now.
gets it done. Yeah, Proudfoot on the march. I mean, obviously, it kind of was getting himself in trouble there, but the flop, although it didn't improve his hand, did get him out of that one, as it were. Because obviously, a lot of boards, Mullen was going to continue with the best hand. But Mullen gets another go. Guys, ace-king from mid, and Ulmer on the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit, potential to get involved. But yeah, Henry, I was going to say, Henry, and I don't know, you're the EMF for the same, but something nice about if you win, say £500, and then you go and buy a PS5, it's not the same thing as winning the PS5, because you always look at that thing you've won and know you've kind of like won it. I know it makes no logical sense, like, but it does. I've got some earbuds that I won, and like at a golf tournament, I'm just like, every time I put them in, I'm like, oh yeah, I won these. These are completely free, but I mean they're like £100 worth or something. You know, it's like, it's just weird.
Couldn't agree more, mate. Couldn't agree more.
All right, I see someone in the chat. Rocker Reed's gone for the prediction of the double up. Like to see it. Come on, let's see the. Let's see some support.
How are you getting on in the 2K? Yoni, I can't get the lobby up, unfortunately.
I got like 1.5 starting stacks, so good start.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, it's a fun field since it's so many Finns out there, so it will be interesting tournament. Even Finnish legend Juha Help in the mix, so
Haha,
it's
right.
gonna be a fun one.
Talking of legends, boys and girls, Proudfoot against Staples about to go down, in my opinion.
Oh,
Threes
wow,
against Ace 10-0.
Will he double up? We're about to find out.
100% is getting in.
24 left.
10 gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, on that pay jump, so we probably see him stall a little bit here, obviously to use the maximum amount of time. It is a $8,000 or $7,000 and a bit pay jump. In fact, he does just go all in. I thought we may see the slightly less than all in maneuver, but does rip it in. Flops gut shot, pairs up, gets there on the end. Had a few outs going to the river. Found one of them. Back up to 15 million. Proudfoot, well, he can afford it with the gains he's made over the last few hands.
Felt like too many outs on the turn, man. I'm surprised he drilled that river.
Yeah.
Felt like too many outs.
Yeah, I'm seeing this Omaha looks pretty spicy.
Jump in, James.
56 players in there. Knockout as well. Oh, the fun.
Yeah, knockout PLO with
Carnage.
the Nantes, 6 mags. What else can you wish for?
Oh, Usman's wishing for ace king. He's popped in the majority of the stack, and can't see Timothy continue with his king queen off from mid. Yeah, some great stuff. And that 25k I was mentioning, up to 33 players already. We saw the 25k the other day, Henry. What did we got? We got to 70 players, I believe, on the number last week's stream. This week we got basically the same event, one more guaranteed, 25k, and they're already at 33 players with 3 hours of late ready to go. So people are coming out and support.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, all the while Bitcoin
I mean,
rises, these 25ks fill up. You know.
Hey, listen, it's been a swinging
when you
couple
said
of
it,
weeks for Bitcoin, man.
I got interested in the 25k now when you mentioned 33 players and still like 3 hours late stretch. It's good numbers there.
Really good.
Just trying to think how much, if I did want to try and sneakily buy a piece of your action, Yoni, how much I could afford at the moment. 5% if you flick it in. Oh,
yeah,
man.
you can have 5
Yeah,
if I decide to flick it in.
Oh, what a legend. Okay, let's go. I might be retiring from commentary, boys.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty tough field, but yeah, we'll see in an hour if I feel like jumping in.
Yeah, they tend to
I
start
mean, it's
off
always
tough and then
so much. Yeah, it's so much fun, you know, battling with all these legends. You also get to learn a lot when you know, when you play with the best.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we get to. I know James mentions this, you know, time and time again. Just watching these guys, and even Ike Haxton brought up a couple of questions in the chat last time round about ICM leverage, and you know, like pre-flop strategies and post-flop strategies. And Ike was just like, if you're looking for content, you know, watching some of these 25Ks and high roller streams for people to kind of just watch and take notes from, it's probably some of the best content out there. So I can't even imagine how much you learn from battling with these guys as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of replays and a lot of streams. Just you can watch it after the tournament, go through and do some notes. It's good stuff.
this, guys. These payouts in this are spicy as 892k up top. You need to get to 7th to get a 6-figure pay. This is what it's about. Hopefully tomorrow, when the final table's set, we'll get a bit more information on the players in the mix and their route to the final. I hope there are a few in there that have got in through a satellite, in with a chance of a huge return. That is what it's all about. Let's see. No. All right, Proudfoot going at it again. Jack 9 of spades, popping that one up from +2. He does get peeled by Ivanovic in the big, and Ioni, I guess this King 10-4 is just a slam dunk bet, right? Opening from that position.
Yeah, I would be really surprised to see a check back here. Probably gonna bet majority of his range, and I liked that he decides to use this big sizing also.
Try and make it hard for a 4, I guess, and some of those like ace highs perhaps.
Yeah, definitely, and just even like hand like 10-8 is gonna be in a pretty annoying spot when he starts betting big on the flop.
Yeah, Jamie Staples fresh off that double up, still sub 20. So there's 2 3s, but
yeah, with the stack depth, I think we might see a fold.
The Staples brothers, boys and girls, they love a pocket pair. Okay.
Do they?
Deep in the millions online. I don't know. Maybe we let go of the 3s.
I mean, who doesn't love a pocket pair, by the way? You're playing Hold'em, you look down at 2, you peel the open, the dealer fans out 3, and there it is. There's that little set. It's just the best feeling. It's the best feeling in a Hold'em, just seeing it pop in there. I get so excited. I wonder how much I'm down lifetime dealing 3 bets. I've done so much money peeling 3 bets, haven't I? Just with the distant memories of catching sets.
Yeah, but Dempsey, that's the thing. Like you said, when the window card, when you just drill the window card, and you know you're about to play a ridiculously huge pot because you've just flopped middle set. I mean, it's worth all the times that you brick flop, James.
I get worried when I hit the window card, because when I hit the window card, I've got like 7s, and it just ends up coming 7, 8, 9, or hearts or something like that. It's just, I like it. I like just to see it come out as the last card on a nice broken board. I'm just timid. I'm scared. Can't handle it. Mullen just flats the jacks this time against Proudfoot's open from under the gun. We see the ace, 9, 8. Proudfoot with the king of hearts. All right, guys. We're going to see some barreling.
How does Proudfoot do it? Okay, he has checked on over. Let us know if you're in any fun ones, Yoni, obviously. Playing any big pots.
Yep.
Let's put it 2. Mullen now with a gut shot. He's going to call in. Sees a pretty nice looking ace on the river. Ace and jack's looking pretty good here. Proudfoot not going to try. Henry, a little bit of value here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you always open up the door though for Proudfoot, right? You go for the small size he wants to be checked to, and Proudfoot just puts you in the bin. And but yeah, I agree, James.
I was questioning because of that. I'd be, Proudfoot gets to have some better hands still, and it just gets a bit scary. And he's not folded yet.
I mean, I'm just like looking at my hand right now, and I'm like, well, I block ace king and ace queen. I'm all in dealer. But, probably not a thing. Probably a slight overbluff from me in that spot. So I have to keep dropping stakes.
It's one of those value bets. I think when you do value bet, not that was thin, but when you do value bet against like really competent opponents and you do it live, it's like after they start thinking for 10 seconds, you're like, oh, can't I just take it back and check? I didn't mean it, guys. I didn't mean it. Just, let's just come on next stand. Like, oh,
that's you, Dempsey. Yoni loves the pain. Loves the pain that the anticipation causes. The anxiety just slowly builds. Am I about to hear him say pot? Are we about to see middle pair versus top pair? EP versus big blind? Probably going to see a pretty big pot here, boys. 6 mil in the middle. Proudfoot's certainly going to have... I mean, and the thing with Valentine's hand as well, Proudfoot is going to have, a bunch of 7-8s, 6-8s, some 6-3s, 7-3s as well that are going to check raise his board texture. That's me assuming that he check raises his board texture. Could just go check, Could just go check on the 9-5-4.
What was going to be a really big pot, now be perhaps a medium-sized pot still, but certainly what looked like it was going to be a great spot for Proudfoot is a check from Proudfoot over to Valentine, who I guess it gets to have a little bit more of this now. Queen rolling off on the turn. It does again. You just check back and repeat queen on the end. And now, guys, I guess just...
for a check third time?
I mean, it kind of looks like Valentine's checking down, right? Are we going to just put in a big bet here? That's what he does. 7.5 mil, and well, I guess always going to be a call with a 9. He does indeed. Proudfoot pulls in another one, but it's one of those you'll press the button, see what his opponent had, and be like, wow, I should have won quite a lot here, and somehow only won one bet, albeit over pot.
Just trying to load up my HUD. I wanted to see how much I'm down to E-list lifetime. Just so you could send in my regards.
Yeah, you're not the first victim.
I was just.
I get a lot of those messages on my Instagram and stuff like, how does he do it? What's the secret?
I'm actually doing okay. I mean, I've only played like 300 hands against him, so okay. Sorry, we're still friends. We're still on talking terms. Tom saying Espen's still in. I hope so. I have been keeping an eye out, boys and girls, to see if Espen and Endrit are still in the mix. I know a lot of you.
Yeah.
Rooting for them.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to bounce around the tables, guys, as we get down there. Currently 3 tables left, of course, and next payout 23rd, which means we have lost our final player at the 27.7k payout, so guaranteed 35k as things go forward.
Nice barrel with an 8-9. I mean, definitely has more queens in his range. Jamie can have some traps as a 5x and possibly aces, but overall I think Timothy has a nice range advantage there.
It's always a nice stage of a tournament. Big blind equal to a starting stack. You know you're deep. Throne asking the delay. It's around 30 minutes here for this, the Partypoker Millions Day 3 of our main event, playing 40-minute levels. Working our way down towards that final table. Tomorrow someone's going to be crowned champion and pick up the 892,000 for first. Not too bad.
Tomorrow's going to be longest FT of the year, right? Normally, online Millions online.
Yeah,
one of the longest ones for us.
Yeah, 9-handed with 40-minute levels. Definitely more likely to see it go on a while, Henry, as opposed to the WPT Russia final table we did on Sunday. That was kind of breakneck speed, man. Like everyone's just itching to play live poker again. Yoni, we did this event from Sochi. They were in a hurry. They were in a hurry to get the chips in. Everyone just wants to gamble. They're all missing out on the live poker, man. That was wild, Henry. I mean, it could have been a lot faster as well if it weren't for a runner that extended the match for quite a while.
What was the
I
tournament?
mean, 3.3k WPT Russia main. I think it had 231 entries. 160k, 170k for first.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
it's good.
It could have been over though in literally an hour and a half, Johnny. Like James was alluding to, it was 3-handed within like an hour. Just a couple of ICM punts, if you will, that paid off and then didn't pay off. And then it just is pretty insane.
Well, yeah, we had we knew it was going to be a 7-minute break before heads up, so I sort of messaged Henry on the side. I said, Henry, do you mind just doing the first few minutes when we get back on your own? I'm just going to eat some lunch in the break. He was like, yeah, no worries. So I got my food, sort of sat down, it just started back up again. I was kind of following along, but obviously the microphone off, and I had to sort of jump back in mid-mouthful as the two of them just got it in. Like, heads up, 4th hand, bang, tournament over.
Wow, talking again at M, boys. 16 bigs, effective. Who's been with the Queens? Tough spot for Valentin. Tough spot. I mean, we got Christian, Mullen, and Ivanovic behind. Does just go for the kind of click fold to the cold 4, I guess. If Rudolph or Mullen or Ivanovic decide to stick it in, and then we just run it against the Usman's 16 bigs.
Run it indeed.
Need
It'll
an
be
ace.
it'll be live though, Henry. He is live for aces. Usman all hack. Looking for the double up. Here it is. And the board is clean. That was indeed secure the full double up to 35 milli. Valentine down to 40. Start the day as chip leader. We're going to switch things up. Move back over to this table. And Daniel Dvoris in the mix. First, we're seeing him 52 million. This will be start of the day. And it looks like we're just... Jamie Staples is following us around, guys. Here he is with his 10 bigs. So we've obviously lost 2 players from this table, hence Jamie moving, hence the MTC.
I swear Dvoris just runs deep in everything. I mean, I know he's one of the GOATs, but still. Pretty ridiculous every time we're down to like the final 3 or 2 tables. Not only is he still in, but he's always got heaps of chips as well.
Yeah, true that.
Must be nice. Get some MBNs in the chat. Send them over to Daniel. Minicus getting the 1 big blind of value out of Martin on the deuce of Diamonds River.
Martin completes from the small king deuce. Francisco king 7 suited in the big.
I really want to get Jamie in here. Just hear the nerves, the excitement. Biggest run of his career. 7 spots away from his largest cash as well. I believe 35,000 is his biggest score to date. So top 15 needed. How about we just, you know, forget beating the previous high score, the 35k. You just set the new bar ridiculously high.
Yeah, let's jump it up. Jump it up to first, because once you've won 900, it's hard to win more than that without getting past the milli mark. So it's nice to move the goal.
You know all about that, Debsy, wouldn't you, mate? You've had that 900k score. That elusive 7-figure club.
Yeah, I found the 7-figure one.
Oh, you found the 7-figure one as well, did you?
No, not found the 7-figure one.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a great job of looking for it, to be honest. I need to let's need to get back on that.
You need the hat, mate, for the FT. Yoni will sort you out next time. We'll get you the golden hat.
Dominikas ace
you...
king. Cut off. Martin with 2 9s on the button. This could be potential for some spice.
Martin takes the safe way and just fats. I really like that play. I think they're too deep to just get crazy there.
But I guess it's one of those, if you end up 3-betting and you eventually get a really difficult spot for a lot of chips deep in a tournament, and flat still play the hand very profitably and not have to risk it all potentially.
Yep.
Guys, next week we got a fun one, the 100k. Back on again. This was the event last time round that, of course, Charlie Godwin finished third in, courtesy of a double satellite score. The 109 into the 1k won the 100k seat, and then came third, 600k. Can we get something again like that next week? Who knows? But myself and Henry will be here bringing you all of that action. All right.
Who have we got in the satellite at the moment for that 100k? You know?
Look at this three-way to the turn here. Weiss with cut shot flush draw. Dominica's turns trips. Martin 2 9s aren't going to feel too great when there's been a bet and a call aside from him. Yeah, that's satellite. Let's have a look. There's 18 players who are in the final stage of that satellite. So you remember the maximum you can buy in that is 1k. You can get through to the next stage, and there's 18. Apparently, Juan Pablo Dominguez is the chip leader. With what, 15 starting stacks? He's got 15k's worth.
And there's 5 seats, right, into the 100k?
Correct. 5 seats.
That's
so there's
ridiculous.
168k collected so far, and you need 510, obviously, after the rake to get there. So
wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if base of what we've seen in these high rollers up until now, these 25ks, I mean, this 100k gonna smash expectations, in my opinion.
right, 3 mil guaranteed. So we need the 30 players, 1 re-entry allowed. Not that even the biggest of the big boys are going to be careful about the old re-entry in 100k, but there will be some.
I mean, you say that. Show me a single person in that 25k lobby, James, that wouldn't be clicking the re-enter button if they needed to. I'm trying to think.
100k?
I think like the only time I can recall not seeing like a re-entry that was pretty shocking was Arta Martirosyan, and we just deduced that he just had an off day and decided not to click the re-entry button.
Yeah, I guess people going to be in there. They're going to make provisions for potentially being in twice.
Yeah, I just think about how many 100Ks you're able to play a year at the moment. Not many. Don't think these guys are going to turn down the opportunity to fire twice if needed.
Yes, with this overpair of Queen's Devourers, ace-high, backdoor clubs, but nothing else. Same interesting spot, though, I guess, guys, given that obviously Devourers is supposed to kind of hit this flop with a lot of the range he peels with from the small. Dominica selecting to bet relatively small, given that, I would have thought, but
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, James. The old, King Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, Ace 10 suited type hands out of the small blind that Devourers has. I mean, if he has Ace 8 suited, he's going to have all of those as well, right?
right.
Yeah, small bet gets it through. Everyone currently guaranteed 20, 35,000 and change for their efforts so far. We need another Jamie Staples spin. Should I call it them? Should I send it in?
You're gonna give him. You're gonna offer out the spins already. Is that what you're?
I don't know, mate. I mean, he needs to look back and see how much it helped Jason Kuhn. And
Yoni Henry thinks he's got this superpower now. You see, he can give out. He's selling spins when he's doing commentary on people. So you know, next time you're on our feature table, Yoni, just hit him up. I think was it $100, Henry, or was it a scalable thing depending on the tournament?
I'm fairly sure Ike was offering a 5-ball in the 100k. So
right.
It's a lot of money to be made.
Oh, it certainly is. Certainly in the 100k, there's a lot of money made in this one. They say 892 up top. It'd be galling to bust out now, but still 7x return on the buy-in is never a bad thing. Any return on the buy-in is a good thing in tournament poker, guys, but it won't feel like that when you bust out. If you bust out now, it's one of those you're like, oh, so close.
Yeah, surely this is the most painful one, though. I don't know. Yoni can probably has some relatable stories. The pain that this type of bust out causes. 20th place deep in a main event. I don't have many of those, James.
Yeah, I have few. Yeah, it's obviously in these tournaments where the top prizes and top 5 are like ridiculous monies. It hurts for a while to be somewhere in between 12th and 15th or 20th, since it's only like few flips away for life-changing monies for many people.
Especially for a 5k, right? Like, I don't want to take anything away from the 5ks where there's 200k up top or there's 250k up top, but as you kind of already mentioned, a 900k and a 5k where a lot of people are going to have satellited in for 530. These are the types of tournaments where you do have, you know, a lot of people that wouldn't normally be able to play a 5k with a decent percentage of themselves as well, because they have satellited in, you know, so they've got that 70%, that 80% of themselves in a big field with 900 bags up top. Must sting differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Make or break a career. Ace ball corner pocket. I want to say the turn went check check. Story checks out. UTG versus big. Check, c-bet small, call, check check turn, and then just get there on the river. Always a good strategy. And never a bluff this line, right, James?
Exactly.
Bet line.
But I mean, these ones are slightly different spots, right? Where the ball texture just does change, not dramatically, but you know, kind of like enough. It's the when the ball doesn't change the bet check bet. It's just no one ever does it as a bluff.
I guess that's what makes it such a great line to bluff with, because Dominicus calling that one off. Martin, potentially our first player to cross the 100 million mark.
Yeah, and there's just under 1.1 billion in play, so getting to the sort of 10% of chips in play mark is substantial for sure.
That's pretty mad. There's 1.1 billion in play. Yeah, 1,084 players we had in this one. Shall we look at the 25k that's going off, man? This field's pretty spicy. I'm seeing of the Party Poker Pros, Jason Kuhn in the mix, Makita, Patrick Leonard, Ike Haxton, and of course a host of other big names in there that you would expect to see in a 25k.
up to 70 entries also in the PLO. It's good to see big turnout for this one. Still late reg, open for like 2 hours, I think.
Is that the 2K knockout, Yanni?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that 100K or 200K guaranteed?
150.
150. Oh,
So,
nice. Okay.
Yeah, already about to break.
Guys, I'm one who's very much against spoilers, but I can't help but notice that Jamie Staples has just raided us with 4,000 people, which might suggest that Jamie may have busted. So obviously, unlucky to him. We're probably going to see it in about 30 minutes' time. But welcome everyone joining us from Jamie's stream. We were funking for him as well, guys. He was our man. But well, hopefully you stay with us and watch this one down to the final table with us this evening. It's a shame that he won't be on that final. As Henry was saying, chasing down that career cash. But not to be, Henry.
Yeah, not to be. I mean, we've had this before with some of our ambassadors. Always hits home a little bit, right? But Jamie, you keep knocking on the door, my man. You'll get there. You're gonna get that big score. So appreciate the raid, obviously. And if you ever, if you do want to jump in at some point, whether it's today, tomorrow, or later on next week, have a little talk about the amazing run, because I can imagine the heartbeat was pumping. Yeah, it was like peaking in a few of those big spots.
Yeah, certainly would be. Well, this is one that. Oh, hang on, Jamie jamming in here. Okay, you can see this may be the hand. In fact, there we go. There's me seeing 3-minute delay, but this one looking unlikely to survive. Oh no, this is when we do survive. All right.
Wow.
All right, I thought maybe Jamie had just timed the raid, but no. Okay, so it's a shame to see that happen, knowing that our man is going to bust. But that would have been a fun one, Henry. You talk about the heartbeat going when you jam the Queen 10 and get called by the Queen. See it come Ace King, couple of hearts. You get a little sweaty, get a little excited. Jack ball rolls off on the turn for the full double up.
It's a good strategy, mate. Good strategy.
But yeah, I am appreciating the comedy in the chat, guys. Given the warnings I gave earlier about no spoilers, this is the spoiler of spoilers. Jamie raiding us with his viewers, but hey, we'll allow that one. All right, Dominicus, a couple of kings popping up. Martin with the 3-bet next seat, ace 9 of diamonds. All right. 65 deep. We're gonna just, I guess, a lot of 4-betting here, guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think sizing wise. 65. This +1 versus hijack, or MP versus hijack. What do we make it here, Yanni? Like 15? 15 feels too big.
Yeah, 15. No, I think it's fine given the stack sizes. And yeah, 14, 15, 16. Something around that. I mean, I like the ace 9 as a 3-bet bluff. It's kind of feels in there that it's not strong enough to flat, maybe, or it's possibly fine to flat as well, but also the 3-bet has some percentage.
Is there any ICM kind of implications to be had, even like this early on, where flatting kings is just and taking it post against Martin, where we are going to be playing the hand out of position? He does obviously have the ability to apply a ton of ICM pressure on us, even with 22 left, 21 left. Just kind of avoid that and full ball it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see some merits of flatting hands like aces and kings, because Martin should have pretty nice spot to apply pressure and just fire it off. If you manage to get a nice run out of, like, deuce, 8, 9, so on. But I think 4 betting kings there is pretty standard.
Yeah, boys and girls, don't do what James does. Don't try and trap with the kings free.
Man, I just jam because I'm scared. I don't want them to like outplay me. Oof. Martin c-betting this one with the potential for lots of good turn cards. This is not one of them. I'm turning to straight. Martin improving a top pair. We're going to see some spice in this one perhaps. Ooh, the turn lead, guys. Well, let's make Martin's decision easy, but I mean, there's nothing Martin can do, is there? But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this was just going to play down, assumes as.
It's pretty annoying because there's only one comp. Again, completely irrelevant, but trying to think of the flatting range from the small there. One combo,
Wait,
Jack 10 suits,
right.
Jack 10 of spades on the turn. And we've got the Jack of Hearts in our hand. Lose to 8s. 10's probably flat as well out the small, right? This deep.
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to think of bluffs.
Yeah, it's a very tricky spot. I don't think it's like
9 suited, ace 9 suited. I don't even know if ace 9 suited's in there from the small.
Yeah, very hard to say. Nice lay down.
All right. Yeah, great fold.
Would you rather call with, I know this kind of sounds like a stupid question, but ace jack instead of king jack in that spot? Because with king jack we are blocking some of the king queen suiteds that potentially flat out of the small that barrel turn as semi bluffs.
Yeah, tough to say. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. Like, still check called like fairly big sizing on the flop, so I don't know. I don't know what king queen suited does.
That's true. J-ball rolling off on the turn.
That's a nice feeling. Build the 7-9, check call the flop, ping the straight, bet, get called. Thinking, here we go. Get to fire a big one in the river. Been paid off. Would have crossed the 100 million mark. Didn't get paid though. Mr. Beast in the chat asking, is there a free roll tournament available? There is not today, but there is tomorrow, my man. We have a PS5 giveaway tomorrow evening during the final table. More information about that tomorrow. The only information you really need to know is the password, and we'll be giving it out tomorrow. In the meantime, if you do want to get involved, there are other ways you can win some free money. Number one, put out that little form that is in the chat. The link to, pardon me, is in the chat. We'll give away $10, $20 tickets per week. All we have to do is fill out that form to be involved. Otherwise, popping up Queen 10 offsuit and gets one through. And guys, that brings us to the first break of the evening as we're working our way down to the final table here at the Millions Online. So please, guys, don't go too far. Myself, Henry, and Yoni will be back in 5 minutes for more of this Millions Online main event.
Well, watch now. Now we're playing.
He was playing already.
And now I'm playing.
The hand before this.
Now I'm playing.
Tran has bluffed him and showed it.
Now I'm going to play with him.
He actually plays, he doesn't just talk about it.
I love to see rolling needle in Helmuth. He's one of the best.
Oh, I called him down for his whole stack third pair last year. You don't remember that? You want to play with me? You got it, my friend. You've declared war. I've accepted your terms.
Unfortunately. But this is Phil kind of owning himself here, really, with the speech.
I'm in for the big blind, I think.
And Helmuth had been getting shown a lot of bluffs in this entire Premier League.
You can't get 3-bet if you don't raise, right?
I think Tran had just made a move on him the last hand.
Can't get 3-bet if you limp.
Raise it. Yeah, but you can
Punish
get
him for
raised.
limping. Yeah, punish him. Teach him a lesson.
Punish the limpers.
Yeah,
And
punish
he's
them.
doing it the same way all the time. Helmuth cannot deal with JC Tran limping. He just like, he can't accept it. He's raised this out of the small blind.
It was funny how he announced he declares wars and then immediately raises. I think he's just steaming.
Oh, he's steaming here. He just cannot bear to be shown up. Now, of course, in Premier League 3, even though JC won, Helmuth did make a couple of great reads against him, and I think he's just out to outplay him all the time.
That is 35,000.
I don't know how Helmuth's going to butcher this hand, but I just remember it felt like he did. I mean, it's not a great hand to 3-bet with in the first place, is it? But
No.
you gotta bet the flop when you
Especially
do.
against someone who's quite sticky like JC Tran. He's going to peel you a lot when he doesn't hit, and
48.
you know he's going to try and outplay you. He's not just going to give up if he misses.
And Helmuth's betting here because he thinks he's behind, or because he's
just betting to try and blow JC off like a type of hand he has, or like your hand like pocket sixes or pocket fives that he might have called with as well. He obviously just expects JC to fold those on the turn.
And I wonder if, can you sometimes call here and try and win this on the river if you're JC? I can't remember.
like to call here, yeah, because once you call again here, it kind of looks like you have an ace.
In fact, going for the raise, does it make it feel more like a bluff to you?
Yeah, it feels more like a bluff, but Phil Helmuth's the type of player that doesn't really do too much about it. It's hard to do. I mean, what do you do here with 10-2?
The amazing thing is Tran can only get him off a hand like this. He must know there's a legitimate chance that Phil has something like this.
Yeah. Phil Helmuth's steaming, look.
I mean, it is. He's played this hand. Just you can't play like this against JC. You can't push JC Tran around like this unless you're willing to shove it in, right?
Yeah, yeah. JC's played this hand really well. I'd love to see what's going on in Phil's head right now.
Well,
in his
Tran's
mind.
going to show him the hand after, like,
Yeah,
for
he
sure.
has to show after that table talk, doesn't he? I'm looking forward to the Roland DeWolf needle too.
Yeah, you just know it's coming. Even though JC would not go on to win this Premier League, he did beat Phil at every turn.
How much you have left? I guess maybe you have me covered, huh?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Well, he really wants to shove, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to fold after all that speech, and his read isn't too bad. He obviously thinks that he might be getting bluffed here, so
Nice
he's
move.
having a good think about it.
Well done.
He even said nice move.
You don't have an ace, do you?
He passed, and Tran's going to show him now. Watch Phil explode.
Oh, now I'm really on tilt.
We just seen the champion Hold'em player at work.
We'll find this thing.
All right, guys, welcome back to this, the Partypoker Millions online main event. Joined, as always, by Henry Kilbane and, of course, our special guest this evening, Yoni Jugenheimen, who's also grinding away in the 2K PLO knockout. That's why he's got that big smile on his face, guys. Right. Anyway, let's get back into the action, shall we? See what's going on.
No questions for Yoni today. He's busy. He's grinding. He's just here.
No, feel free to hit any questions. I'm not too busy, at least yet.
Wow.
I'm late dredging everything after I'm done here. Besides the 2K PL, I had to jump in straight from the start because it's such a beautiful tournament.
Yeah.
As he said, he's not busy. He's just getting it in. It's there's an ante and there's a bounty. You just let's go, ramp it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of fireworks. I wish I could share my screen and show these hands. Like PLO bounty with a ante and everything, 6-handed. Beautiful tournament format.
My man Milkov in the chat say biggest names left. Ooh, good question. Got Voris, Jamie Staples, Espen Jorstad. Trying to think who else we got in Demps.
Urbanovic.
Got Urbanovic.
Christian Rudolph. You've got Jonathan Proudfoot, who's been doing really well in these big events lately. Yeah, there's some.
And I'd probably be kicked out of all of my Skype groups if I didn't mention my boy Endrick Getchy still in the mix as well. So got to try and remain impartial, but deep down I'm rooting for a deep run there from Endrick.
All right.
Peter Jetton in the mix as well. Is Peter still in as well? I mean, this is it's ridiculous.
A lot of big names in the mix, as you'd expect. 20 players left playing for that first prize of just under 900,000 US. And yeah, I see someone asking about other tables. You've obviously not been watching from the start, because if you had been, you'd know we are going to bounce around the tables as we go. Obviously, there are 20 left, which means we have 3 tables in play. So we'll shortly be down to the final 2. And then, of course, we always just try and jump between the 2. Give you guys as much action as we can from both tables. Martin B is Martin Brinkman. Who was asking that? R+. Yeah, Martin Brinkman. With 80 million in chips. Got to get to the 1.1 billion mark to win this one, though, guys. That's a lot of chips.
That's pretty insane. We'll take it. We'll take it.
All right, we got JH Win written on Justin We Met. I think I'm going to say that name. I'm probably butchering it, but yeah, Justin with a very nice stack indeed on one of those other tables.
Demps, you were saying that it's been a while since you've knocked on the high 6-figure club door, the 7-figure club door. I'm just looking at your Hendon now. Am I right in saying you had a little deep run in the mini main? 5.5 runners? 5.5k runners?
Yeah, that was what was that?
Last a year and a half ago.
Yeah, the last World Series there was. That was the remember that one. That was a bit painful. I'll tell you a funny story.
That is disgusting.
Because I mean, they're quite turbo, those events, and it was obviously a large field and they're pretty soft. But I was there, and there were like 3 or 4 tables left, and myself and Jeff Madsen are both kind of shortish. But you looked around the rest of the room, and you're like, wow, there's no one I recognize in this tournament. This is a pretty good spot. And so we did a little saver, and then we both went on got a few chips together. I was like, okay, here we go. And then we both moved table again and got put on the same tables. It must have been the last 3 tables or the last 4 tables, whatever it was. And he just got dealt aces first hand in the big blind. Someone ripped ace king. Then he got dealt kings and the queens. Now he's the chip leader. And he ends up knocking me out. I'm like a little bit raging, knocked me out. But now I'm thinking, well, I swapped like 5 or 10% with the guy who's now chip leader. I thought, beautiful. Half an hour later, he's out. Oh. I was like, what is this?
Wow.
Ooh, spicy one here. Dominicus 3-betting from the big. Dvorak raised forward in the ace-10. Sees it come ace-10-10. A little galling. And home flatly open. Flats the 3-bet. Neither of these two are going to be too enamored with this flop, though. But yeah, that was a... In fact, Henry, I remember that day because it was the day that Party Poker were throwing the Party Poker Millions party kind of at the... I'm going to say...
I remember. Was it? Yeah.
Aria or Cosmo or something.
I think it was the Aria. I'm fairly sure 2019 was at the Aria. Yeah, because
and it was
Warren Luck invited me.
Yeah, it was that day, and basically busted out and had to go straight to the party, and everyone's like, "Hey, having a great time," and you're like, "Yep, I've been a bit busy today." I just saw who did I see? Steve Warburton, who had 5% of my whole World Series, and I see him at the party. He's like, "Oh, this is the first time I've seen you since I bought a piece of you. Like, what's going on? No wonder you're just out drinking every night." I'm like, "Mate, literally just buffed 29th." You're like, oh, but that's the finest, isn't it? The World Series. You can just people go disappear and you don't see them. The place is so big, but yeah. So that was the last time I had a sweat. These guys have got on right now.
Yeah, it's
last time you had a sweat at the poker table, you mean, in Vegas? not golf course.
Yeah, we got a few golf sweats going on. Oh yeah, we've had a few of them, but that's funny because I think I've seen Yoni probably like just casually bump into people in Vegas all the time during the summer. I don't think I've ever bumped into Yoni in a poker room, but I've bumped into him on various different golf courses. Like, oh, funny seeing you here.
Yeah, now when I start to think, I gotta say I'm a little jealous to Henry, and I wouldn't mind to be in Vegas and play some golf.
Yeah.
I went to Top Golf the other night to just try and see where my swing's at, and it's just all over the shop, mate. I was like, okay, I'm glad I didn't go to an actual course to practice the old swing. I just kept slicing it. Just kept going yards left.
You're at Top Golf. You just get some food in you, some beers in you, and have a little gamble on something.
Oh yeah, we were prop betting for days, obviously. It's just has to be done.
That's probably one of the. There's nothing you can do in Vegas is cheap, but that's got to be up there with one of the kind of better activities that you won't absolutely do your brains on in Vegas. I think Top Golf, because it's still relatively pricey for what it is. For what it is, it's still pricey. You know, in another city it'd be a lot cheaper, but compared to everything else in Vegas, man, that's the way to go.
I think it depends who you're with, mate. You're saying that you won't do brains.
Well,
that could be.
You won't do your brains on the rake.
2K, 3K night.
Yeah, the rake is Dominicus overbetting a river here. Little does he know, he's just kind of got there, as it were, counterfeiting Holmes 3. But I'm not necessarily going to give up on the king high just yet. That does so now.
Yeah, pretty tough to think of many bluffs from the small there. Well, sorry, not bluffs, but many hands that Dominicus flats from the small that we beat on the river. Guess maybe chopping with some other king highs, but to the next one.
Blinds going up. 600k, 1.2 milli. As we work down to this final table. Yeah, Francisco checking back 3-4 suited in position. Martin having limped King Deuce. Man, this 25k has already breached the guarantee, guys, 41 players in there with over 2 hours to go of late reg. Man, they're just taking off these events at the moment. Incredible.
Not
Yeah,
bad
very
for a
good to see.
Tuesday here. Not bad for a Tuesday.
Well,
As Icon.
Henry, you know, we had Icon here last week, of course, for the final of the 25k, and that's what he said. He said, "Look, he's making the point to those at Party that look, you put these 25ks on a Tuesday. We got 70 players last week. We're obviously going to get bumper filled again tonight. Just let's run with it. Let's have some more of these events on here. Let's see what happens, and maybe they'll become a bit more regular because the 25k just seems to always be well supported, doesn't it?"
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of like a 25k that we've struggled with or we've been let down by. Not many that come to mind, if any.
All right, I'm having a sneaky look at this Omaha knockout, and I see Yoni's all right there, 2 million in chips, just bubbling along. But Yoni, you're near to the title of the person with the most chips but no knockouts. I always look for that person in tournament lobbies because I'm a bit of a sicko.
Am I?
You're not far off. There's a few
Yeah.
people who've got you pipped, but you're moving up the line.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with that. Try to get some bounties. I've been attempting to get few, but no success.
This may be a spot for Jamie here, guys. Ace 10. What we're looking at, under 15 blinds. Super Snort asking, how come some players just get to use their initial for the surname? It's purely what fits in the box. So, obviously, Oliver Weiss and Jamie Staples, they can fit in. Daniel Dvoris and the others, their names are just too long. He doesn't rip it, guys. And Francisco 2-8s on the button. This is a bit of a decision. He does indeed go for it. Jamie flops the ace, but there's an 8 out there with it. And that is, as we knew Jamie Staples was going to bust, courtesy of his raid. But that is how it happened. Unlucky Jamie. Once more, it feels bad saying good game again, because we've already commiserated Jamie, but really good run. Busting out in, 20th place?
Yeah, out of 1,000 players, such a great run. Unlucky
Yeah,
with the last
and
hand there.
As I said, you know, you enter a tournament, any tournament, you get told you're going to win 7 times the buy and back. You snap the hand off, but once you get to this stage, you're no longer thinking about that. You're dreaming of the win. Good game, Jamie. Better luck next time, as it were. It'll come. The big cash, the big score, the 6-figure, the 7-figure.
He did not get one out in chat. Don't tilt me in the commentary booth. He lost the flip. He did not get one out in.
Well, the ace came first, and there was an 8-fold. Yeah,
I know.
I can live with the one.
I saw
out.
the ace in the window. I saw the ace in the window, and then I remembered that he raided us. So, oh, okay, this is it. But yeah, GG's. 35k in the back pocket. God. Close though. Close to beating the previous all-time high.
Alright, what's going on here? Oliver Weiss popping up from the cut-off Dvoris, flattening the button jack, 8 clubs, and Hermit with 9s in the small. Just gonna flat as well. Could we have seen Yoni perhaps a squeeze here from Hermit in the small, given Dvoris flatting off 30 bigs? Or are we liking
Yeah,
this?
so just started wondering. It's probably, I don't know. You can go either way. Flatting is no mistake at all. I don't think Daniel has that many traps, so perhaps he can just squeeze and call his all in. Obviously, he gets dicey if Oliver decides to 4-bet, so yeah, he decides to take the safe route, and I'm not blaming. Squeezing isn't like totally fine option too, I think.
Yeah. Well, kind of pretty ugly board to see with the people coming along as well. 400, ace 7-4. It checks around the Dvorak. Who's going to stab here, guys, with some back doors? The jacket of clubs. Herm does indeed stick around with the 2 9s, and Dvorak maybe turning like just enough showdown that means he's going to lose the pot, guys.
Yeah, great point, MC. Might bet small than check river. I'm struggling to think of like weaker floats.
Wow.
Or we can just, run an 8.
Wow.
Life of Daniel Dvorak.
But you know what we're going to see here is the bet check bet line. Oh no, we're going to see the
life of Daniel Dvorak, as Johnny already mentioned. There was me. I was about to give him credit, right? I was about to give him credit for stabbing in position with the jack high, the backdoor clubs, the backdoor straights. I was going to say, see, we're complaining about him running well, and then he just hits the running trips on us and gets your man to put in an extra 14 mil with pocket 9s. Just DD things. Loves it.
Yeah. Interesting line from Hermo, guys, on the river, going for the big bet with 2 9s. I'm a little confused. Herm in the mix again. Flat and King Jack on the bottom, but it's Francisco opening from under the gun with the boots. Herm with nothing but back doors on this 10-7-4 flop. Yeah, what do we think, Yoni? The 2 9s river bet there. I mean, it was the best part of pot from the small, having whether it played out. I mean, we're just trying to make Dvorak fold like something like ace 5 suited. I don't really get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a basic play. When you look at this range that he's called 4-way on the flop, check turn. He's probably not gonna have that many worse hands either, so there's a chance Daniel could fold a hand like ace 5. He has all the sets, 7s, 8s, 4s, ace queen possibly, I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of see the reasoning, but I was surprised to see that playmate. Unlucky that Daniel had the rare 8 in his hand that he's obviously not gonna fold.
Yeah. I see some people just joining us asking about Jamie Staples. Yes, he is unfortunately out. Was the last player out in 20th place, picking up 35k just a few moments ago. But myself, Henry and Yoni taking you down to this final table this evening on Party.
Yeah, talking of final tables, just, one player away until we get down to the final 2 tables. And then, as Dempsey mentioned, 9 more bust outs, 9 more hearts broken, and we'll have 72k locked up and the final table set for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're heading that way. I see, for those of you joining, I see some other questions. So we'll go for it again. This was, of course, the 5k, 5 million guaranteed main event of the Millions Online Festival. This is day 3 of day 4, of course. Final table will be played out tomorrow. Given the 40-minute levels, it'll take a while to reach this final table. And we're going to see some really just really tough spots people are going to be put in especially when we get down to that last 16, the last 2 tables, working down to that final table. Suddenly, you get some really big money situations developing. And we're going to see players under extreme pressure. I almost feel like, Henry, we watch these final tables and you see, I'm just looking at the payouts now, right? 5th gets 189,000, and they're obviously going to be under huge monetary numbers in terms of pressure because second 600k, for example. But like just from a psychological point of view, when 12th gets 43k and 6th gets 146k, it's like almost those jumps, kind of making sure you give yourself a chance of getting into the six figures, are almost bigger. I know they're not bigger in real terms, but just the 43k score is great, but the 140k can be life-changing.
Yeah, well, it's like you only mentioned earlier on, you know, you look back at these fields when you do bust out in, you know, 15th or 12th, close to the FT, and the reality is you're just a couple of flips away or a few flips away from, you know, placing top 4, top 3. That's just the harsh reality of tournament poker. So, you know, you look at Staples, the ace 10 against the pocket 8s. I think is a great example. 20 left, you know, we win that. We're up to 30 bigs with a great structure, still in with a chance, and yeah, you win those flips. It's tough, man. I think you guys that play tournaments on a regular basis are just a bunch of sickos, and I mean, we love doing it from time to time. But how about this for a cooler blind versus blind?
Yikes! Is this missed the proof of action here, Henry? I assume it's a limp and then erase some Oliver, but
yeah, limp 3x call makes sense. I don't think we want to be 3xing the offsuit ace 6 from the small. I don't know if Yoni wants to weigh in on that. I feel like the offsuit aces play much better as limp calls. It allows us to have, you know, top pairs on ace high board textures. So yeah, I'm not sure. I could be wrong there.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it went limp 3x. Oh yeah. Ace 6 seems pretty standard as a limp call, and then check raise the flop. We'll see if Oliver can get away from the top pair.
Right, he's got the boat blockers now. He's like, can I just have 2 more cards, dealer? Give me 2 more
This
cards.
guy's a PLO player too, so I'm not sure if he's ready to fold. He wished the stacks were deeper, that he can just, you know, shove the river over a bet. But I don't think there's room for that.
Backdoor diamonds complete, which is going to be of a little bit of concern to Oliver, because some of those bluffs may well have been backdoor diamonds. So now really only beating kind of the hearts.
Yeah, that's a great point, Debs. Gonna be some backdoor diamond draws, some 9/8s in there. They obviously now beat the 10s and 6s. Slid it on over.
This would be the real PLO move to shove 10-3 on this board texture.
It'd be pretty gangster. But we just have too much showdown equity there, right?
I think it just, yeah, I agree. There's plenty of 7/8s in small bunch range, I think.
Killer Joe asking the important questions in the chat, saying, can you have a losing year in MTTs even if you're a winning player? Hey, boys and girls, welcome to Tournament Poker. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by James Dempsey and Yoni Yukamine, and as Hero Value alluded to, we're also known as masochists. Enjoy the show.
That's about it. It's most certainly possible, but it's a little harder to do on Party if you dabble, Henry, in the Legend of the Weeks, because hey, we've got these nice buy-in tournaments, everything from $2 up, Legend of the Week events, and we give away 60k each week in tournament tickets for those weekly leaderboards. So, like I say, it's a little harder to lose in those ones, Henry, with all that added value. So if you're going to give something a spin, give them a go.
Bravo on the segue, James. Bravo on the plug. That was just world class. This is why he gets the big bucks, boys and girls. He sat there at home. Masterclass segue right there. Take notes. Love it. Absolutely love it. Oh man,
It's great to be appreciated. Like, I like that. So if I'm here for that and Yoni's here for the poker strategy, Henry, what have we got you in for? Like, what do you bring to this trio?
ICM leverage, mate.
Okay. ICM, I like it. Yeah, you can be the ICM guy. Just no one knows. Like this little one battling out. Oliver Weiss down to Voros, Queen higher piece. Nice with the gut shot.
And believe, Yoni, after this hand, you're going to be jumping out and keeping everyone company in the 2K.
Yeah, I'm just starting the reg tournaments. I'm still wondering if I should play the 25k or not. There is still almost 2 hours of late reg.
Yeah, it's a long way to go in that one. But
yeah,
well, Yoni, it's been great to have you with us for the other stages of today, and we wish you best of luck in that 2K, guys. We will keep an eye on him as well, of course, and hopefully see if he jumps in that 25k. All right, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah, take care. Bye.
All right. Well, Henry, it's left to us. There we go. Now you've got a role. Now you're the poker expert again. You see, we booted out this other guy. It's random Northern European, and we got Henry back
like
in.
Saul said, I have to agree on the segue. Great job calling him out on it. That's what James and I are here for, is to call each other out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Make each other look bad, but then also keep it as professional as possible from time to time. And yeah, some GGs in the chat for Johnny. Obviously some GLs as well, going to be in the 2K, potentially flicking in the 25k. Just drop him a message and let me know if you fire 25k.
And I see a question about Espen. Yeah, Espen, still going with 19 players left. In fact, we're going to switch table here, and we don't have him on this table, but we do have Christian Rudolph again. We have Valentin, who started the day as chip leader, Mr. Proudfoot, who seems to be in the mix, Ivanovic, a couple of nines here in this particular hand, Usman Ulhak, and Timothy Ulmer, rounding out this table of 6 players.
Short-handed action, James. It's just brutal. Just shy of a milli up top, but 19 left. You have to play 6-handed. I mean, come on, come on. That big blind coming round even faster than usual.
And this perhaps predicates this 3-bet. Just playing that little bit shorter-handed. 2 9s. Let's go. In the small, I'm going to pop this up.
Yeah, we want protection as well, especially out of position. Just how vulnerable the 9s are versus the cut-off opening range. Want to fold out the King Jacks, King Jack O's, the Queen 10 O's, some of the weaker offsuit Broadway type hands, as well as some of the weaker Ace-X as well. And a board texture that I'm assuming. Sorry, James.
Right.
I was going to say a board texture I think Dimitri's going to proceed with caution on. Although, as we can see, a small and wide bet would get the job done.
Well, that's what he's gone with, Henry. And I'm a little surprised with the 2 9s that he's elected to do that. I'm just too passive, I think. I just look at this flop and I'm like, really? Where did this one come from? And just give up. But Ivanovic wins a pot that I wouldn't have done.
Yeah, again, just looking at the entire range of Valentin. He's got ace-9 in there, he's got, the ace-4s, ace-5s, 6s, 7s, 8s that we're still ahead of. A couple of people asking, where did Jamie bust out? And he busted out in 20th for $35,000.
And unfortunately, I know someone was asking about Espen, but I can see Espen has just bust out in 19th place. So,
yeah,
the Espen fans, I'm sorry, but he is out in 19th. I mean, you're 2 players away from reducing to 2 tables.
Behag saying 3-bet, C-bet, James. There we go. Got to do it, even when it feels like it's not so ideal. There we go, boys and girls.
The old serve and volley. You know?
That's it.
Serve and volley. Is this something here? Proudfoot, pop this one up from under the gun. 6-handed, here we go. King 6 suited, let's go.
Of course he did.
And another question asking, is Endrit still in? Yes, Endrit is in. I know Henry is rooting on Endrit.
Sure, Endrit.
Yeah,
we've
Endrit's
had some,
healthily in.
We've had some fun 6 a.m. PLO flip antics with Endrit and some of the boys. And one of those annoyingly naturally gifted poker players, Dempsey. I think he's studied about 2 hours lifetime. And now battling it out for 900k. But, you know, some of us are just sunrunners.
Yeah. Some of us are just sunrunners.
Love the rejam. 21 bigs. This is the button min. King, queen, O. In it goes. See, it's going to work. It's been chipping up nicely. I say it's going to work. I mean, Timothy could just YOLO it in. It does just get out of the way. Jamie said, don't be bitter, be better, Henry. Jamie, if you saw the Grindhouse and the amount of work that was put into any studying done by any of us, I think a lot of people would be bitter as well. Just, what can you do? Just have these naturally talented end bosses. I could potentially see Usman battle against Proudfoot here if it goes open button. Timothy in a weird spot from the off 20 bigs. He's going to want to have some min-raise folds off of 20.
Kelly in the chat asking, does Day 4 start top 9 players tomorrow? Yes, it does. Going down to the final 9 this evening, and they will regroup tomorrow for that final table.
Yeah, it does let go of the suited ace. Not deep enough. Not deep enough. Proudfoot with the flat. Dempsey, I believe, after this hand, or during this hand,
yeah.
Joined.
Well, no, we'll come to after the hand. Oh well, this hand is taking a turn. So yeah, why not after this flop? Because I don't see this hand developing too much. Well, I say that there's some hands here. Anyway, let's get to the point, Henry, because he brought us thousands of viewers, so it's only right we bring him to the big screen. Is, of course, Mr. Jamie Staples' 20th place finisher in this very event.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? how's the stream going? How's life?
Well, the stream's going okay, Jamie, but we're missing a player. Like we're missing a guy. Like,
Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest. Like, I don't know, like how are you supposed to process this moment in time? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm watching my moments play out in front of my eyes here, and I'm dead. What am I supposed to do, guys?
Yeah, that was a. Oh, Jamie, they just sting, these ones. You don't get too many shots at prize pools like this, and to finish so agonizingly close, there's nothing anyone can say. It's just part of poker, right? You just kind of got to roll with it.
It is what it is. Yeah, I mean that's what makes it fun and interesting and exciting to watch streams like this, because, you know, my story was playing out live on Twitch, but for all of these other 18 players that are still in the tournaments, they're living the same story. And for most of them, it's going to end up in pain and heartbreak and devastation. And for some of them, they get to live the dream. I mean, what more do you want, chat? You're tuned into the right spot.
Yeah, we're gonna, like you say. I mean, this is the painful stage of the saying. These players going out now. You're so close to those big scores, and Jamie, I was just making the argument that it's almost more painful than the person who busts out like 6th on the final, because at least 6th you're getting like a huge chunk of change, even if you feel gutted to not go a little bit further, but you've at least got like the 6 figures. These are massive payouts we're dealing with, as opposed to where you finished again 35k. You entered a 5k, Jamie. You're loving life with 35k. Well, if you're 35k at the start, you'd have been all over it, but it feels a lot different.
That is it. I mean, wow, both these guys have the nuts now. That's a nice river for Jonathan. Yeah, I think it's relative to money too, because I feel like sometimes 6th is more painful, but when you get into these buy-ins, at least for me, where you're getting 6-figure jumps on the final table, it's like you feel appreciative even of getting to that final table, and like recognize that anything can happen. So you're cool with that 100k, but the pain bubble is like kind of 24 to 12 or 11. I feel like I think that's the most painful spots, I'd say.
I don't even want to like begin to say GG's great run, because as poker players we all know that we'll worry about the GG's great run in a couple of days, mate. But I really appreciate you being here though, Jamie, and to have you here, and to just still be in like a somewhat chirpy, chatty mood. I think it speaks volume about who you are as a person, mate. So thank you for joining us.
Cheers, man. You know what I'm most excited about, guys? Is that, you know, the pain threshold, right? Like, really, you can measure your success as a poker player for how high your pain threshold goes. And I have pushed it a lot further today. Like, I've made some grounds, you know? Like, I've hit another level here.
You get experience.
Yeah.
You see guys like Ike just, you know, you can get one outed for like $1 million and just stroll around like it's nothing, because he's seen and done it so many times. And you're right, all these experiences add up.
To be fair here, just to play devil's advocate on that, Mike, Ike does have millions of dollars, so that is a nice thing. It works for him. That helps out a little bit, but true. That's a good.
It does help.
Definitely helps.
Yeah, it does.
Can confirm having millions of dollars in the bank account makes the one outers feel a little less painful.
Wait a second, Henry. You can confirm, can you? You're a man speaking from experience.
Confirm.
You got these millions in the bank you never told me about. What the hell? I thought
crypto.
You have a piece.
Bitcoin's at 50k, mate.
Okay, all right.
Henry is an 8-digit man. Just look at him. He's definitely an 8-digit guy. I mean, he's working on that extra comma. I see it for sure.
Private said you can't buy that kind of experience. Oh wait, you can. It costs like 300k. Private, what are we talking about? Are we still talking about the same thing here, or are we talking about buying a Lambo and just driving around in a Lambo?
It's too soon, Henry. Honestly, don't bring up Lambos. It is too soon.
Yeah, this is harsh, guys. Jamie's come on here, and we got We're throwing too many needles at the man. I mean,
Did you guys see on Twitter? I think it was like Doug and Bryn Kenny talking about something that was happening, and Doug was like, "You don't have 8 figures," and Bryn Kenny was like, "No," and then Doug responded something like, "Life's tough" or something like that, and it became a debate about like how ridiculous is this simulation that we're in right now, where poker players are debating about whether 8 figures is expected of Bryn Kenny at this point. I mean, I just thought that was a ridiculous talking point. I was slightly ashamed to even be a poker player based on that combo, but you know, it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a little different when Bryn specific when he has had a $20 million score, but yeah, it's
yeah, it's true. It's true.
I don't know,
All right.
man. We're just so quick to judge. I like using the 3x rule of thumb that when it comes to poker players, if you ask someone how much their bankroll is, if they say 300k, it's probably closer to 100k. Just using that rule, man. Just as poker players, we like to exaggerate. We like, everyone thinking we're the best in the world. Oh, how much did you have of yourself? Oh, well, 100%. Obviously, it definitely didn't sell any action in the one that I banked.
I actually cross-booked, to be honest. I cross-booked. Versus Ike. Yeah,
cross-booked.
I had 180% of myself. Yeah.
Oh, man. That's brilliant.
cross-booking is like the sickest, like...
Yeah.
You've got to be a real degenerate to be cross-booking. I've done it once in my life, and it was like an Aria $200 daily. And what are we doing this for?
What are you doing?
It was like 3 of us playing it. It was like it was only like 30 or 40 players, and like we ended up cross-booking it between 3 of us or something. I can't remember. I was like blind drunk. I had like quarter of the chips in play and didn't even cash, something like that. I was just...
If there's anyone in the chat that doesn't know what a crossbook is, it's like when poker players bet against each other in the tournament. So like if I crossbooked against James for 100%, and Henry, actually, I'm going to take both of your guys' money. I win the tournament for 5K. They both owe me $5,000. So that's 100% crossbook, basically.
Yeah.
Which is pretty degen, especially when you're playing big tournaments. Whoa.
I think the sickest crossbook story I've heard was Sean Deeb and a friend just at like a small local casino, and the biggest mix game or limit game they had playing was a 4-8 limit game, and Deeb and his friend have just both randomly picked a person from the table and then crossbooked something ridiculous like 3,000% without telling the players that they're crossbooked. Then just like checking what stacks they had, going away for an hour and a half, and then just coming back and be like, oh, okay, yeah, you owe me like 15k or whatever, just off this like random 4-8 limit hold'em game. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, we used to do that all the time way back in the day, when Full Tilt had all the nosebleed like cash games on the 200, 400. We always just do the 1% crossbook. Everyone picks a player, and away we go. You get to play like 2-4. Play along, you get someone gets Gus Hansen, someone gets Phil Ive, whatever, man. So it's a fun way to watch poker if you are like watching cash games. Is just have a little crossbook with your friends, make it small enough that no one's getting hurt, and it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's avoid the 100% crossbooks in 5Ks with Ike Haxton if you can avoid it, guys. It's a bad one to get involved with. You're going to end up paying out $1 million quite often.
18 left here. What's been going on? I mean, I obviously didn't get to see everyone's cards, so was anyone stepping out of line? Do we have an aggressive player here at the table? Anything happening, or has it been pretty solid, steady poker?
This table, I think you'd have to pick on Jonathan Proudfoot as the guy who's probably been doing the most sort of getting out of line pre-flop of anyone. But no, I think as we're saying, Jamie, with the stage of the tournament, people aren't going to be going too crazy, are they, with so much at risk? It pays to just play a bit snug, I guess. I mean, I guess if you get a big stack, you're going to give it a go, but no one here is too far ahead, are they?
I got a text this morning from Sam Grafton. I've been doing a little coaching with Sam. He's a legend. He's
Squiddy!
great. And yeah, he's the best, right? And that was like one of his comments to me this morning was basically, you know, like ICMs and effects. You know, take your time here and think through your decisions. And you know, in big pots, people are usually going to have it. So just be patient. So that was a thought going through my mind today for sure.
I see actually. No, go on, Henry.
I was just going to say it's nice to hear that you've got people like Squiddy in your corner for something like this, because you know, I think the more and more that we grow as poker players, and as we grow, kind of like remove our egos from the game, and it opens up the door of opportunity to allow veterans such as like Squiddy, some of the old guard, to just kind of come in and, you know, put an arm on your shoulder and say, listen, man, you know, I've been here. I know what the pressure's like going in. You're young, you're hungry, you wanna get out there and win, and just having someone like Squiddy in your corner to just share a couple of words of wisdom to you before you go into the biggest day of your life is just going to have a massively positive impact. So it looks like you've got the right team around you as well, mate, which is great to hear.
100%.
Yeah, shout out Squiddy as well. One of the nicest
that's
guys
man
in the poker industry.
He's worked so hard at poker, Sam Grafton, for those that may feel like comes off the persona of there being this bubbly, kind of outlandish kind of character, but man, that guy's grounded from nowhere kind of thing. You know, I know a lot of people have, but I mean, I remember when I first met Sam, he was playing like the $10 and $20 tournaments, wouldn't step up to the 50s, and now he's smashing away in 100Ks. So I mean, the guy's really worked at it.
Dude, the other annoying thing about Squiddy is that he can wear any coloured shirt and he'd pull it off. That's the thing that annoys me the most about Sam. He could literally, you could give him any sweater, any shirt, and he'd pull it off. Just annoying.
Now, you see, this is where I'm going to come at you. This is like Jamie's pushed his pain threshold today. Like, Sam's like dress threshold is so high that like anything falls within it. It's, again, this is something he's worked at, Henry. You can't, it's not that he can just pull it off. It's the fact that he's generated an area that he's allowed to operate in. And like, you can do it too, Henry. You just got to just inch it up each day, get a bit more loud with the clothes. And you can be in there. Imagine if Sam just came in and like...
He does. I mean, yeah. I mean, he is the definition to me of like London streetwear sometimes. And then also sometimes just like smart casual. Like he can really represent it. He can span all of the neighborhoods in London with his wear, you know? Maybe he just like, I don't know, sometimes he tries on like a Pepsi shirt and sometimes he's looking real smart, like, and it works every time. I don't know how he does it.
All right, I'm gonna sum it up perfectly, and then we're gonna leave it. All right, Sam Grafton at the poker table looks like he's just gone for an English breakfast in some coffee shop in central London, and then has an art gallery appointment at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Over and done with. You heard it here first, boys and girls. That's how Squiddy dresses at the poker table. It's just to intimidate you. He's one of the nicest guys in poker. And yeah, how about this for a modern day cooler? This deep. Eights against ace queen against ace 10. I'm assuming the ace 10 goes in the bin, but eights against ace queen.
Yeah, we're going to see 20 big blind rejam, aren't we? And there it is. Ivanovic with the 2 8s. So it's a grin and bear it, right?
I think so. I think it's a like, yeah, okay, we call, and this is gonna be sick.
Can never be happy.
Yeah.
But
I think 9s is like a fist bump. 8s is, as Jamie kind of mentioned, you kind of throw up before clicking call. You call all the flatmates over, like, boys, big spot, 20 bigs.
Yikes. the overs,
Dimitri.
the flush draw, even the gutter to the wheel, it all bricks. And Ivanovic, pardon me, is the first player we've seen at least past the magical 100 milli mark, guys. It's scary for the rest of this field. And I do gather actually that Timothy's busted in 17th, I think. So I believe we're going to be down to our final 16, our final 2 tables, if I'm not mistaken. And that would mean we are therefore on a pay jump, because it's 35k for the top 6, for the 35k for 16th, pardon me, and then 43k for making it to the final 15.
Elstack saying ace 10 in the bin, lol, stop trolling James, Henry, and Jamie. Yeah, we kind of knew that was
Oh dear, wow. I didn't clock that. Or Jamie ripping the ace 10. The ace 10 oh, wow, that was a full on repeat. I didn't even clock it. Wow. I missed out on the chance to wind him up. I'm upset.
Oh wow, I'm really slow. Oh, I'm really slow.
Yeah, ace 10 and 8.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Guys, please,
chat,
come on.
Chat, that is too soon. That is ridiculous.
Chat.
That is way too soon. That's uncalled for.
Well, Henry, the table's filmed up, and your boy Endrit here with 128 milli on the table. We also have Justin Wemet, who I know someone else in the chat was rooting on earlier, coming in here with just under 100 million. Jerry Odin, over 100 million. Okay, we've got some stacks, guys. This is a lot of chips on this table, because there's $1 billion in play and there's 16 left.
There is indeed.
Yeah, I'm just the average would be 68 million. So this is very deep. This table. The average is 68.
Down to the final 16. We're about to be down to the final 2 in the commentary booth, as Jamie, boys and girls, is going to be leaving us. So get some love in the chat, get some GGs in the chat. As we head into the next break in a couple of minutes, we will be saying goodbye to the man himself. But Jamie, you know, this isn't goodbye, is it really? This is just the start of the Staples career, in my opinion, man. I know you've been at it for a long time now, but you're knocking on the door, dude, and it's only a matter of time until we get that huge score on our screens.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, we can't leave it there, can we? That's not a wrap.
We can't.
You know? Like, oh, 20th place, GG. No, we have more work to do, clearly. So, I mean, a lot of great stuff coming up on Party Poker over the next couple months, to be honest. We have the Irish Open coming up. I see that Power Fest tab in the lobby as well. Nothing announced yet, but it's just there ominously, like, showing up. So we will have some amazing events coming, I know, and action.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
Like you say, the Irish Open, but also you got the WPT 500s coming up, Jamie. Obviously, the 2 of those,
True.
The knockout and the sort of vanilla, as it were, they're going to be pretty exciting. With $1 million guarantees on each of them. So
I'm going to win those tournaments, man. Those are great.
Both of them?
I'm going to win those. That will be a lot of fun. Yeah, both. I'm due, man. It's due theory. It's time. I'm going to win both those tournaments. But today, I'm mostly going to just... Guys, I'm not going to watch the stream today. It's a little bit too painful. I'm going to probably just play the new Valorant series and wallow in my misery for a bit, and then I'll be happy again tomorrow. That's the story.
Fair play, man. Fair play. Maybe get a new Netflix series up or something. I'm trying to think of Netflix series at the moment that you could watch. Money Heist, if you haven't seen it, great show.
I haven't seen that one. No, that's a new one to me.
Well, there you go, man. La Casa de Papel. I would recommend watching it in Spanish with English subtitles, and I think you'd enjoy that one, man. Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, and then obviously as of tomorrow, we'll see you again. You'll be back. You'll be back on social media. You'll be back, you know, in the poker streets, and you won't be missed for long, Jamie. Is what I'm trying to say.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, come on, Jamie. Everything's going in the right direction. You got this cash, and the mighty Spurs have started scoring goals again. So you know, it's all it's all going right.
They did turn it corner. It's good. Gareth Bale, he's doing good things. You know, I think we're going to be the top London club at the end of the year. Europa League could be. We might win it. We might. I'm calling it. Might happen.
There you go. predictions. He's gonna win both the WPT 500s, and Tottenham are gonna finish above Chelsea. I think winning both WPT 500s is more likely, but we shall see.
Wow.
That's a compliment to you, Jamie.
Wow.
That's like, you know, you're near certainty to win
I don't
both
take
of them,
it.
I think.
Spurs through and through, man. I don't take it. I mean, there's no chance that Tottenham loses to Chelsea by the end of the year. It's just there's no chance. We're gonna beat them.
All right. We're getting everyone fired up in here. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. It's a good job. It's the last hand before the break, so get to just leave it on that note, boys.
We will. Thanks, Jamie, man. Thanks, we really do appreciate it. Popping in and coming in fresh off of that disappointment. So thanks to Jamie. Myself and Henry will be back on the far side of this break for more of this, the Millions Online main event, right here on Party Poker.
Fuck, what a tilt is this guy, innit? Just wants to get every little angle of money. Such an angler. It's pathetic, actually. You think I'd do that at like 35 years old, just trying to angle people like that?
I guess you're saying the right thing now for me to do it.
Well, whatever, I'm not going to fold anyway. We'll see, yeah. You're not going to bet into two of us anyway. You think I'm praying I'll smash anyone heads up anyway? It don't matter if I come fifth. Don't matter if I get knocked out now. You think that king hits you? You think I believe in a million years that you could hit the king now and have two pair? All right, big man, go on. Do your little angle bet.
Really?
I bet.
You really did. You really checked.
I just checked, yeah.
Wow.
So do your bet.
Put me in a bad spot now.
Do your bet. You'll see how I'll go all in so quickly if you bet.
You would. To give your word to the camera.
Go on then, do your bet. Are you slow rolling us all for?
Finding.
So sick I flopped a set. Or a king eye flush draw.
It's not binding.
I just feel to push just because he's such a tilters.
123,000.
Is it binding or what is?
No.
So sick that you got a king high flush draw, innit? What a joke. Joke. You know what? Yeah, I'm so confident in my heads up game. It. Do me then, whatever, innit?
At least you put your money where your mouth was.
Yeah, whatever. Nice level. Yeah, and what then?
Oh my god.
Look, I've got two jacks here. You don't think I mess about? My heads up game, I'll beat everyone in this whole party poker. It don't matter if I come there. It don't matter. Look at this. I'm sitting out for 5 hours. In your eye, David Benjamin, you arrogant guy.
And the only thing that chance he had of not going to the final was if he got knocked out first. This was his first hand back.
Do that.
He picks up the aces.
And you're screwed, right?
Look at the Granny making sure he understands before he makes a play.
You're joking.
Oh my god.
It was like, yeah, it was just so ridiculous.
But I can still lose and myself.
I would be so happy if I were you.
I can now fold out. When I win this, I don't know, but I don't want to see space.
He just folded. He didn't even show up. He showed up and got ace on the button. And I pick up an ace in the big one.
This is whoever
Wow, that's hard to do.
It was really, it's really sick. I mean,
Daniel Slice just murdered his stack.
and by the way, Roland's trying to look serious wearing a Darth Vader outfit. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I saw him rocking Darth Vader.
I have an ace. He just showed up and played one hand, and it happened to be aces on the button.
You want a flush?
Nice. Would you have moved in? Would you have moved in with like Queen 10, right? You would have. I don't know what I would. I think it's a lot safer with an ace because he can't have aces when I have an ace. But he has aces.
Yeah. No, not kings or queens. So you've got an ace.
I actually wouldn't have done it if I didn't have an ace. I just wanted to make sure you don't have aces. And of course, if I have an ace, you cannot have aces.
That's true because he might call us king.
It's pretty funny. The Premier League does this to people, doesn't it? You see some of the most outrageous plays ever.
He did really talk him through it, Daniel. You do know you have to fold every hand.
Yeah, before he did it.
It was so silly.
Jack one time. I'll take a chop.
How about Jack Hearts? I'll take a chop.
Jack Hearts for fun.
Luke will take a chop. Can't lose.
It's fun, then.
Come on. He's in the final. And he's in the final. And he's in the final.
All right, count his money.
It was top moment there.
Now he's got left the table.
Yeah.
And makes the final and leaves.
King, queen, king, hearts, fires.
This, the Party Poker Millions online main event, day 3, Henry, and we're down to the final 2 tables. Just a little bit to go.
Yeah, we always talk about, you know, the how do we want to word this, Dempsey? The business end of the tournament. Talking of the business end of the tournament, what's going on here?
Whoa.
Endress
this is a
open
huge
cut
pot.
off. Usman's effectively jammed Jerry's flat. Endrit's flat. That makes the most sense, right? With Usman having 1.1 mil. Just gone cut off open. Usman effectively jams. Jerry just flat calling the Ace King O because we're super deep against Endrit.
Yeah.
And then Endrit gonna get the check mark next to his name with the 10s and be up to 180 million.
Yeah,
Wow.
and Usman's
What a great
basically
hand to
going to have a...
jump back.
Yeah, and you know, Usman loses all but the time at the stack, but does leave one blind behind Henry for the spin. It's
for the spin. Let's go. Wow. Okay, hang on a minute. So Getchi...
Oh, wow.
With the hooks, Usman sub 1 big. Jonathan with 6s, Jerry with Ace King suited. I mean, there's a lot of ways this can go down, right?
Yeah. This is this could be a huge pot. I mean, we just saw a huge pot. Endrit 10s in the last hand. Henry, was like that last hand though. Was there any was there any value in Usman betting the flop on that last hand with the 2 7s?
He didn't bet on the flop.
That's what I'm saying. Like, was there any value in putting that last blind in on the flop in the last hand? Maybe. Is there any hand that would fold? I guess not. Would he try and induce a check raise, perhaps? Like, right.
Well, Usman had 1 million and the pot was 70 million. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, but if there's any way you kind of reopen the action, there's any benefit, but.
Right. I see what you say. So you're hoping that Jerry or Endrit ISO, and then force the other person out. But yeah, that makes a ton of sense. That does make a ton of sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
We'll come to it in a minute because this hand is obviously going off here, and we can see Endrit's open, Jonathan's flat. I assume Jerry's just taking this upstairs again in a big way. I mean, just lost the Ace King the last hand, but
yeah, what were we? 60 effective.
I mean,
Endrit.
it's a weird scenario, isn't it?
Endrit just
With Usman's right, and Usman is in for what's about a third of the pot anyway, and I suppose there's very little bluff value here, so you kind of get a little bit more respect here.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this sizing out of the small. I'd want to go pretty big here against Endrit, especially with the dead money of Proudfoot and Usman's money is obviously not dead, but Klopp saying 16 mil. Yeah, 16 mil. I was thinking more towards like 18 million. Fold me up saying at least 12 big blinds. I'm glad we're on the same page, chat. How about I come into the Twitch chat and you guys jump into the commentary booth, mix it up. Some fun with the boys.
Endrit does flatten very similar to the last hand. Jerry has missed and Endrit has an overpair. And don't be fooled by the pot in the middle saying 6 million. Of course, the side pot is 28 million. That's the one that matters at this stage.
Yeah, weird spot at this SPR if Jerry does side to bet for Endrit. Does Endrit just jam? Or does Endrit just flat and then it goes check jam turn?
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense,
Endrit
right?
Just flat this, can't we? 2 jacks plays well enough.
Jack's no heart.
We just jam into it too often, I think.
Poker Bro saying, is this a C bet really? No, Jerry thinks so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Endrit's going to have some hands that have peeled that are going to fold flop, and albeit we beat those with Ace King, you just liven up the pot out position, and you know, we do have all those big hands. And again, Henry, as I was saying, Jerry's not really getting out of line here pre-flop, right? The 3 bets with Usman being in there for a blind are going to be weighted towards hands a lot.
Yeah, also there's a pretty big side pot as well to take consideration. You've got the 3 mil dead from Proudfoot, the 14 mil pre.
Right.
Yeah, I like this from Endrit. Just small and then check river. Get a bit of protection from hands like this. Endrit's going to have 20% of the chips in play with 16 players left. Usman out in 16th. Meaning that everyone is now guaranteed 43,000 and change. Wow.
That is
what
a
a spot
massive
to
stack.
be in.
You say average for the last 5, Henry, when there's 15 left.
Average for the
Not
last
a bad
5.
spot to be.
Not bad when there's 900 bags up top. Not bad when there's 900 bags up top.
Not at all. Henry, I was just having a look around. Obviously, that PLO's going off. That Yoni is playing at 87 entries at the moment in that one. They've still got 50 minutes of late reg. Currently 29 playing.
87.
Nice little bounce. Wow. Yeah, but I'm keeping my eyes still on this 25k. There are 56 players with an hour and 17 minutes of late reg still to go. So it could go up to the same sort of number we saw last week of 70 players, and that'd be pretty incredible.
Is Yoni in the 25k? I got 5% of him. He just text messaged me.
Oh, is he
just
is he regged?
I don't know. You tell me. He just
Yes,
goes, "Oh,
he is.
really tough field, but we're in. Let's go."
Yeah, you're not going to like it because he's down to 500k already, but
yeah,
he's in. He's on a table with Elis, Vogelsang, Bonomo, Barry Hutter, Ali, and Dan Shack. So, yeah,
great table.
Not the easiest of lineups.
What's up, my man Andrew? Interdip said 900 bags. Is that like Gucci on discount? Don't know. It sounds like it. Jamie finished in 20th, boys and girls. Lost the flip for 15 bigs. Ace 10 against pocket 8s.
And then we made him commentate on a hand where Ace 10 played out against pocket 8s, because that's how cruel we are. And Justin, we met in the big blind here. Queen 10 of diamonds was tanking. I was wondering why. And Henry, let's just go. Wow. That is a lot of chips.
That's what these like 45 big blind rejam spots are all about. Just seeing someone like Justin just aware of the
But that was like
See,
60 odd blinds. That was a
1.4
monstrous
mil.
jam.
It's
Yeah.
45 bigs. Effective. Valentine and Jerry in the hand, 60 mil effective.
Oh, pardon me. That's Henry. This is why you're here, to put the old timer right. He loses his mind for a minute.
You're good. You're good. Unshook would say Queen 10 suited is a cheat code hand that's unbeatable. Especially for 40.
I've lost some money with that. I've lost some money with that hand.
You're not playing it right, James.
I'm a punter.
Just jam pre.
Mr. Beast. That would be a solid decade since I could do the old. Took that off. Wow, decade, yeah. Summer 2011.
As if Ivanovic
You
has
know-
just got the squeeze through there. What a life. And then just gets instantly rewarded with kings the next hand. Must be nice.
Actually, Henry, this person asking about my hair. It was actually quite a funny story. I'm in Vegas for the World Series, and I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she was like, "Yeah, like the hair. We got to talk about the hair. It's on the way out." Henry, she was like, "It's best just to bite the bullet and let's reveal the dome." So I've gone for it, and kind of like. You're in a house with a bunch of other lads, and no one else was there that day. So I've gone out and played that day's tournament, and I've come back in later in the day and not said anything, and I've just walked in the house, and they suddenly see me with all the hair gone, shaved off, and they're like, next thing I know, there's 4 guys chanting, "He's a baby, he's a baby." It's just the kind of support you're after.
Oh man.
Yeah, fun times indeed. Who needs friends, eh? Who needs enemies, even? There we go.
Who needs friends? Who needs enemies? All right.
Actually, I remember as well. Another follow-up for that, Henry. You like, it was I was supposed to be filming something for Full Tilt a couple of days later. I turned up to it, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to postpone this for a couple of days because obviously I had a slight tan line where I've been in Vegas for most of the summer, and then taking the hair off, there was a little difference." And they were like, "Probably best we wait to do this video for a couple of days because it might look a little bit better if you haven't got like anyone watches the PGA Tour, and like as soon as they take that hat off at the end of the round, it looks a little bit like that for a few days."
For a while, yeah.
Unshook one saying, "You're a baby." Yeah, just because, baby's got no hair. Like, they just, I look like a big baby.
Benjamin Button thing. Sounds like it. What am I saying? Henry, are you related to Kevin Kilbane? Yeah, third cousin, mate. Twice removed.
Valentine, start the day chip leader popping up under the gun, king, 10 of clubs. Ivanovic flicks in the call from the cutoff with ace, queen. Ender on the button. Going to do the same with ace 6 suited. Jerry in the big, king 7 of diamonds. Will this go 4-way? It does. And Jerry flops the flush draw. Dimitri top pair, top kicker. Henry even got a little piece of this, and Valentine the opener with backdoor clubs and kind of the semi-wrap around the queen.
The semi-wrap, James. I like where your head's at. You've been playing a lot of PLO recently. So I'm the exact same. See the king 10 of clubs in this spot. Alright, jack of clubs on the turn, anyone? Yeah, fun one. Fun one, 13-6 in the middle. Ender will probably fold with 2 behind if Ivanovic fires up. here with top pair, top kicker. Still got the RFI behind. Ace-6 just not really performing well on future streets.
Henry, quite a small sizing on this, giving us a full-way pot. Do we feel, or are we on board with this?
What is it? 4.5. And so a third pot? I think third's fine.
I suppose it. I mean, it's vindicated by the fact that a 6 folds, so it does suggest. The betting small does get results.
Valentine, curious with the King 10. Does let it go. And a question in the chat for you, James. How you going, mate? How you going? It's the Australian way of saying how you doing. I love it. Gonna have to make it a thing.
Big fan of it. How you going?
Dimitri with the size up as well. Setting up a really natural river SPR. Although, I don't think Joe's going to have many hands that stack off on river, right? Going to have a lot of mandatory flop calls, turn calls that fold rivers. Yeah. Actually, I mean, we have quite a few 2-pair. We have more 2-pair than Dimitri, I guess. You had goggle marks during EPT Snowfest, James, where you were out doing the James Bond stunt double stints.
Well, I just read that. I assume that's the Yorkie Puts I know, but I never once attended EPT Snowfest, so I claim that's nothing to do with me, Henry. That's a mistaken identity.
Okay.
Bizarrely, I never meant it to that one. That's a good tournament. I've been working on. Henry, I've been working on the powers that be. Obviously, we have events in Sochi. I'm working on the powers that be at Party to try and get us an event somewhere in the Alps. Like I think it's a missing thing. A winter tournament somewhere in the Alps, or ski resort. We got the Bahamas event. People like by the beach. It's all good, but we need the counter to that. Well, I see a question from Fox again asking, does anyone know if Dominic's still in? Well, we're going to switch tables. And there he is with 64 million in chips. This one, of course, the 8-handed table, Henry. And joining it with Francisco with top pair, top kicker. Firing away, Richard Mullen calling with the gut shot. Picks up the open ender on the turn. We may be jumping into a big one straight away, Henry, because these two have both got a lot of chips.
Yeah, 18.5 in the middle. Don't see an unfolding turn. Going to a river with 5% of the chips in play.
Yeah.
Let's just let it go. Okay.
All right.
Great fold. I mean, as you can see, 3 9s dead. So, I respect it. Great fold.
Yeah, obviously Henry calling the flop, thinking there's some other ways to win the pot. Once you start having to call turn bets, it's like, okay, we're giving Francisco respect for having a hand. Yeah, those after the password. Tomorrow, PS5 free roll. The password will be given out tomorrow with plenty of time for you guys to get in the mix.
Just looking at that 25k super high roller demps. Collected 1.4 mil already.
Yeah.
Pads, Ike, Dan Shack, Bonomo, Chris Brewer, Timothy Adams, Amakai Bearer in the mix as well.
Yeah, Amakai Bearer's got second biggest stack in the tournament. David Coleman is actually the chip leader. David Coleman we saw in the 25k last week. doing well, so in the mix again, but like you say, star-studded, as you would expect.
Couple of new names in there as well, Dempsey, that I don't recognize. Maybe we just haven't seen them in the events that we've covered up until now.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
couple I haven't seen in the party events.
Yeah. It was saying last time around we could probably guess like 90% of the field, but there's 3 or 4 names in there that I don't know. Yanni chipping up nicely. Let's go.
Yeah, your boy back up to 700k.
You imagine the scenes tomorrow doing commentary and Yanni's chip leading the final table.
Ah, I see someone in the chat here making reference to Martin on our table here, Martin Brinkman, saying Martin's in for $5. So, wow, if that's the case, here we go. Here's our story, Henry. I said we'd obviously get a lot more information tomorrow, but if this is true, and I mean, I have no reason to believe it isn't. Martin in for $5, guaranteed 43k at the moment, chasing down 892,000. This could be a hell of a story. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable, Henry. I mean, I was pushing the sats as hard as I could. You could be in for a $5 feeder, get into that 530, pick up your 5k seat, and then find yourself down to the last 2 tables.
Yeah, I'm just going through our main event sheet. All the players still in the mix. You know what I say about Twitch chat, though. It's been put in the Twitch chat. It's probably true.
Oh, so. I thought you were going to say you're just a non-believer, Henry.
No, not at all.
All right, well, nice. That's amazing to hear. Hopefully Martin keeps spinning, guys. $5 up to 43k so far. This is what can happen. And here is Martin with the Queen 10. Gonna pop it up, Henry. Now we've got someone to root for. I know you've got your boy Endrit in here, but now I'm all about Martin. Satellite hero.
Yeah, trying to see if I can find anything. As soon as we do get confirmation, chat will obviously we'll let you know.
Henry, Francisco cutting the 3-bet out here with the 2 queens, and then Oliver Weiss with 8s in the small and 30 blinds. He's going for it, Henry. Yeah, and it just kind of looked like a spot. And Francisco more than happy to oblige. We're going to see a monster pot here.
1-8 left in the deck. Both suits live. Wow.
Ooh, Henry, you threw it out there. You threw out the chance of the 4 flush. It materialized on the turn, but wasn't to be on the river. Oliver Weiss out in, I believe, Henry, 15th place. Picking up 43,000. The first to do so. As we work our way down to the final 9. Francisco up to 156 milli. By far and away the biggest stack on this table, Henry. But we saw the other table briefly earlier. We know there are some big stacks over there. Endrit, of course, the chip leader.
So we're down to 14. 5 more players to bus, and we got FT.
Yeah, that's right.
Pingu letting us know that it was Francisco who busted Jamie, who, if I'm not mistaken, was pretty short stacked himself before that hand against Jamie. Was sitting on around about 20 bigs.
Right. We may have the wrong Martin. Someone's saying in the chat. Well, we'll figure it out, Henry. It'll all get figured out before tomorrow.
We'll figure it out, chat.
Find out. Right, Martin in here with the 2 9s. Better than the 2 6s. Even better than the King Deuce.
Chef Brad making a great point, and always believe the chat. Weird one for Martin. I mean, sure, it's check through, but 3 overs to your pocket 9s. +1 open from Dominicus.
Yeah. Not a lot going on here.
Let's pretend this Martin's in for $5. I mean, chat. Let's pretend half the table are in for $5.
Here we go.
The best way to sweat it. Well, Douglas most likely going to welcome the walk. Homo keeping him honest. Completing with the deuce 9.
Yeah.
Feel the finger hovering over the all-in button with the 4s. You never love it. 14 left.
Yeah, that's one there, Henry. Where you're like, you're calling a jam from the small blind as well. You're just like, when they don't jam, you're like, yes, I get a chance to win this one without having to see 5 more cards.
Yeah, it's a pretty sick one. Just the hand shaking over the all-in button.
Look at that in the chat, guys. The boosted daily legends. Boosting those daily legend events on top of the regular prize pools. Adding all sorts of tickets to the mix. Get involved. So much added money to the regular tournament schedule on Party. I feel like sometimes, Henry, we neglect the regular schedule on here because we're always covering these huge events, but each week, 60k in tickets for the Legends itself. But I mean, there's just money all over the place, Henry, on Party in the regular tournaments. Just get involved, guys. Have a look. Have a scout around. Events to suit all budgets.
The big D7 saying would help if we don't have to hear Henry every 2 minutes. Thanks, mate. Appreciate your comment. Welcome to the stream. Demps, another one that you're paying off, yeah. You got on the payroll. And yes, chat. Final table tomorrow. Spicy river card, ace of spades. Just gonna earn a bit of money.
Yeah. And Dominic is, of course, going to check this one. Henry against the early position open that's checked back twice. Who is going to let them have a stab here?
It does go big. Wow, and a quick fold from Dominicus with the ace-jack, just not even interested in flicking in the call.
I'm confused, Henry.
I'm as equally confused, mate. I mean, so checks flop, checks turn. we river top pair, third nut kicker, and we're just snap folding against the chip leader that's going to be opening pretty wide, even from EP.
Yeah,
that's going to allow the door. I don't know, man. I don't know, chat. I mean, sick fold, right? Sick fold, but I feel like we're going to get pushed around a little bit if we're just folding ace-jack in that spot.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. That hand just kind of looked like a textbook where it'd been played, where it was going to run out. Yeah.
Bowie saying, I think you just have to click cool there. Does look good on camera when you just let it go. Lithuania Pro in the chat saying Dominica Super Pro from Lithuania. Easy read, easy fold. Well, thank you for clearing that one up for us.
There's the answer.
There's the answer, chat.
Dvoros getting involved from under the gun with the 7-8 suited. Here's a man who's familiar with these stakes, Henry. He's probably looking at this payouts going, huh? First is not even a million. What am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean, fresh off of his, what was it, 450k win a couple of weeks ago. Calling the action on that one where he just obliterated the FT of the Mike Sexton Classic.
Yeah, he just went through it, didn't he?
And then I don't think it was just the Mike Sexton. I mean, obviously, he shipped the Mike Sexton Classic, but then also had a deep run in. I want to say the 25k that we covered recently as well. Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know, no stranger to playing for huge sums of money. Absolutely loves it. Don't think he takes a day off either.
I mean, would you? These guys, they're robots, man. They just play, they play, they play. They play and they collect. And Herm, far enough with those 2 8s on the Queen 6-9. Very wet looking board, Henry, but I mean, it's just one we're going to attack, I guess, having opened. Probably going to not fire everything, Henry, but a hand like that still has enough equity. Still be called by some worse, I guess. See, Mr. Stompy saying, why have you not looked at the other table? We have. We jump between them. Oh, there you go. You've answered your question. Maybe you haven't been watching long enough. Yes. We will jump between the two tables as we whittle our way down towards the final table, guys. We have like the most amazing production team behind the scenes. It's not me and Henry who've put together this. All the graphics you see in front of us. They're keeping an eye on the two tables, and they're gonna move us to where they feel like the action may be best. They're looking at the stack sizes, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, they move us around. So hopefully, obviously, the goal is always to get those final couple of bust outs on a day like today, where we're working our way down to the final 9.
You're no stranger though, Demps, to production in the poker world, though, right? You know what it's all about.
Given I've dabbled, Hennes.
I know you've dabbled, don't you worry, my man.
I dabble. You know,
I think
the blind gets to £1 million,
it's
then they get me in. You know.
Yeah. I think it's a good one to get involved in, to be honest with you.
I'd say it's, yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, from a personal point of view, that was kind of wild. That was fun. Getting to work on that side of it, having not come from a TV background or anything, just being a poker bum, working suddenly on production of a huge event. It's fun, it's exciting. It's like people enjoy challenges, you know? And that's a new challenge. Look at this, Francisco going after Dominicus' open. Hey, Henry, if the guy's going to fold ace-jack on the river for one bet, I'm wouldn't be surprised to see him fold 2 5s having open on the gun, and wouldn't be a bad fold at all, especially considering Douglas has folded the other 2 5s in the big blind.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent hand selection as well from Francisco. Just attack this under the gun opening range and yeah, just gets through 170 mil. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think about that. With Endrit's stack, Francisco and Endrit have, what, a third of the chips in play with 14 left?
Yeah.
So could be a long old bubble, could be a long old waiting game with these short middling stacks.
Well,
wouldn't surprise
just as you
if
say
we're
that,
here for a few more hours.
Yeah, well, just as you say that, Henry, the blinds go up to 8-16, so just a little bit more pinch on them. Yeah, you know me, Henry. I always do my little calculations beforehand, and I had it sort of the 1 million, 2 million, or the 2 million big blind, or the 2.5 million big blind level. So the next level or the following one is kind of where I had it at. That keeps you around the 50 big blind average, but hey, you never know. And like we said with on that divorce day, Henry, it's like if the right person gets a big stack, it can go very quickly, and if the short stacks double up, it goes the other way. You can never be sure, but certainly Francisco playing his part with that big stack, Henry, really attacking, and assume Endra will be doing the same on the other table.
Yeah, Pingo just pointing that one out in the chat, so I'll say turning it up now, turning the heat up. The huge stack makes sense. Dominicus taking his spot.
Yeah,
just shy of 40.
It's one of those. A hand's good enough, isn't it, Henry? Obviously, you've got a slight concern. Richard can still call, but for the most part, you're not likely to be dominated by Richard. So you give it a go, and you know Francisco's
have many traps there in that spot.
Right. There's like potential, but not too likely. Might end up turning over jacks or tens, and then you take your chances, but.
Yeah.
Bar some little trap, or maybe I'm not sure what to do with ace king kind of coup. You're going to be all right.
Need to get you out there, James. Come on.
Man, these are fun.
When are we?
I tell you what, Henry, I got the real bug when we did the WPT Russia final table on Sunday. That got me going, man. I'm just want to get back there for some live poker.
Of course it did. Of course it did. Yeah, I reckon 6 more months, mate. I'd say until we get some on European soil. But nice to see that the one in Casino Sochi worked so well.
Yeah, certainly was. All right, Mullen has a stab with the straight blockers that Martin's after. Check calls with the King 10. Yeah, those joining Jamie out in 20th, unfortunately. He popped in here, had a little chat with us afterwards, which was very good of him. I think now be off for a little de-steam for the rest of the evening and jump back on the horse tomorrow. He picked up $35,084 for his troubles, so 7x the buy-in as the straight fills in on the river.
75% pot lead. I'm not really beating anything. I guess I'm just making up random combos of hands that Martin could potentially have, but in reality, we're not beating anything.
Trying to find something. You want there to be a bluff in there.
Always. I was like 10-9.
10-9.
10-9
Yeah.
doesn't lead for that size on the river. So I don't know, man. Right, it's time for Yoni to spin. Just FYI.
Yoni giving it a go in the 25k, up to 59 players over there.
How sick is
Henry
that?
is punted
So,
on a little Yoni piece. Yoni is currently the shortest of the remaining players, but hey, he's got plenty of skills about him, plenty of chances to double back up, and there's a few players coming in late reg all of a sudden in that one. So I'd be really impressed if they managed to beat the 70 from last week, but they're on course to do it, Henry. A 61 at the moment with 44 minutes to go. Literally just 3 or 4 players just moved in as I was talking.
Yeah, I think as Ike mentioned, people just showing up for these big events that the party have been putting on, and it's great to see the turnout and these prize pools being smashed as well. But yeah, Yoni going on an absolute spin. I mean, how great is it that we can have someone in the commentary booth who then just like goes and jumps in the 25k an hour later? Love to see it. Double barrel from Mulling going to get through. It's the flopped bottom pair to fold. Bowie wanted to see the old check raise. Was it bottom pair backdoor diamonds? That'd be pretty gangster. I'd respect it.
Oh, he's just always after blood. Dominikas popping up King 9 from the cutoff. And it is beginning. Yeah. But it does feel like, Henry, it's just beginning to slow a little bit. People can taste, they can smell the bigger payouts. We are, of course, at that 43k pay window. Final 11 jump up to 54. And then, of course, if you make the final 9, things start to get real serious.
Yeah, your mates and family already know that you're running deep in this. There's 14 left. Reality is 5 people aren't going to be coming back tomorrow, Dempsey. And we've all been there. You wake up, you got the text messages. Oh, how did you get on last night? Don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's always... Oh, it's just poker tournaments. The bittersweet, getting this deep. You get a nice payout, but it's not nice enough. Martin back in it. Francisco just loving getting involved, Henry. Flicks in the peel on the button with 6-7 suited. Wants to play as many hands as possible with that big stack. Why not, Henry? Get involved.
Yeah, rightly so. That's exactly what he should be doing. Makes a lot of sense. See a check multi-way on this ball texture from Martin at quite a high frequency. Just go with the complete whiff. Interesting spot for DD.
Hmm.
Don't mind blocking small, but I just think keeping the SPR as high as possible, kind of have just a great hand to bluff catch with as well on rivers. He does want to get a bit of protection. See 2 flush draws out there. Don't think Martin will be going anywhere just yet. Although obviously this lead from Dvoris is pretty strong. Yeah, always going to keep him honest here. 100% can't we sub? No need for you to sub, my man. The fact that you guys are here keeping us company is more than enough. Appreciate it though. And well, Grim River for Daniel. Both flush draws bricking.
Yeah.
Maybe see another small sizing again, Debs. I just goes check. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's weird, isn't it? Because it's the other candidate. You don't want to see a queen. You don't want to see the draws complete. And yeah, weird spot. Yeah, for DD, like you say, could block again. All those draws missing. You're going to have some bluffs, and some of them are going to want to bet really small potentially. But well, okay, well, this makes your life a bit easier.
Goes for the jugular. Yeah, on this type of board texture, 1.5x. Polarizing spot makes the most sense, especially when both flush draws brick, and the straight draws brick as well. Daniel going to have some bluff catches there. Another potential spot for Dvoris. This one's slightly shallower now. 21 bigs.
Yeah. And Henry against Francisco, we know he's been opening a really high frequency. Hasn't actually been crazy out of line, but the frequency's been very high, so can't really see Dvoris doing anything but go in this, can we?
Yeah, that's a great point actually, James. So when it does fold back round to Francisco, do we then call because Dvoris is going to be jamming all of his king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, some jack 10s, queen 10s in there, as well as some weaker ace-x. Do we take the spot for 21? Or
right, it's not.
Do we take the passive route, stack preservation, chip leader on the final table bubble?
Yeah, it's multiple ways to look at this, isn't it? Well, he does give it a spin, Henry, and it bricks out. And I was about to say that, of course, the downside of calling and losing is you create a little bit of a monster with Daniel Dvoris, a couple to your left, and getting him back in the game is always going to be slightly concerning because he is one player that is going to be tough to push around Henry. Oodles of experience playing for these kind of stakes.
Yeah, I think don't want to take anything away from the boys, but standard hand. Chip leader opening from the cutoff. As you already mentioned, Dempsey been pretty active up until now, so Dvoris obviously just print jamming there for 21 bigs with the ace-10. And yeah, I think due to the dynamics, the ace-9 is probably a call-off there for 20 bigs.
Martin with ace-king is going to see bet this 9-6-3, get home. Pin from the small. Looks like here, picking up backdoor spades and a flop check calls. This hand's getting a little out of line, Henry.
Some street poker being played, Zems.
Yeah, I mean, I love it.
Oh, well, we get to the river and we see that card. Although, not that relevant. 5 deuce, 7-5 shouldn't really be a part of anyone's range. But we're still all in. Dibs.
Boom. Have it. Let's pile the lot in. I mean, Martin's probably looking at this thinking, I don't know what he's thinking, to be fair, but don't know what hands check, call, flop, want to jam, river, but are there sets that are just, I mean, it's weird, right? We don't have, I don't know, what are the bluffs for that sizing? I mean, are we peeling 7-8 from the small? I mean, it's a weird one.
Dr. Hilo saying story doesn't check out. Well, managed to get it through. But yeah, Dempsey, I'm siding with you on that one.
All right, I see some in the chat. Richard Mullen for the win. Who are you guys rooting for? Who have we got? Who's everyone supporting in the chat? Let us know. Oh, Dominicus open-ended straight draw, Henry. Down to Voris. This is it. They've created the monster. They've given him top pair now against a hand that's going to continue.
I love how, you know, from, I don't know, a year and a half ago, we didn't used to get excited at these boards, on these boards, you know. Now, we see Dvoris, we see Dominicus, see top pair versus an open-ender, and you know, what's not to get excited about? Because we know all the chips can go in at some point.
You say we didn't. I've always got excited at these kind of boards of just open-ender with an overcard against top pair, 2 players in a pot. These, in my day, Henry, these were all in on the flop. These guys these days play a little too cautious for my liking, but Dvoris picks up trips on the turn. All right, I'm loving the chat. We got a broad range of players we're rooting for tonight. Nice to see.
I think Jake Spritzer's response is the absolute nuts. I agree with that one.
Yeah, it is a hell of a name.
Comes the hammer turn bet. Yeah, wow, he's just sticking around. All right.
Is it sticking around, and then does that? Do we have to bluff this card? I mean, do we have to bluff breaks at some point? Or...
Let's check it on over.
Yeah, best part of 2/3. Yeah, on the river. Dominicus, Queen High. One of those you're thinking, oh, just caught off a decent chunk of chips. Down to 50 mil, but still over 30 bigs, Henry. Loads of room to maneuver.
Yeah, plenty of time. For us just targeting some strong 9x that can't fold river. Where did Poker saying is Flynn's still in? Unfortunately, he bust out in a 19th, just one spot, or 18th, a couple of spots after Jamie Staples. Another person that's just been constantly knocking on the door, although he did have a pretty big score on Party Poker. I want to say 5-6 months ago, took down the 5k. Oh wow, what a life.
So Dominicus ran into trips last hand, now flops trips this, but unlikely to get much action here, Henry. Martin holding just Queen High, but for one blind, he's going to try.
Yeah, I mean, 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. We're calling 1. Jack going to be good, Queen going to be good most of the time because of our kickers. Mark is saying, is Kevin Hart still in? Question mark. Unfortunately not. Kevin Hart.
I haven't seen that one for a while. The odd, is Kevin Hart still in? It's
a great meme. It's a great meme.
It's almost fresh. It's almost fresh. Dominicus with a much bigger bet on the turn. This will seal the end of the hand. And it is the end of this section of play, Henry, because we have reached yet another break. Myself and Henry will be back in 5 minutes for more of this Millions Online while we play down to our final 9. As you can see, it's 34% equity. Would not be a bad spot to get it in at all. As it is, Sai at risk against Mark. Sai needs a 5 or spades here. King 9 deuce. Well, that pretty much seals it. Well, wait a minute. 4 on the turn, 3 on the river. Runner straight. King 9 deuce. Sai needed perfect, and he found it. And the 3-4 run out.
He'll make the call. Here we go.
8 call. Shown up.
Will they trade chips back and forth? Or will Romain Lewis get him again? Hakeem in good shape. Aces against 8s. Can the aces hold? Unlike his kings earlier.
The 9-8 suited would have been 22% against this.
Hakeem 6-5 deuce. Backdoor straight draws. Backdoor flush draws for Romain. Turn card 5. Needs an 8 and an 8 only to bust Hakeem. River card. Oh, it's an 8!
No way. Oh my God, so unlucky.
Hakeem loses with kings against Romain's 9-8 suited, then loses with aces against Romain's 8s.
Here we have Parker all in with King Queen of Hearts, and he's in terrible shape against the pocket kings of David. Oh, Queen 8 deuce, 1 heart, Tyler.
He's halfway there.
There's a chance. I'll take that.
Just one more heart, you know? No.
Oh, just a queen then. Oh, Parker will be the next man out.
Unbelievable.
It is a queen. Okay. It is a queen. Parker Talbot, King Queen against Kings, Rivers, chip, trip queens.
2 outs, so what? Saying they say in baseball.
Shouldn't have talked into drinking that, right?
Oh, he did double up, but still need 12 big blinds, Tyler.
We need a waitress. Excuse me?
She's not going to get you the drink in time, Talbot.
You want one?
No, but you know, I'll get a...
Scott. Does make the move all in. Scott, double check his cards and cool. And we're playing a monster pot here. Scott with just 9 million more than Danny. 800 million chip pot. The largest pot of the tournament. Over half the chips in play are in this pot. Well, whoever wins this pot is effectively playing Romeo heads up. Scott with just about a blind behind. 5, 5, 8. Wouldn't you know it? We got a split chance. Just got to bluff through against Scott. Well, that is a bad card for him. Scott has the nut flush draw now, so 10 of hearts no longer an out. He's putting the jacket on. 8 or deuce would still be good for a chop. Needs 10 of diamonds or 10 of clubs for the win. 10 on the end. Wow. That is disgusting. That is filthy, filthy luck. All right, guys, welcome back to this, the Millions Online main event. Henry, it's day 3, which means we're playing down to the final, and, well, we're nearly there. Look at that, he's getting his dancing on, guys. He's getting his groove on.
I mean, how can you not get your groove on for this one, Dempsey? 5k, massive turnout, 900k up top, got some heroes still in the mix. And, yeah, I mean, at the moment, the table that we were looking at, can see Dominicus going on a bit of a run, Voris getting that double up just before break as well. See someone that's extremely dangerous with chips. It's going to be an exciting final table bubble because these guys take their spots, James. You know, Voris isn't trigger shy. He'll take a 40 big blind rejam spot if he needs to.
Yeah, you're right, and that's the point you often make, Henry, with these. You know, we do see that in these events. The players, hey, we recognise it bubbles and whatnot, but they're still going to take their shots, exactly like you say, Henry. They're not scared. They're not afraid. They just try and maximise the pressure, and that means sometimes a not so good hand runs into a premium. But we are going to rejoin that same table, Henry. It looks like we've got Mullen popping up with Queen 10 of Hearts. Still playing, of course, 800k, 1.6 million. Interesting, Henry, the next level up is quite a chunky one. We go to the 1 mil, 2 mil, and if we still have 14 left at that point, that really will hurt some of these players. We see, you know, Douglas, Herm both would be sub 20, Dominicus with just over 20 if that was the case. Right now, all a little bit more comfortable than that.
Yeah, I mean, those blind level, wow, what a flop, man. I was just about to comment on the blind level increases as well, but we just get top pair backdoor hearts against bottom set.
We get blood.
40 bigs going to the flop. Go small, 25%, 30%.
Yeah, Henry just bomb sets one of the dreamy hands you get to raise, isn't it? You unblock the better hands, you get to have so many like ropey bluffs on this board. Your opponent opening from that position gets to have a lot of Queen X. Gets to have some big hands as well.
Yeah, James, I think we're going broke here, mate. Martin's going to have, you know, some 6-7s, 6-4s. Some ace-4s, ace-deuces, although I think a lot of those probably just call. And yeah, on this turn card, James, is this showers? Is this showers for Richard? Needs to find a heart.
Well, yeah, I mean, just gets a call. Not necessarily showers. I mean, yeah, maybe the opposite, Henry. Who knows? Maybe a heart rips off.
You sicko, James. What are you calling? Like the Jack of Hearts just rolling off?
I mean, that would be sick. That would be a brutal, brutal beat. But, okay, the 6 comes. Now, this is a card that may save Richard, of course, with a lot of Martin's bluffs, Henry. Hands that have a 4 in it, right? Hands that have now got there.
Yeah, chat asking for the 5 of hearts for the memes. Yeah, Martin, just aware that Richard should never really doesn't really retain many 4x in his range. Get to the river. Guess some ace 4 of hearts. Well, I say some. Ace 4 of hearts. The only combo that really gets there.
Right. Yeah, that's just one, like you say. He gets to have all the advantage, doesn't he? He gets to bluff with some 4s. His opponent never has a 4. He gets to have all those little sets down there, the way he played it. Daniel Dvoris. He's got chips, Henry. He's got over 50 bigs. Now he gets to play some hands.
Martin fresh off flopping a set. Always going to peel.
Yeah.
I guess
Go back to
there's
back.
some merit. Yeah. Let's see the merit in 3-betting, but you just open the door. Yeah, I think flat calling.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, mate. I think it's just a flat there. A flat he does, and he sees 10-5 deuce, which isn't a bad looking board for 2-8s, but Dvoros with a 10. Man, I keep saying it, but they've opened the door for Dvoros to become a force.
There we go. See, James, this is why we should 3-bet.
I mean, you're right. There is, there is something to that.
I saw a text message from you on break. What were we saying?
Oh, I was sweating your boy, our boy, but specifically your boy this evening, Yoni. He's he's making his way in that 25k. He's getting back towards the starting stack. I know you bought a little piece. Got to be sweating him. And Henry, Martin gone for the check raise with the 2-8s here. This is a little unorthodox, but I guess it makes it kind of a little bit easier to play in the sense that you kind of knock out hands that might have got there now, like a hand like King Queen perhaps that's stabbed and ends up catching. You get to protect against that, but now he's been called. Guessing just kind of has to give up on these 2-8s.
Yeah, it's gone for the old kind of check raise one and done, I guess. Feels like a hand that needs protection, but then at the same time is strong enough to just call versus a c-bet. Keeping the weaker parts of Dvoros' range. Does check through on the turn.
Yeah.
Potentially see a block,
maybe,
but
it's maybe Henry one of those once in a while check raises with the 2-8s. This it does have some merit, but probably not as a
100%. Yeah.
General line, and there you go. Well, it does go check, and he's ended up doing 16 million in the pot that he may well have done more if he hadn't check raised. So, just lose it. But look at this now. Hey, he's marching, Henry. He's marching. Dvoros over 100 mil. Although one assumes he's going to open this one up and lose some chips because, well, I can see a number of things here happening here actually. Dominicus has got playable hand. Martin's got playable hand. Richard Mullen's got ace king in the big. We know that one's going in.
Yeah, curious. I guess the King 9 just gets binned pre. Martin with the decision on the button. Don't think we're ever folding Queen Jack suited this deep in position. Be an absolute disaster if Dominicus finds the... I mean, we're never jamming here, right? We do go for the 3-bet though.
Kind of spicy. I like it. I mean, Mullen's going to fire this one in over the top, and Dominicus is going to feel a little bit sick.
So it's got under the gun open, cut off 3-bet for a 25 big blind stack. You're there with the ace king O. Call the flatmates over. Pray to
Ace
RNG's
King O, Henry. It's Ace King O. Here we go. Fire it in. Pray for the folds.
In she goes.
Pray for the Ace Queen call.
Yeah, we're more than happy to take this down. What, pick up 8 bigs? 8.5 bigs? Uncontested? Yes, please.
Yeah, not going to be anything but a fold here. And Henry and stream viewers, I'm afraid, I have some bad news to report from the 25k. Oh boy. Oh boy, Yoni. He said it was going to be a tough field, but he decided to jump in there and, well...
Did you see the hand?
No, I didn't see the hand. Was it a sickener? Tell us all about it, Henry. Tell us.
No, I didn't see the hand either. That's why I was asking, because I thought you might have the table open.
No, just the lobby. I just see his name unfortunately popping out in 30 seconds. Still 20 minutes of late race to go there and 65 players in.
That's pretty
Very
crazy.
Strong
Yeah.
field. I'll keep an eye on that. 18 left. Oh, Yoni's having a bad time, but just busted out in the 2K Omaha knockout as well. Bad couple of minutes for the man who was doing commentary earlier this evening. And thanks once again to Yoni. Always good to have him in, Henry. He's like the PLO boss, but he's not bad in this game either, is he?
He's really chilled as well. Just comes in, chills out, answers all the tough questions, leaves. I respect it.
Yeah, that house he's in, obviously, I reckon it's probably quite a chill place. You know, they just all they were just lying around, playing high stakes PLO, just relaxing.
It's probably one of the sickest grindhouses in the world at the moment. Could think of a couple that are probably on par with it, but yeah, it's a sick setup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what amazes me more, like those guys or Henry, your knowledge of the grindhouses around the world. I mean, I feel like you're a window into the grindhouse world, man. You bounce around them. You've been to a few in just the last couple of months, man. Why not, eh?
Slept on a couple of the sofas. Yeah. Normally you just like pick up the cleaning bill fee for the week, or depending on how long you're staying there for. Because they never want like rent from you, but they're like, yeah, just get the cleaning lady bill. Like, how much is that? Asking with friends, like, oh, it's like 500 a week. I'm like, wow, an Airbnb would have been cheaper.
Brilliant.
Might just be an open rip here, ace-9. Do we want to induce for 20? I don't know. I think this kind of situation, 14 left, 900k up top, because on the money bubble, I think we just prefer open ripping.
All right. Don't want to encourage anything.
Definitely don't want to encourage anything. Really shallow stacks to this table, Demps, as well. I mean, just looking around, the blinds going
pinching.
up, 3 sub-20s now.
Yeah, the blinds will be going up again in about another 10 minutes to that 1 mil, 2 mil. I think I'm guesstimating with our delay.
Hey,
all right.
Bamalam.
2 10s. In we go. Bamalam, there we go. I was scanning everywhere but the bottom of the chat, Henry. Welcome back. One of our regs. Nice to see you guys in here. Nice to see some fresh faces as well. Let's just go to 6s. Pop it up. Dominica's getting ever shorter, Henry. Been a bad sort of 30 minutes. Really, ever since the Queen 10 pill, Henry, and it came Jack 9, I think was sat at about 70 mil at that point, and it's just been downhill since then.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for him. Picked a couple of great spots. The Ace Queen O earlier on. Yeah, break a couple of draws and whatnot. It's pretty tough. Oh, manages to avoid going broke here. Guess had the open been from late position, the 4s would have been going in. Would have been like cut off versus big blind. And, well.
Yep.
When it's not your day, it's not your day.
I was just looking around to see if it could happen any other way, but it's not going to, is it, Henry? This is a raise, it's a jam, it's a call, and it's a hunt for a jack.
Yeah. I was just looking at it blind versus blind. I was like, oh, maybe we'll double up. Ace jack versus queen jack. Then I see the ace queen. Gonna be some chop out opportunities, but yeah. Well, GG's boys. Talk about biggest spots of your careers. 14 left. Hundreds of thousands of dollars up top. Well.
Had outs, Henry. Had outs. Needed a king, needed an 8, but it was the jack. A little too late. A little too little, a little too late. A little too everything, Henry. Not enough. Dominicas out in 15th place, yes, sorry. No, 14th place, in fact. There we go. Get with it, James. Come on.
Yeah.
43k. Henry, you know, it's getting it's not late yet, but it's getting late for me here. You know, you're fresh as a daisy there, living life in Vegas with what we gather is a wonderful view behind you of the Vegas Strip that you're having to deal with the Party Poker Sky City behind instead.
Well, you can see it, right? That is the Vegas Strip right behind me.
I mean, it could well be. Give it another 3 decades, and it may well look like that. Nothing would surprise me. Richard Mullen popping up the Jack 10 suit under the gun. Douglas coming out with an all-in 3-bet off the short stack. One of those. Find the kings. You're more than happy, but 20 bigs, there are some nice scenarios where you could get this in. Unlikely to happen here.
Let's just let it go.
Popping up, ace 8. Gonna try and get one through. Martin on the button, ace deuce suit. Decides just to flick in a peel, Henry. Could have seen a little skullduggery there, perhaps.
I was thinking that in the previous hand. Richard opened the Jack 10 suited. Douglas obviously clicking it with the kings. We did have Martin in the small blind with the suited ace. Could have been a fun one. Top pair versus top pair, not flush draw.
Yeah, it's a good flat now for sure, Henry.
They are going to chop this one up. Unless Hermo can find a non-spade queen or 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Martin can find a spade.
Or the deuce. They both got some. It's like one of these currently chopping, but they both got plenty of outs here, Henry. It's like one of the Omaha ones where you both got the improvers on the nuts. The 2-way improver. Well, it bricks, it checks. They get thrown 10 mil apiece, and we move on to the next case.
Don't say the bottom cast has black eyes. I know, mate. It looks fucking shocking on stream. It's really dark in here. I got this up against the sun, but trust me, I'm alright. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I haven't been beaten up. It's just the light.
Popping up king, Jack Mullen with ace king in the small 30 bigs. Let's see, I assume Henry, we're just going to go for a sizing that kind of tries to induce something. 30 bigs. we're willing to risk going broke. But no, it just goes for the jam. Okay, I wasn't sure, Henry. I thought one of those with 6 left, you probably want to favour the jam, but with 2 tables left, maybe more willing to get some action, although all that dependent on your stack size relative to others, of course.
There's been a couple of spots where, yeah, if we'd been a bit deeper, yeah, could have seen some coolers, but due to obviously the fact that we're down to the final 13, some of these short stacks, not going to see many flops at this stage of the tournament, Debs.
We're going to with these 2 hands though, Henry. Blind on blind. Ace King for Dvorak pops it up. Herm Peels in position with 9-10 of hearts. Flops middle pair open in a straight draw. Dvorak with the gut shot, Henry. The ace of clubs. We could see some fun stuff here. I mean, the most fun for Dvorak would be that queen, but well, a king will do. Top pair, top kicker, gut shot. Henry going over half pot on this very coordinated board, especially in a raised pot. Makes a lot of sense. Jack repeats on the river. Not card either's going to have too much of, right, Henry? When it's been a check flop.
What, the Jack of Hearts on the river?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's still a decent amount of Jack X in there.
From Herm?
From both.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's still a decent amount of Jack X. And then for both players, let's let it go.
It does indeed. They've made him into a monster. Henry, that 25k is at 67 players. 10 minutes to go. I want to see if it can get past the 70 of last week.
70? Yeah.
I think it's right. It's going to be right around that number, isn't it? You know, you're going to get a couple of last minute entries.
They're turning up in force.
Andreas Nemeth, Amakai Barrera, Dave Coleman. The ones leading the way there at the moment. 2k PLO down to the final 16 near the money bubble.
These are the moments, Dempsey, you look back on in a couple of years at careers that have been make Henry? make or break situation points in one's career.
You're not wrong. Yeah. Someone like Daniel Dvorak, today's just another day. For most of these guys, though, it's going to be, as Henry says, defining. Could run it out here, pick up a huge score, buy a house, and have a nice bankroll to carry on with.
Yeah, all paid up. Paid off.
It's the fun, man. It's the fun. It can happen in poker just like that. You can be having a really bad few months and bang, one tournament spins it all around for you. And speaking of money though, Henry, we are sort of closing in on that pay jump. As I said, top 11 is the next jump. 54k from the 43 that are at now. So we're getting towards one. But understandably, things have slowed. With such a good structure, Henry, 40-minute levels.
Yeah, Douglas does get there, going to win that showdown. Be a small one.
And I see some people a bit asking about the other table and I can kind of say, obviously, you got Proudfoot on there. We got We Met. Kaznetsov, the guy who started the day as the chip leader, he's in there. Christian Rudolph, Dmitry Ivanovic, but it is Endrick still out in front over there with over 200 million chips, by far and away the tournament chip leader. And now, Henry, how do I say Endrick's last name? You
Getchy.
Getchy, okay. Yeah. Endrick Getchy, the chip leader. Far and away chip leader. Yeah, in fact, he's approaching a quarter of the chips in play, Henry.
Is this ending tonight? My man.
Yeah, if this was ending tonight, Henry, I'd need an IV drip of coffee, I think.
I don't think that would do it, mate.
I don't think so either. I don't have it in me. I was very impressed with you, Henry, on Sunday. Logging on at 2 in the morning to do commentary, sleep all over the place, but battled on through. I mean, I'm not here fishing for sympathy from chat, but you know, it's a tough thing to do when you get tired. Talk constantly about poker, you know, you just want to chill out when you're tired. Henry was...
I don't think. Yeah, I think like the biggest problem is kind of what Ike pointed out, is that you're so used to just being absolutely wired and focused when you play poker that when you then have to call the action on a game that you're not involved in, there's no, you know, financial incentive and whatnot for players doing well or players doing badly. So it's pretty draining in that sense. It can be pretty draining in that sense. We did just lose a player, I believe. Did we? Did someone just get moved? Have we got 2 tables of 6 now? Or am I?
No, yeah, we're the same as we were, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think everyone at home can relate. You know, when you're grinding and you're closing in on a final table and you're just super focused.
It's so good, isn't it? You can't get tired in that spot. You're just so excited.
Yeah, the
adrenaline. Martin, diamonds. Going to check back the ace jack 10 against the small blind peel. Does make a lot of sense, Henry. We know the small blind's going to connect with this texture a lot. But it's hard to think of many hands that have missed this board from the small blind, right? Ace jack 10.
Yeah, normally we block some of the, well, pocket 8s, pocket 5s as well. Although I think 5s is probably folding out there.
All right, the delayed pot size C-bet. I love this, Henry. I love it. All right, Francisco, what are you going to do now with your 10? 10 in the gut shot, no less. Nicely done. I really like that, Henry.
Played C-bet on a big one, getting through. Who we got, chat? Who you rooting for? Does he have the Dvorak spin? Hammer and Douglas have also chipped up a little bit as well. Down to around 30 mil, 35 mil.
Yeah, it gets hard, doesn't it, Henry? You're playing short-handed, you're playing 1 mil, 2 mil. There's no hiding. But yeah, I mean, this table, Henry, almost like by virtue of the fact that Endrit on the other table has so many chips, do you feel like it changes your play a little bit on this table? Like no one really wants to kind of rock the boat. You assume Endrit's putting a lot of pressure on the guys on the other table, so you're thinking, well, I can... It's like the carnage will happen over there. I don't have to try and force the action here. Is that a mindset you might have in this spot?
That's definitely something to take into consideration, right? Because it doesn't seem like anyone's really going after it at this table. So if you have got the other table up, which I assume everyone does, and they see Endrit just hammering away both pre and post, then playing somewhat passively makes sense. Boris with the turn lead, by the way, with the gut shot, gets called by the turn bottom pair of Francisco and just drills the 4 of hearts on the river.
Easy game. Anyway, easy game. And yeah, I don't want to say too much about the other table in case we switch over there at any minute, but let me tell you that one thing I will say is Endrit not only does have the chip lead over there, but he has almost 4 times the chips of the second biggest stack on that table, just to give you an idea of the domination. So, you know, it's not a case of, like here we see Francisco has plenty of chips, but not a lot more than Daniel. No, over there, Endrit can really put everyone on the table in a spot in every single hand.
That's pretty crazy.
I mean, and this is it. We were talking to Henry earlier. What's going to happen? What dynamics form with 2 tables left? And that is the one you want to be in. You've got quarter of the chips in play at the tournament. No one on your table is close to you. No one on your table is average chips. You just get to go absolutely bananas on them. And he'll just be happy for this to go on as long as possible because chances are going to get to that final table with an even bigger lead.
People asking us to switch tables. Don't worry, boys and girls. We've been mixing up. Keep an eye on the out table. There's something going down.
Yeah, we bounce around. I mean, we may get back there. I don't know if their action's necessarily going to be substantial over there, given everything I just said. I mean, they're kind of all in the cage that Endrit's built them. You're more likely to see some clashes over here, I'd have thought. Speaking of clashes, here comes Homo out of the small with ace-queen suited popping up. I say clash. Francisco's opened the 5-6 suited, so this is far from a clash. But Bebo asking how Jerry's getting on. Jerry's still in the mix. Again, I'm not going to potentially give any stack spoilers other than, of course, we've got the chip leader over there. So, but I saw they're still in. They're battling for one of those 6 shorter stacks. We're playing down Henry. Millions online day 3. They're working their way towards the final table. But, hey, we couldn't all make it this far. But there are better events. Better events? Probably not better events than Millions Online, Henry. I'm lying. But there are some more events coming up in the near future. The WPT 500 and the Irish Open Online. They're the ones that stick out for me. Available to have a peruse in the lobby. Get yourselves qualifying for those. Much more manageable, Henry, to satellite into a 500 or the Irish Open being a 1K. They're events you can get in. Decent chance of getting in for not a lot of money and then having a shot at some big payouts.
Yeah, and the WPT 500, that knockout, just get in there, get a couple of bounties, free roll the tournament. One of my favourite things to do in poker.
Yeah, your man last summer WPT Online series. Dan Smith, not that Dan Smith. This is a different Dan Smith, but yeah, basically having that exact mindset. Won a 3K seat. Wasn't sure which of the 3K WPT main events to play. Thought, I know, I'll fire off the bounty tournament because, hey, if I just get a bounty, I'll get a bunch of money and that'll do me. Ends up winning the whole thing, beating Manik heads up, right? I think it's Manik.
Yeah.
Take down a WPT title. I mean, that's just awesome. Literally, I'm going to play this event because all I have to do is not one person out and get a return. Oh, no, I'm just going to win a house and be a WPT champion. Thank you very much. Can happen, guys. Can happen. Martin with a 3-bet from the small 2 jacks. I see question about Usman. No, Usman was out in 16th place, unfortunately. Was on that pay bubble, as it were. The last person to receive 35k before we jumped up to this 43k payout.
Douglas now sub 20. Shortest stack at the table by quite some margin, with the blinds going up to 1 mil, 2 mil. It's about, what, 550 big blinds in play? 13 left.
Yeah.
A final table average. So you reckon we're knocking on the door here, don't you? For the final table bubble.
Yeah, I thought it was this. I thought this level or the next. Obviously, there's still 13 in, and you never know. But I mean, it really does start to pinch, doesn't it? Especially you think, Henry, if you get down to even shorter handed at these tables, and you know, like you say, these guys know their spots, Henry. They just have to jam sometimes, and you can go in. What we got going on here, Henry? We are devoid of clashes at the moment. Richie with 2 sevens in the small.
It's been a good couple of hours for Martin and Francesco, just kind of just chipping away, picking their spots. BD's managed to separate himself from the rest of the guys. 45 bigs doesn't look like much compared to some of the other stacks in this tournament, but as we said on the other table, we've got Endrit with a quarter of the chips in play with 13 left. So wouldn't shock me if Daniel's in like 5th place with this chip stack.
Yeah, easily, yeah. But this is it. The spots we're talking about. Richard's, I want to assume, is going to take this spot, and you know, sometimes you get it through, sometimes you run into it, but that's what they do, Henry. You've got to be willing to gamble 20 bigs.
Willing to gamble, or willing to take the plus EV lines. It's a fine line. Sometimes it's a punt, sometimes it's a genius play.
That one definitely was the genius play. That was a slam dunk jam and turns 40 into 53 without showdown. Much to the chagrin of the other players. They're looking now to get to that final 11 for a pay jump. They're looking to get to that final table for a big pay jump, and then a chance to ladder up, and then perhaps start the spin up, Henry. It's ladder up stage 1 of the final table, spin up stage 2, close it out stage 3. That's your 3-stage strategy to winning final tables, boys and girls. I've never given out those tips before. You're getting it for free tonight. Like, that is it. 3 stages to winning a tournament.
It's that simple, boys and girls.
It's easy as that. I see a question, is Dominicus still in? No, Dominicus was the last person to bust, unfortunately, in 14th place. Had a kind of torrid spin down almost. And then, out with the ace-jack versus ace-queen in the end. All right, Jamie Nix in the chat. Good to have you with us, buddy. Team Endrit. Fair enough. I think there's a lot of Team Endrit. Here we go. Almost got 5-9. We've got 0 outs. We've got 0 equity. We're having a go and we're winning the pot.
We got 6 outs. We're in.
I was like, do we? And I was like, you meant, yeah, we can pair up. I like it. All right, Mart's got ace 10. Richard's got the aces. Yeah, I like it. Are we trapping here, Henry?
With the aces, 24.
Yeah.
Couple of short stacks behind, actually, Dems. That's a great point. Douglas with a rejam stack, even Herman with a rejam stack, 30 bigs. When Richard does flat, obviously opens up the door for a lighter 3-bet squeeze from Forrest, and obviously see that this probably going to just fold through. Don't see Douglas defending the King 4-0. Does just let it go. Would have flopped top pair, saved himself a few chips.
Got a shot from Martin, but
yeah, has equity.
As much as a good flop, obviously you've got some concern when you get peeled by someone off that stack. They're going to have some traps. They also get to have some of these Broadway hands, Queen Jet suited, King Queen, King Jack, these kind of things that have got ahead of you. But hey, going to give it a go. Still get to bet out what some pocket pairs perhaps. And again, if you ever get hands like a hand like King Jack, Henry, you got okay equity with Ace 10, right? We can catch an ace, we can catch a jack.
Yeah, I like the larger sizing on this board texture as well. Kind of mandatory range c-bet, in my opinion. Diamonds is spicy. Let's see if Martin continues. Wouldn't surprise me to see him fire, but it does decide to just slow things down, as James already mentioned. A board texture where Richard off this stack depth. I'm going to be in there with the 5-6 suited. Have a lot of sort of suited broadways. Stronger ace-x. Actually, that's not true. Stronger ace-x are probably just jamming pre.
Yeah.
Ace Queen, Ace Jack suited, Ace King O, it's all going in.
Yeah, Ace Jack might not, but you got to think the rest would. Doesn't have about the 7 mil. This, yeah, is the end of this. Henry, Reg closing that 25k. It got 70 players. It's a carbon copy of last week. Incredible stuff.
Way.
Yeah, 525 up top again. It all sounds too familiar. Same thing, you know, exactly the same. 525 up top, 59k min cash. It's like Groundhog Day.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Exactly the same. 70 players. Well done to Party again on that one, and well done to everyone in the mix playing in it. Good luck to them. Top 11 paid, 26 paid. We'll leave them be for a while. I was really hoping that would get up to the same number, Henry, and it's just great. Like, one re-entry, getting 70 players. It's a lot of uniques in there. High roller scene alive and well on Party. I say the high roller, the super high roller, because this 25k is very big buying in the live arena. It's massive online. But Henry, it's not the biggest though, is it? It's not the biggest because we've got another one coming up next week.
It's not, mate. It's not.
A little 100 beaner. Are you going to give that one a go, Henry? You going to fly back out the US so you can get in the mix, or are you going to leave that one to me?
I don't know, James. It's been a while since we've had you bless our screens with your talents, other than
has been a while.
Commentaries. Has been. God, what a grim run out for her, man. Just drills the. Oh, sorry, he's got 2 pair. I do apologise.
Yeah,
drilled the 2 pair.
Dreamy run out.
Great river. Okay.
The opposite be true. The best river.
Wow. There we go.
Pot gets called. Hermo up to just shy of a hundo. Henry, you're saying he's doing the right things, just nipping around, spinning about, and there we go. To 100 mil.
Yeah. Things you love to see. your opponent rivering top pair when you have 2 pair. I think you're saying massive pots every pot. Not quite. Probably be over and done with if that was the case, but we're getting there.
Hummer, one of what, 2 Brazilians left in the mix, 3 Brazilians left in the mix of the final 13. And we were talking about it the other week, weren't we, Henry? But it's really you see these places like Brazil that really now churning out some top quality poker players.
Oh, all day. All day. Some absolute crushers. Grinding in Brazil.
Gone are the days, Henry. You see that Brazilian flag on the table. It used to be easy money. Now it's like, oh, hang on a second. Let's be careful here.
Oh, I mean, you still love it.
You're gonna get action, right?
You still love to see a Brazilian flag, but there are some absolute wizards coming out of Brazil. The same with every flag, boys and girls, alright? The only ones you got to watch out for is the Finnish and Norwegian armadas. See those guys at your table? Run a mile. Anyone else?
Run.
You're fine.
And hide. Duck and cover. Just get safe, guys. Get safe when they come marching.
The Finnish armada. Douglas is going to need to find a spot soon. Big blind coming round. Chilling on 17.5. Probably the shortest, or if not, at least 12 or 11 of 13. Double barrel should get the job done. Forest closing in on that 100 mil club. Coming up to another break. It's been a while since we've lost someone.
Yes. Work that out. I mean, Dominica's busted a while back, and then after, even before we lost Dominica's, it was a long time till we lost someone. Oliver Weiss was the one out before that, and that seems like a long time ago.
Wow, wasn't he like chip leading massively at one point during the day?
DeForest just flat in here. Henry, ace, queen from the big, exactly like we're saying. You got to play a little coy here. They're 2 of the biggest stacks on this same table, just flats, and that allows Francisco to flop. The open is straight draw with the flush draw, Henry. Just bets big into a ball that's supposed to favor the big blind.
Yeah, DeForest. 2 overs. See, massively underreps his hand pre by just flatting out of the big. But yeah, just happy to give that one up. Doesn't want to tangle.
It's tough, isn't it?
Francisco.
Well, relatively big sizing. Mullen raising up king queen on the button, couple of blinds with 30 behind. Scoops the little one in. And just looking at some of these guys, Henry Mobson, goes without saying, Henry, we're in for some career-defining score tomorrow, potentially for some of these players. Mullen again with the 10s. Going to pop it up. Home over 2 5s in the small. Mullen opening off over 30.
Yeah, never going broke with the 5s. Wow. Boys and girls. What do I know?
Yikes.
Maybe we are.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, are we? I mean, we 3-bet, but surely it's not a 3-bet to go with.
Well, so you're folding 5s after 3-betting, Debs?
Well, I wouldn't be 3-betting, but if I had, I don't think I'm 3-betting to induce. I mean...
Yeah, I agree. I think just playing a 3-bet or fold strategy out of the small makes sense. Don't want to have many flats from the small. Maybe some like 8-7s, Jack 10s, suited broadways. But yeah, 3-bet folding the 5s. Richard up to 84 mil and instantly rewarded the pocket 8s. But I guess Queen Jack gonna go in the bin, one would assume. Martin always going to defend. Case 6 needed.
It is in there though, Henry. It is in there. Not going to find out this one though. The 10 deuce deuce and flop that may see Martin lose a few more.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. Richard going to be continuing with a lot of his ace-x Broadway type hands. Obviously never going anywhere versus the one big C bet.
No. And as Mark, we saw earlier, check raise from the small blind on the 10-5 deuce, and here we go. Similar scenario, Henry.
Yeah, you do see it quite a lot on these paired boards. Just trying to get a bit of protection from, you know, the broadways of the world that we mentioned, the ace-highs of the world that we mentioned. It does, you know, make it difficult to proceed on future streets, especially when a card like this rolls off. Even when a card like a, you know, a 5, a 4, or 3 rolls off. But yeah, if you look at the solvers, it's going to be in there at a decent frequency.
And Mullen then Henry just, let's start getting some chips in here. Let's try and get him if he's got a 10. Doesn't get anything more than that was already in the pot.
Yeah, I like the turn sizing from Richard. Pingu saying, oh dear, my paired board.
Hendrick's still running away with it on the other table. Got just under $250 million chips.
Mental. Absolutely mental.
See a question in the chat. Is Demetrius still in? Yes, he is one of the victims on the other table, Henry. Probably getting bashed from pillar to post by our chip leader. Homo popping up this ace-7 Francisco in the big with 10-8. Francisco, one of the ones who was one of the early leaders today. And he's kind of stayed up there throughout. He played a lot of hands since having a stack as well. Not sat back on that big stack, Henry. Played it very well.
So there's 400 mil on this table, so 700 million on the other table. So definitely have shorter stacks in this one, I assume. But then obviously with Endrit having 250 of the 700 over there, a couple of short stacks on the other table.
Yeah. It does indeed skew things. All right, guys, it is time for another short break. So myself and Henry will be back in 5 minutes for more of this Millions Online main event.
Jacks down to 2 aces. Makes it 110K. Reese right behind him with the ace-6 of diamonds.
Problematic here for Ryan Reese. Mateos opening in a wider position. Can certainly have a lot of riffraff here. Nice discipline lay down by Reese.
Disciplined indeed. Just Dimitar Donchev with the Jack-9 of spades.
Gonna get involved with this
Come
stack,
along.
huh? On the button.
Just
Jack
a million
suited.
behind. Party Poker Team Pro, Roberto Romanello,
Yeah,
the
nice
10-9
price.
off.
Let's go ahead and call C3, 10-9.
3-handed to this flop.
Oh my
Jack
goodness.
6 deuce with 2 spades. Dimitar top pair and a flush draw.
The dream flop for Dimitar. Hard to hit it any better than that.
Mateos' aces still best.
Incoming. Here we go, right away. Anticipate Mateos, Dimitar. This money is going in. I see no reason whatsoever for Dimitar not to move it in. Perhaps he thinks his hand is so strong he could simply just call one more time. And he will just call. In his mind, he is absolutely trapping.
Roberto out of the way. Three clubs on the turn. Mateos' hand still best.
And what's so difficult when you play against a guy like Adrian Mateos, his skill set, his caliber of play, he probably aware that Dimitar has a variety of flush draws here. We can rule out the times that he may have a set. I don't think that he should be calling with a pair like 2s or 6s. Perhaps it's pocket jacks, but maybe even something like King Jack, and I anticipate the money simply to just get in the middle.
Yeah, Adrian says all of it. Dimitar says, okay, let's go. He'll need a little bit of help on the river. You see it on the bottom left corner of your screen, 13 outs. Needs to find a jack, a 9, or a spade. Will Adrian's aces hold up?
Yeah, 30% equity. Here we go.
River card. 7. Reese about 15 bigs behind. Comes King 10-5, top pair for Roberto.
Roberto is so fascinating to me. Defending the King 6, Reese with a really nice check back here with Ace Jack, and my goodness, just buries the
Turns
biscuit.
the straight.
Wow, all the gravy.
295K in the pot. Reese with 725K behind.
Yeah, this sort of wet texture. How much for Ryan Reese? 175 feels right. How about 150? And what do we do now? Top pair. I mean, we came along for the ride pre. We hit top pair. I know the board's ugly, but I think we just have to pay him the money here in this spot at least one time. Reevaluate on the river. I'd feel a lot better if I had any sort of club in my hand, clearly.
Ooh, the river is another king.
A disaster.
Yeah.
Really. This is
never getting away for 575K.
likely to be a full double up here for Ryan Reese. Obviously, Ace Jack, Jack 9, the club's got there. Could he have 10s full? You know, unlikely that he'd have King X when you have a king in your hand. He's taking this much time as he. Look at this, disaster.
Just going to lead out. He'll pay off that time bank and he'll pay off Ryan Reese here, most likely. It's just seconds to act. He's going to have to fold. Time ran out. Those cards are into the muck.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Millions Online main event. Myself and Henry calling the action as we try and turn these final 13, Henry, into the final 9. It's that scary part of the tournament. Who's going to bust out and who's going to end the day as the chip leader?
Yeah, trying. It's been a grind, man. Nobody obviously wants to go home just yet. Seen some players getting after it and chipping up nicely. And then we've had a couple of people just, playing a bit on the tight side, which is understandable. 900k up top, 4 away from the final table bubble. And with Endrit having, 250 million of the 1.1 billion on one table in play, I think we are going to see some very short stacks coming into that final table, which is going to lead to a very interesting ICM situation for a lot of people tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a great point, Henry. Obviously, we're talking so much about what happens now to get down to the final table, but that will shape the dynamics tomorrow. And yeah, you could well see that scenario where we have a lot of short stacks in the mix. Well, let's just jump straight back into it. We've got some action going off and all right. So we've lost Douglas, who is to the left of Homo, and Jerry's been moved over from the other table. Okay, things look slightly different to me. Yeah, that makes sense. So we are down to the final 12, which means we are on a pay bubble as well, Henry, of course. A substantial one, $12,000. It's a good couple of days' wages for Mr. Henry Cobain right there. This next jump, as they go up to 1.25, 2.5 million level. All right, Henry, now this is starting to bite.
You think this is the level, Demps?
This is the level that I thought before the day, but it could go longer now just because of the virtue of the fact that it has gone so long. I thought this level or the previous one was where it was going to burst. But I mean, look, Martin's now got 10 blinds. I'm sure that's the case on the other table as well.
Well, let's just try and do the math real quick. So 250, 380, 420, 480. So we've got 500 of the 1.1 here. How many chips has Endrit got?
Even. Endrit is in about the 250 mil range.
Okay. So then 5 players have, 300 mil split between them. So, yeah, I mean, 24 bigs.
Look at this, Henry. Daniel Devoris popping it up with the 3-4 offsuit when Jerry limped in. He's not going to allow that to go off.
One Mark complained about the commercials. That won't be us, bud. Guarantee it. It's one of the most tilting things ever as well. You're watching a stream and
just reading.
You just get hit with the commercials.
Yeah, just reading the chat. Seems like we did drop for a moment or two. So okay, it looks like we're back up. Obviously, you guys can see now. So yeah, apologies for that if you lost connection to us, or we lost connection for a while. Something happened, but hey, we're back up and running. And if you were away, actually, we came back from the break and Douglas had busted, who's the player missing from this table. Jerry's been moved over from the other table. So you really haven't missed much other than the break. So we're back at it and trying to work out who's gonna join what is certain to be an Endrit-led final table. Anyway, it's gonna be tough for him not to make the final table with that many chips at this stage on that other table where there are no 100 million stacks to fight back.
Yeah, what a spot. What a spot to be in. Young Endrit Getchi. Douglas' hand was under the gun, open jam, 14, with ace-10 suited. And Dvoris waking up with kings in the big blind, king high flop, ace on the turn, GG's.
See you later. Just the butchers in the big. Wake up with them. And someone's jammed into you. What a life.
Big.
Which means we are on that page bubble 12k difference between 12th and 11th. 2.5 buy-ins worth of moolah.
Yeah, Martin needs to find a spot soon. Maybe incentivized to defend the King 6-0 here. Just because the shorter we are, the more profitably we get to defend our big. Feels like a dicey one though, under the gun open. Yeah, King X is going to be dominated a lot of the time. Does just let it go.
Well, here we go, Henry.
Table.
Here is the other table. And there is Endrit's
Oh
stat.
boy. Oh boy.
We met opening Queen 9 suited. Is Endrit going to try and punish him with these sixes? If he doesn't, it's Proudfoot more likely to. Yeah, here we go. Endrit just flaps. Proudfoot's going to rip this in with the 2 10s. Christian Rudolph is waiting behind though. Henry with the boots in the big blind.
Of course, Rudolph wakes up with the aces. Proudfoot just flatting. Valentin obviously going to get out of there, and Rudolph with the dream squeeze spot. Dreamy squeeze spot. But folding is no fun, boys and girls. Although I assume the Queen 9 suited and 6s are going to find their way into the bin. Well, actually, if Justin gets out of the way, what's this? 22 effective. Nah, I'm just going to say maybe Endrit just takes the spot, but...
Yeah, I saw where you were going there, and but I think it's just a little too weak, isn't it?
Well, you just think it's fold cool?
Yeah, I think it's fold cool, but I'm wondering how close it is for Endrit, because it's certainly a consideration, but I think it's a fold. But again, I don't know if I'm just saying that because I can see he's got 2 aces. He does fold. Jonathan, though, obviously a no-brainer. Snap this one with the 2 10s. Needs to find one. Doesn't. Christian Rudolph up to 128 million. It is indeed a big win. Proudfoot down to just 5 blinds, Henry. He needs one of the Henry Kilbane spin badges. Hook him up.
The spin badges. The spin badges. God, man, those blinds went up real fast. At least it felt that way.
Yeah. It's a big couple of levels, Henry. We went 8, 16, then 1, 2, 12.5, 25. It's a little punishing on the short stacks, especially you're playing short-handed at this stage of a tournament.
Hurricane said, do you know Proudfoot Henry? I can't say I do. Obviously had him on our screens many times, but I can't say I've actually met the man himself. Terry UK said, where did Jamie Staples finish? Finished in 20th place. Lost the flip.
2-0.
Lost a flip. These things happen.
G'day, MJ. Hurricane Higgins as well in the house. Obviously, ask you. I don't know, Jonathan. Either. I don't think so. Again, like I say, I may have crossed paths, but half the time you meet someone in the poker world, you meet them by a different name. This is so and so. I'm like, oh right, yeah, okay. But no, obviously, if I don't know him well, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people we bump into at live events, right? And then you bump into them a year later and they're like, oh, hey, how's it going, man? You're like, hang on a minute. Have we met? It's like, yeah, it was me, Ludo, Neil Barrett, a bottle of Golden Flake tequila, and you're like, okay, that's why I don't remember. Cool.
No, tequila, no, not for me.
But you're not allowed to say no, though, Dempsey. Like, you're acting like you've got a choice in this situation.
That's right. I remember these things now. Yeah.
I know it's been a while.
I feel like I'm looking at Twitch chat, and I feel like this person's trolling, but I'm not sure.
Don't bite.
I see rice stacks. I feel like asking for the table switch. You see, can never please the chat. We had to have a table for an hour and a half. As soon as we switched to this table, now we're asking for table changes. Come on, guys. I feel like I'm being trolled. I'm not fully biting on this one, but just in case you are being serious, come on. The production team behind the scenes are going to mix us up. We're going to move us around tables as and when they see fit, and they see more than we do. And they're doing a pretty good job, in my opinion, because we're going to see some action. We just saw that Christian Rudolph double up with the aces through Jonathan Proudfoot's 10s. We're going to stay here, certainly, with Proudfoot on fumes. Yeah, there we go, rice stacks. We are switching between them. The guys are doing a good job behind the scenes. Like I say, they've moved us here just in time to see that pot. I'm sure we'll bounce around as we lose the last few players before setting our final table. Rice stacks. I was just joshing with you. It was more aimed at the Lola requests we get to move table, but Munchin biscuits. Yeah, you say like put the other table on the screen. I mean, there's just no room. It'll be too small. I see the suggestion. Put it underneath Henry there. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see a thing. Let's just enjoy it. We bounce around. We move around. You know how it goes. One table's enough for us to focus on Henry. I find it hard to play at this pace anyway. Right. What are we doing, Andrew? What are we saying? Everyone's short. There's a guy with 11 million. Yeah, let's get in there with the 5-7. Let's go. Right. Jonathan going to run this one, Henry? King Jack against Endrit's range?
That's a great question. I mean, we've got 2 more hands until we have to put in, 25% of our stack. I think we just run it 4 bigs. It's Endrit as well, like you pointed out. Going to be opening super wide. Does just click it. Clicks it, boys and girls.
Yeah. So it's going to go with it, but of course, taking a max amount of time on this pay bubble, you never know. Someone busts out on the other table, you make up the difference. You get to extra 12 grand in your pocket.
So Justin going to get out of the way. Dimitri with the jam spot for 24. No questions asked.
Yeah, and I see some people asking
a better hand
about the other 10s. The 10s that Jonathan Proudfoot called off with, saying, can you fold 10s? No, I mean, we kind of almost set the trap at that point when we overcalled 10s on the button and Rudolph jammed it in from the big blind. It just unfortunately ran into a bigger hand. I mean, a lot of the time you flip in, but there's a big overlay in the pot. It was nothing Jonathan could do. That was just one of those hands that was dealt out. That meant those chips were going in, just like these ones.
Oh, Twitch chat. Jonathan just going to tank, just in case there is a bust out on the other table. 5.5
and Henry, I'm going to
money
confess.
in there from Endrit.
About 30 minutes ago, I sort of logged onto both tables in real time, see what was going on, see what was moving around, because we hadn't lost someone for ages. And I watched these 2 tables at this exact point, and let me tell you that we had exactly the same situation on both tables, i.e. someone had put in all bar a few chips, and they were literally outweighting each other to see whose time bank would run out first in this scenario to potentially ladder up. It was amazing to watch. Proudfoot spikes the jack. gets the double up. But yeah, it just, obviously they're both going to be watching the different tables. The other table, I can't remember, was someone that basically doubled up at the exact same time, ace king v ace jack, and we carried on 12-handed. But it was funny to watch. You can see them like, wait, okay, but I've got 8 seconds. They got 12 seconds. Right, how much do I trust my internet connection? Let's go.
Sick stuff. You imagine, like, you like just get it down to the last couple of seconds. You've committed 95% of your stack. Jeez.
The internet drops. See, Henry, I started my online poker career back in the days of dial-up. We had to deal with this sort of stuff on a regular basis. You're probably like, dial-up what? Like, you probably don't remember dial-up internet, but back in the day, that's how it was.
Never heard of it, mate.
Dropouts for fun. Well, not for fun at all. There was nothing fun about your internet going in the middle of a big pot. Never will be. Valentine, the start of the day, chip leader popping up here with Queen 10 of hearts. Rudolph with the new wealth, putting it to work. Cuts out a 3-bet, makes it 12.75.
Must be nice. To just find the Queen 10 suited in this spot. Okay, Higgins saying dial up and wait 30 minutes to get connected. Remember the noise when you picked up your phone when dial-up was running? Yeah, I think we're a little bit too young for that.
Those were the days.
Don't remember that. $19. Interesting spot. Can open rip. Can min and just enter it as much rope as possible, but that does also incentivize him to, well, I guess with Proudfoot being on 27 mil, we don't really have many flats out of the small, but yeah, that makes sense. Hurricane saying would like to see Ivanovic win, personally.
It's a fair one.
Trip saying I was a young man too, over 20 years ago. You're still a young man then, mate. You're a young man 20 years ago. Still a young man at heart. Oh, this is pretty brutal for everyone. Valentine, Jonathan, Dimitri, Justin. 3 away from the FT. And you got to deal with Andrew Getche and Christian Rudolph. 40% of the chat. And Lucian saying, so the chat will ask for new commentators. Hey, listen. Any people want to send in their resumes, you know?
Send them to recycle.bin at dempsey.com. That's where those resumes need to go if you're trying to replace us. Henry, we're irreplaceable. Well, I don't think they are irreplaceable. I think they were quite easily replaceable, but let's confident.
Be careful.
Confidence,
be careful, man. Shall we go with this one?
And all jest, guys. It's great that you're all with us enjoying this, and we really do appreciate the interaction that we get on Twitch chat. It makes this a lot more fun for us, isn't it, Henry? When you know you guys are there chatting to us.
This is close. For 10, Jonathan's going to have some weaker Queen X, weaker Jack X that put it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, does call it off. And assume this goes check. Mind you, King of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds, whatever. Oh, we'll go back to you guys in the chat in a minute after this hand. Big pot going on. Someone's either heading home or being left with just 6 bigs.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good scenario for Mr. Proudfoot. You can't possibly think King High is going to win. If it does hold on, it will win. But it's not looking like a nice board. Not really beating much at all here, other than these kind of hands. Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited calls. Does Jack 10 suited call even, Henry? I know, obviously, chip-wise is one thing, but with 12 left...
Yeah, Valentine's picked up a gut shot on the turn. Pretty sick. 2 overs, gutter. 10 ounce for 30 big blind stack and a dream. We'll put him in third in chips at this table. Wow.
Well, board runs out straight.
I'm going to chop this one up. Pingu saying, thank you, mods, doing a great jobs. Into Loop St. James is the voice of Party Poker. Henry's the definitely not the face, mate. I was getting ripped into earlier. I had some people message me privately, Dempsey, asking me what mascara brand that I use just because of the darkness under my eyes. It's called living in a casino and playing poker for a living and going to sleep at God knows what hour. That's the mascara brand. I was going to screenshot it and post it on social media, but I thought, you know what? I'll just let you guys know instead. And someone in the chat saying, you've ignored me all 3 times I've tried to speak to you. I've personally never seen the name Spice of Poker in the chat. Have you, Demps? But
let's have a look through. I do miss things in the chat, guys. I'm not going to lie.
He's a bit slow, Old Man Dempsey.
I am Old Man Dempsey, and I do miss things.
Yeah, but if you
so, apologies if you've been trying to reach out to a Spice of Poker. We see you now. I've got my eyes locked onto your colour. I won't miss a message.
Spot for Endrit and Dimitri.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Labanovic. He's going to be at risk here.
James Patrick's nephew, Dempsey.
I'll tell you what, I will tell you a funny story about that in a minute after this hand about that name. Indrik cutting out a non-all in 3-bet. We know this one's going in. Proudfoot taking the tanking each hand to a new level for this pay jump.
Got to win flips to win tournaments, right? 1 ace dead,
Yeah,
3 kings
good one.
live.
If you want to win 1,000
suits
runner
live
tournaments,
as well.
you've got to win a few.
Everyone taking their sweet time. Okay.
Yeah, we're playing that game, guys. We've got 12k pay jump. They're going to play slow.
What?
Ooh, what?
What? What? No, stop it, mate. There is no way. He just folded Jack's pre.
That. Huh? What?
Wow.
Huh? That must be. I mean, we were joking about internet earlier. That must be disconnect or a misclick. That can't. I mean. Henry, help me. I'm struggling.
I'm going for the DC myself, man. I'm going for the DC.
All right. We're on the same page then.
Bin Crush saying there's 3 ways to play Jacks. All of them wrong. You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. If he had called, you would have been rinsing him. If he had gone all in and lost the flip, you would have been annoyed. So he just, folded pre. I don't know. I'm going to assume, listen, it's Dmitry Ivanovic. You know, it's not someone that's in through a satellite for $5, playing for life-changing money. I mean, obviously it is still life-changing money, but Ivanovic has been here, knows what's up. Just completed, goes to him saying, Dimitri just completed the Kessler fold of your edge course. Jack's no good. That is a great comment.
Wow.
Blue Factory saying, why risk it now when you don't have to? Pay jump. Unfortunately, it's not how poker works.
Yeah, it's a 12k pay jump. We're gonna tank to not be all in until we have to be, but it's $892,000 up top, guys. That's the more important thing at this stage. The pay jump is about taking physical time, length of time. We're not avoiding scenarios at this point. It's not that big a pay jump. Yeah, wow. Endrick continuing to run good. Flops top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, Endrick not even having to win a flip. I mean, blessed. Talk about blessed.
Yeah, there's a lot of tacos, Manolution. You're not wrong. A lot of tacos up top. Yikes.
Tadeep saying it, have I been eating tacos? I did go to Chipotle. I think was it last night? Yeah, last night. I got a bowl though. Went for a bowl.
All that great food in the city you're in, Henry.
What's wrong, James? What's wrong with Chipotle? Go on, say it.
Vegas,
say it on stream.
Vegas is a city teeming with great restaurants. You know.
What? And I haven't been to those restaurants. I just didn't. I
No,
was
I'm
just
just
driving
saying.
past Chipotle and fancy some Chipotle.
Okay.
Disgraceful. Can't say anything nowadays without being cancelled. Brandon saying James and Henry never played for a mill before. Oh, I would look at some Hendo mobs before you run your mouth on Twitch, mate. But sorry, you are in Twitch chat, so yeah, you must be right. Spice Poker saying Dempsey
Fairness,
the GOAT.
I think
he's not bad. He's not bad.
Brendan Hodge, yeah, it's not about people can play for a milli because that means they got money, they're loving life. You need to see the guys who are paying for the person playing for their life and their rent in the £400 pot. That's when you see the real poker. That's when you see the real pressure. Not these guys just got 40k locked up playing out for a milli. Don't worry about it, guys. They're going to be all right tomorrow. They're going to open a bottle of wine with dinner no matter what. Like it's the guys struggling, you know. Dimitri, here we go. He's had enough. He's like, right, I'm going to raise fold the jacks, but you open. I'm going to rip the 6-7 suited in. Have some of that. It's the tilt rejam. Yeah, and Spicy Poker, like, as soon as I said I will keep an eye out for your comments, the fact that you're now going to flatter me is only going to help things. I'm on board. My new favourite Twitch chat member, Spicy Poker, telling it like it is.
I wonder if Proudfoot just like raises to 10 bigs. Yeah. It's close, six-handed.
Oh, fades it. Valentine was itching for it to happen behind with those 2 kings.
Man illusion, my man. All been there.
Hey, I'm not endorsing it. It's not the right thing to do, but it does happen out there, guys. It does happen.
For those of you spinning it in the chat, believing that James and I truly think folding jacks there is a thing, I apologise. I know British sarcasm and humour isn't exactly known for being the best that's out there, but we were joking. Assume that it was a misclick or a DC.
Yes, something's gone on, hasn't it?
Andrew letting the people know what's up. James Dempsey brought Hold'em to the UK. Basically, Henry's godfather of sorts.
Why I'm that old? Brought Hold'em. Yikes. I never thought in this world you'd go from being the young guy to the old guy so quickly. Like, they never warned me of that.
Mate. I've started feeling that way recently.
They never warned me, though. They never warned me, Henry. All right, Christian, up over the 100 milli mark, is going to give it a go with a few more hands. End up being in the small blind. It's a good time to do it. He pops it up. The 6-7 suited. Proudfoot in the big blind, the shortest stack as well. Into deep, just on fire tonight. Powerball tickets played for billions. There we go.
Rudolph's turn. Go for a raise and take with Getchi in the small.
Yeah, it's like the one time, isn't it, Henry? It's just quite attractive, I think. Proudfoot short in the big blind. You kind of got a chance.
Pretty painful for Proudfoot, but 40-minute clock. Although having said that, not too long until we go to
right. 1.53, yeah, and I mean, there's going to be a host of players sub 20 blinds when that happens.
Jamie, that story can't be told on stream.
Arena runner, 8-handed final table. No, my man, it will be a 9-handed final. Who knows when though? Because this one's running a while. We're gonna go. Like Henry says, it's going to be an interesting dynamic to start the final table if this continues much longer, because you will have a fair few players sub 20, as we know the blinds are going up shortly.
I mean, it depends. If Endrit just starts doubling up all the short stacks, we could be here until, you know, God knows.
Could be the never-ending tournament, Henry. Could be the never-ending story.
Dan Ross saying, who's your money on to win, Henry, and why is it Endrick Getchy?
I like it. Jamie Dawn. The Doctor nickname, yeah, that was just like a random thing that came about. There's no real logic to it.
Oh man, you know, it's been a fun few years, and when I signed up, well, I didn't sign up for this. When I started doing this, they didn't tell me the types of people that would be coming into the streams on a daily basis, keeping us company as we call the action. And to be honest with you guys and girls at home, I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way. It really does. Jamie Dwan, take a bow. Alright. Because we were all thinking it, but none of us were brave enough to say it. Isn't that right, Johnny? Sorry, James.
By the way, I'm loving spicy poker. Got upset, not getting the shout out. Now just the periodic Dempsey is the sick is the Dempsey the sick goat. Okay, I was Dempsey the goat before. I'm loving it. Keep it going. Let them know. Let everyone know. Proudfoot minning on the button, sub 10. All right, a little change in strat. Taking Queen 7 suit as one of a min fold hand. I like it. I mean, most people don't have a min range there, Henry. I mean, Phil Helmuth aside.
Dimitri won't be folding the kings, that's for sure.
No. Endrit, not going to try and make him fold these. Make him fold the jacks. The king's going to be a little bit harder. So he kicks the fours into the muck.
In Too Deep saying Henry's going to come visit in Cali and become a yoga instructor and never leave.
I can see it.
I could see that being a thing. That's what people go to Cali for.
Wandering around California drinking his matcha tea and doing yoga. I could believe it. But Henry, I could see you being one of those like yoga instructors that preaches calm and all that, but actually has like a secret rage mode that just pops out and like completely inappropriate moments. Like you just get massive road rage over something immaterial, but like then just preach it. Yeah, that's you. I've seen you in a film doing that. You're just like calm, dude, but then you can just lose it at any moment. No one ever knows where or why. It's a glimpse into your 11 years down the line future, Henry, and that's where you're going to be.
I don't know, man. I get tilted over the most ridiculous stuff. I just ask my flatmates. I'll just like come off of the stream on break where we have like a 5-minute break, and I'll just start raging to my flatmates about some nonsense. Some regs as well, like live regs. They just know how to annoy me. But I think the number one thing is people on their phone at traffic lights, and then when it goes green, they take like 10-15 seconds. That is how you get me. That's how you get me out the car.
I like it. Yeah, I got my little things. Everyone's got their little things that set them off. Well, I had Henry. I was on the way to day 2 in Vegas, and someone was on their phone. Actually, 2 cars back behind me, and it just plowed into the back of the car behind me, which plowed into the back of my car, and there I was on the side of Spring Mountain. Well, not the side of Spring Mountain, the middle of Spring Mountain, part of a 3-car crash, and my day 2 is about to start at the Venetian in like 20 minutes. Like,
oh no!
So that's tilt. Like, yeah. In the end, it was the car between me and the car that the middle car, as it were, was a taxi driver, and I was chatting to him, and the woman behind was being a bit like annoying about it all. She was whatever. The police would have to come and get involved, and I said, dude, I'm on a level with you here. I'm playing a poker tournament. I've got to go. It's like day 2. He knew it's Vegas. They knew what poker was. I said, like, dude, I can't stay. Like, I mean, it hit my car. I said, this is a dick thing to do, but like, can you just take all the details and like whatever needs to be happening, here's my number. I'll come find you later, and I'll get them off you, and like, don't worry, I'll take care of you, kind of thing, And he was like, yeah, no worries, man. And off I just had to leave. I just had to leave the scene, as it were, and go play this tournament.
And how did you get on in said tournament? I mean, do you just obviously go and ship it?
No, yeah, it was like ridiculous because it was like a Venetian thing where 250 players come out for day 2, but it finishes that day. So it's like you've made it to day 2, you're in the money, but you're not really, it could be whatever. But I ended up coming like 5th or something. So I had a 40k score in. It was like a $600 or an $800 buy-in tournament. Had 30 or 40k score. So it was like, I was like, wow, this is, being a poker player, you're like, wow, okay, so maybe getting crashed into the morning of day 2 is lucky. So,
yeah.
Now you're like, okay, we've got a big tournament coming up. Someone want to crash into me?
Yeah, now you're just slamming on the brakes as you drive around.
Yeah, like, you follow me into the Rio, follow me into the Rio, guys, and I'm slamming on the anchors when you're not expecting it.
Yeah. What's going on, chat? We're still talking about the Jack's hand. I'm confused. How is that still a thing? Spice Poke say, yes, Dempsey, you go exactly. Ed2Deep said, Henry has a Rolls Royce now. He hit a walking dead slot machine for a jackpot. It's pretty impressive. Did manage to. Brandon Hodge said, James Henry, have you been on big final tables like this? Didn't mean to sound like a keyboard warrior. My apologies. Well, no worries, my man. James Dempsey is known around these parts for having a bracelet, a WPT title under his belt. I think the biggest win for Dempsey online is probably like a $3.30 rebuy in 2008, but he's still got a bracelet and a WPT title, so what can we say? What can we say about that? Hey, listen, the $3.30 rebuys back in the day used to be pretty big.
They were punchy. Let me tell you, they were punchy.
They were.
Yeah. But the big finals are one thing, but these are the stages we've hopped on about it today, or I've hopped on about it today. But it's like 12 left. This is really great. It's like I say, if you finish 6th, you get 100k plus. If you finish here, I mean, don't get me wrong, 43k is lovely, but these are the ones that are really great. This is the worst position to finish on a poker tournament is like the final 2 tables. In terms of like emotional, obviously not financial, but emotionally, it's just the hardest. It's the hardest thing to accept, the last 2 tables, I find. Anyway, I think it's quite common people say that. But hang on a second. I've got to call something up here. I've just seen the chat. I need to put something straight in here because there's a lot going on in here, but now people are taking the piss. Bradley, I didn't nearly cash the Ike Hexton free roll. I cashed that bad boy. I didn't even min cash it. Let me tell you, got 16 cents out of that bad boy. So come on.
Min cash was 15, boys.
Min cash was 15. I got
the
to
one
16.
ladder.
I lost $1.84 in that free roll, and not a penny more.
Doyle's hat was a gift from Dempsey. Facts. Facts.
Like, where was the? Who is it with the too deep? Used to crush Doyle in the oil field games during the Great Depression. Like, brilliant.
And Q-Poke said final hour suggesting red and token race is pretty much the same as final tabling this for sure. Exactly, mate. Exactly.
Yeah, anyone watching that Ike Hexton free roll, of course, he did that last week, and by my reckoning, Henry, we kind of had it semi-confirmed by him, but that was a record cash for Ike Hexton. The lowest amount he'd ever cashed for in a tournament, as far as we're aware. If anyone can prove otherwise, have at it. But we set records on this stream, Henry.
Must be nice. Must be nice. I mean, it makes sense, right? He started off grinding limit cash games and probably got very good at poker before he even entertained the idea of playing tournaments, and most likely started off with live tournaments due to the time that he got involved in poker. Wouldn't surprise me. Edrit, just taking this one upstairs. Gut shot.
Yeah.
Queen 9-5-9 board. Dimitri with the 4s. Tough spot. Probably wants to keep his man honest for at least one.
Wow. Impressive from Ivanovic to stick around here. Yeah, Goomla saying there, obviously, one of the worst feelings they've had playing poker, finishing 12th in a big F-Tops back in the day. Yeah, it just, there's nothing stings more, man. You can bubble a tournament, you're like so far away from the big money anyway, you don't feel too bad about it. You can bust out in a final, but you get 7th place, 8th place, you get, you know, a much better
before
payout.
jam, by the way. Like, I don't see Endrick passing up on this opportunity. Just
8
the
of clubs,
nut river.
spicy card, isn't it? Yeah, there it is.
There it is. 7 of clubs, corner pocket. Let's go. We're all in, dealer. Chuck us the triangle. Just disgusting. Richard with the 4s, no club.
Twitch chat really.
Big 10-8, Jack 8, Jack 10. It's been brilliant, mate. It's been absolutely world class. If Ivanovic could find the hero, yeah, I would. I mean, what do we beat? Jack 10, Jack 8, 10-8. King 10 does let it go. Pretty sick spot there for Endrian. Blinds going up, Dempsey. If you look around the table,
yeah.
I'm just so far today. We found out that James Dempsey was actually born in a Grosvenor car park. Love it. Absolutely love it.
The Virgin Mobile line's pretty good too. There's some corkers out there, guys. You guys are smashing it tonight in chat, and you're doing it in a clever way. I like it. All right. Yeah, blinds up. Look at this. All bar 2 of them on this table, Henry, sub 20 bigs. That is not a lot of bigs to have when you're playing 6-handed. And Valentine putting 10 of those bigs in. Endrit with ace-10 in the small, Henry, but perhaps just about going to be able to get away from this.
Was it 17 effective? Ace-10-0. Get out of here. We've got a quarter of the chips in play with 12 left. 900 bags up top. We'll just take the Jack 8 O's, blind versus blind. We'll take those spots.
Those are the ones I like. I have to say, Henry, like the slowness of the action, the kind of obviously we saw Endrick going after it there because he's the one, or one of the players does get to go a bit after it, but just the fact that nothing really that noteworthy is happening is testament to how well these guys are playing. It might not be the most entertaining watch, but it's very educational. Just seeing these guys kind of do what you have to do at this stage of a tournament. You have to stay in. You can't be the guy who goes bananas. Like I say, Endrick gets to because he's got $250 million. The rest kind of just, it's a waiting game. Obviously the cards haven't, no one's been dealt cold decks or, as you like to say, Henry, the modern day coolers, but
enter it hopefully with the 2035 Bitcoin price in his stack right now, so that I can retire and don't ever have to hang out with you guys again. Foot chat's just on fire tonight. Manager said James' personality is so magnetic he's unable to carry credit cards. Give it that one a 4 out of 10.
It's more because I can't have credit. But let's go with it.
Johnny saying, lying in bed, keep laughing, and wife is asking what I'm doing at 1 AM. I'm cracking James Dempsey jokes, love. There we go. Tick that one off the list. Might see an open jam here from Endrit. What's this? 18 effective?
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Chat, you need to start timing these funny comments better. When it's like an all-in and a potential Twitter or Instagram highlight, you can't have me and James laughing. Someone's getting sent to the rails. Yeah, if you could just avoid being funny when there's an all-in call situation, so that it's.
In all seriousness, I mean, this is it, Valentine. What's our objective here? We know Endrick's going to rip from the button here with a lot weaker.
Yeah, with folding, I think. Just because of ICM and the fact that we've got 3 short sides, it would just be an absolute ICM pun. Yeah, even against hands like King Queen, King Jack, Queen 10, they still have 40% equity against us, and the chip EV difference just really doesn't outweigh the staying alive in the tournament difference when you've just got so many short stacks, and the pay jumps obviously just getting ridiculously big on the final table.
Monstrous money on the final table, Henry. Life-changing money.
Oh, okay. Blind dates pay for James's meal. Johnny said, Nightbot, can I win a night out with Dempsey instead of PlayStation 5? Hey, listen, I'll trade in the PS5. If any of you win the PS5 tomorrow, I will happily trade that in for a night out with Dempsey.
Yeah. Again, these guys just taking the time when they are going to fold. Try and get as many hands in on the upper table as possible. It's worth noting, actually, Henry, on the other table that, just let me look around, Daniel Dvoros really has kicked on since we last saw them. Obviously, Francisco still there with a decent stack, but Dvoros is the one running the show now. This is what happens. Francisco made that call with the ace-9, doubled him up, and you create a beast. Henry, just like that, another hour has sailed by. An hour full of jokes, jest, and all sorts of fun. We'll be back in just 5 minutes for more of this, the never-ending Millions Online main event day 3, right here on Party Poker.
Well, watch now. Now we're playing.
He was playing already.
And now I'm playing.
The hand before this.
Now I'm playing.
Tran has bluffed him and showed it.
Now I'm going to play with him.
He actually plays, he doesn't just talk about it.
I love to see rolling Leland Helmuth. He's one of the best.
Oh, I called him down for his whole stack third pair last year. You don't remember that? You want to play with me? You got it, my friend. You've declared war. I've accepted your terms.
This is Phil kind of owning himself here, really, with the speech.
I'm in for the big blind, I think.
And Helmuth had been getting shown a lot of bluffs in this entire Premier League.
You can't get 3-bet if you don't raise, right?
I think Tran had just made a move on him the last hand.
Can't get 3-bet if you limp.
Raise it. Yeah, but you can
Punish
get
him for
raised.
limping. Yeah, punish him. Teach him a lesson.
Punish the limpers.
Yeah,
And
punish
he's
them.
doing it the same way all the time. Helmuth cannot deal with JC Tran limping. He's just like, he can't accept it. He's raised this out of the small blind.
It was funny how he announced he declares wars and then immediately raises. I think he's just steaming.
Oh, he's steaming here. He just cannot bear to be shown up. Now, of course, in Premier League 3, even though JC won, Helmuth did make a couple of great reads against him, and I think he's just out to outplay him all the time.
That is 35,000.
I don't know how Helmuth's going to butcher this hand, but I just remember it felt like he did. I mean, it's not a great hand to 3-bet with in the first place, is it? But
No.
you gotta bet the flop when you
Especially
do.
against someone who's quite sticky like JC Tran, he's going to peel you a lot when he doesn't hit, and you know he's going to try and outplay you. He's not just going to give up if he misses.
And Helmuth's betting here because he thinks he's behind, or because he's
just betting to try and blow JC off like a type of hand he has, or like your hand like pocket sixes or pocket fives that he might have called with as well. He obviously just expects JC to fold those on the turn.
And I wonder if can you sometimes call here and try and win this on the river if you're JC? I can't
I
remember.
like to call here, yeah, because once you call again here, it kind of looks like you have an ace.
In fact, going for the raise, does it make it feel more like a bluff to you?
Yeah, it feels more like a bluff, but Phil Helmuth's the type of player that doesn't really do too much about it. It's hard to do. I mean, what do you do here with 10-2?
The amazing thing is Tran can only get him off a hand like this. He must know there's a legitimate chance that Phil has something like this.
Yeah. Phil Helmuth's steaming, look.
I mean, it is. He's played this hand. You can't play like this against JC. You can't push JC Tran around like this unless you're willing to shove it in, right?
Yeah, yeah. JC's played this hand really well. I'd love to see what's going on in Phil's head right now.
Well, Tran's going to show him the hand after, like,
yeah,
for
he
sure.
has to show after that table talk, doesn't he? I'm looking forward to the Roland DeWolf needle too.
Yeah, you just know it's coming. Even though JC would not go on to win this Premier League, he did beat Phil at every turn.
How much you have left? I guess maybe you have me covered, huh?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Well, he really wants to shove, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to fold after all that speech, and his read isn't too bad. He obviously thinks that he might be getting bluffed here, so he's having a good think about it.
Well done.
He even said nice move.
You don't have an ace, do you?
He passed, and Tran's going to show him now. Watch Phil explode.
Now I'm really on tilt.
We just seen a champion hold'em player at work.
What 5 is spade?
Welcome back, everybody, to this, the Millions Online main event. Myself and Henry here, along with 12 players that don't want to become 11 Henry. they're dug in. The battle lines are drawn. There's no movement.
I mean, are you surprised, Dempsey? I'm not surprised. Biggest tournament of the year, down to 12. Nobody wants to go home. Been grinding all day. Just a few more bust outs until you make day 4. Not often you get to say that in an online poker tournament, and not often you get to say that when there's 900k up top as well. So, just looking around, Didi's done a pretty good job of just chipping up by the looks of things. Looks like Martin him have clashed at some point, as well as maybe Hermo. Hermo was up to like 80 mil.
Yep. Yeah, I say Didi's just kind of... It looks like kind of just chipped away because there's bits taken out of everyone's stack. And like I say, I mean, he's just the one, Henry, on this table that, as far as we know, well, I'm going to go on a limb and say the one with the most experience, but the others may be quite far behind him in terms of that experience. And it really does count for something here. You've got the... not the fear, but yeah, like...
The
He's not going to freeze, is he? He's going to take his spots still, Henry. He's going to take his spots, is the thing. He's going to... He ain't passing up if he needs to play the hand. 200 million, a lot of experience. Dangerous.
So, wife kicking off now, low point. Enjoy. Johnny, shout out to you and the missus. Hope you enjoyed the show. Tell her we're back tomorrow, same time, same place, till we crown a champion.
Yeah, some of you obviously been with us all evening. Kudos to you guys. If you do have to leave, please do make sure you're back here 7:30 UK time for the final table. The blinds that start the final table may well be 5 million, 10 million. Who knows? Yeah. It's going on, but I'm joking. This won't go on much longer, guys. You have my guarantee. There's no guarantees. But I mean, it can't go on much longer.
So, hang on a minute.
40-minute levels.
Where are we at, James? 40-minute levels. I mean, it works out the same way, right? You know, if we play an extra hour today, we play an hour less tomorrow.
Yeah, theoretically, you're always looking at around a certain number of big blinds in play at the end of a tournament. So, you play a little longer on the day before the final. The final's a little shorter. I think that's what happened in Sochi, to be honest, on the weekend, because they came back final. Well, it was final 6 there, but yeah, I mean, it just feels like this bubble between 12 and 11 just feels bizarre. It just feels like it won't break. But I mean, we have to kind of assume there must have been like some all-ins or not. I don't know. On other tables, but we get a situation like this where Jerry rips from the small and Daniel just doesn't find anything. It's not like these guys aren't playing really well or just folding out. Obviously, we saw the really weird thing of Ivanovic folding those jacks when Endret had ace king, but obviously there was something went wrong there. He obviously didn't mean to fold 2 jacks. I'm sure of that. But like you know, Henry, these weird things have happened that have meant that we've just avoided clashes. It's not even a case of the never-ending double ups or something. Well, we have had a couple of double ups.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. 12 left. Got Jerry and Martin 10 bigs. Mo on 14. And then on the other table as well, we've got our fair share of short stacks. Jamie Dwan, I can confirm that is true. It was 1912, and I was there. The bar in Texas. Saw it all go down. Oh, Debsy, just to let you know, GM Grandmaster Hikaru, who I'm sure you have at least heard of, Hikaru Nakamura was talking about us the other day on his stream. He had his had the stream up with Ladva, obviously GM Ladva ended up shipping the 25k, and they pulled up the stream. And we're basically famous now in the chess world. We've got a lot of chess world groupies that have taken a liking to our love that we had towards Ladva.
Yeah, the GM.
The GM.
It was the GM and who was
Bonomo.
Yeah. What was it called? Oh, the Sunrunner. That was it. GM and the Sunrunner. That was that matchup. Set in course, just. I mean, Bonomo is a go and a Sunrunner. Dangerous combo. Yeah. Bowie effect, not wrong. Just what we need. More chess gurus in the mix. All right, 2 of the shortest in the blinds. Hermo going to rip the ace-3 suited. Henry, one would assume on Martin, and Martin's going to fold. And that's just going to be the way it goes. Oh, no, here we go. How about this? Daniel Devore's going to rip the jack-6 suited from the big. How dare I miss that one, Henry? How dare I? You knew, didn't you? You knew he was going to rip the jack-6 suited.
I mean, I just wanted to, just in case there's a chance that you were right. I didn't want to. Actually, we got a suited J ball. 13 effective. We're in.
Bowie knew. Bowie knows all. Bit worried about the day that Bowie starts doing poker commentary, Henry, because I think we're all scuppered. All right, Jerry, ace-6 suited, a little over 8.
I'm confused. Gumla, what math are you trying to? What are we trying to do? $5,000 multiplied by 1,084. So you trying to generate the prize pool, or? This is the real nitty gritty stage.
Yeah,
Really
and again,
ridiculous.
just not what you can do. Got 2 3s, but this other guy's committing stack. You're out of there. Yeah, and entries 1,084. So, which is very, very impressive. As Party just keep impressing in terms of if you're playing these events and hoping to see some overlay, you're probably not doing press at all. But hey, if you're playing these events and you want these events to continue in the way they are, you definitely want them to the guarantee, because one thing happens when they keep hitting guarantees is they keep making guarantees, and they keep making the guarantees bigger. That's what you want. Wow, Henry, I'm just looking to see what else is going on around. Obviously, we were sweating that 25k a little bit earlier because Yoni's in. Let me tell you that Daniel Devoros is chip leading 25k as well with 14 players left, 525k up top there. So, you know, just DD doing what DD does, just chilling, just looking around, doing his thing.
That's ridiculous.
That quite simply is ridiculous.
Jay Dwan saying, when are we getting the Dempsey room at DTD? Well, Trickett already offered up Trickett's room, and James Dempsey, if for those of you that don't know, is just that guy. He's like, no, Trickett, it's fine. I appreciate the fact that you're acknowledging, you know, me as a person. The level of respect is obviously there, but that's your room, mate. You can have that one.
Nah.
And Trickett was like, no, Dempsey, honestly, Dempsey's room just has a much better ring to it, and James just said, no, mate, that's yours. You have that one.
Nah, what it is Trickett just calls his bedroom the Dempsey room. That's what it is. You see, it's just level of ownership there you wouldn't understand. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go on a limb and say we might see. Oh, I don't know what are we gonna see. I was gonna say some action here because Jerry's got ace-4 suited in the big. Rich has got aces in the small, but Francisco on the button with ace-9, and Hermo with king-jack opening it up means Jerry may dodge one here.
Yeah. If this is folded round, although I don't think it ever folds round with the ace-9-0. I'm
gonna say Hermo's already jumped on it.
Yeah, maybe even see the the rip from the button if Hermo gets out of the way. Yeah, asking if anyone's streaming at 25k. Unfortunately not. We decided that day 3 of the main. Gonna get the TV time. God, I'd love to see a flat here. It's so gangster. Although it's just like, how many race folds is Hermo meant to have from +1?
Right.
From hijack, probably not many. So we just YOLO it in.
YOLO it in.
With aces.
But he's done.
With aces.
Yeah. The bravest YOLO of them all. Rips it in. Everyone's tanking. We give them 40-minute levels, but using a lot of those 40 minutes each level. Understandably so. This is not being me being saying they're doing anything wrong. This is the game. This is what you're supposed to do. It's just the way it is. Everyone's too aware these days. Everyone's too smart. And another hand in the books. So far, but another one. Oh, and Henry. This time, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Jerry may well be at risk because it's going to fold round to the ace-deuce in the small, I believe. Dvoris, he ain't folding a pair.
I think you've called one here. JB Duan said DTD actually stands for Dempsey till dawn.
There you go. I'll talk to Rob, see if we can get it changed.
We're going to see Richard open the king-6 suited on the button. Wouldn't surprise me. 25 bigs.
That's the potential scupper, isn't it? In terms of, I say scupper, obviously it'd be great for Jerry if it does happen, but... Which minute? I don't know, with Dvoris in the big, Dvoris is just going to punish. Yeah. Maybe a limp even there, Henry would have been alright, the king-6 suited. You know, want to have some limps off 25. Seems like a... All right, here we go. Jerry's sure to rip this in. Just going to tank it down, leave a few chips behind. Henry, all the usual tricks. Do you think to maximize time? Well, there you go. That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, and I mean, Daniel probably expected to flip. Got to get the good news and see that he's just got a fade. 3 overcards.
And that's what's happened, and that is what's happened because Jerry misses searching for an ace. No joy. Out in 12th. Last person out the door with 43k. Good game, Jerry. See some good games in the chat as we move up to the 54k payouts. 11 remain, 2 to go to make the millions online main event final table.
Bo making a pretty good point, saying I think King X suited props just raise folds. Need hands in there raising. Prefer King 6 over 10-7 suited types.
Yeah.
Does make sense.
I would just raise fold because that's what I do, Henry. I just raise fold and wonder why I raised, but I'm always looking for these avenues these kids find.
You love it.
I raised fold in
James
Omaha.
was originally set to play hand solo, but declined because he didn't want to shoot first. Fair play, fair play. Keep them coming, boys and girls. Hermo could call this off here, Queen 7 suited. Let's it go.
Not gonna happen. No, I mean, yeah, not from what we've seen, Henry. These guys are the war of attrition. Oh, just what Dvoris needed. The aces. Now, in fact, I think he's the chip leader now, Henry. I think obviously we know Endrit is around the 250 mark as well, so they're going to be pretty even, those two, which means they've basically got half the chips between two players, and they're on separate tables. Naturally, it's good times for them. They're just building a building.
Yeah. It's just an absolute ICM cage for everyone else. I mean, other than Francisco. Everyone else is just chilling. Right. And Boris and Andrew with just half the chips in play. Jamie Dwan said there was one commentator Pot Ripper could have beat, and it wasn't Henry Kilbane. It was James Dempsey! Wait, who is this Spicer Poker person? It's just come in here, just hijack the
lighting
chat.
it up.
Jamie Dwan as well.
I'm liking it. They're lighting it up. That's what we need, Henry. That's what we need in this long shift, or longer than expected shift. Not that particularly long shift. It's only what are we? 6 hours in, 5 hours, 5.5 hours in, 6 hours in, something like that. But I mean, it's just a long shift because we got down to the final 15, 16 quite quickly, and then things have slowed. Oh, Homo! He's on for the double. Ace King v Ace Queen. Martin King Jack suited in the small. Martin's thinking, right, this is my hand, guys. I'm going with this one. Again, Henry, you like the old call the friends over. You like, guys, this is it. Fingers crossed. We're going with this hand, and then you're going to see a raise and a jam in front, and be like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, Dempsey, we could be here all night, mate. Short stacks doubling, staying alive. Another one of those spots where if DD doesn't have the Ace Queen, the Ace King and King Jack probably stack off, and Martin's out the door. Instead, Hermo just 5 cards away from doubling up. Away.
The Royals going to be like, really? Ace Queen's no good here? 8 blinds? Really? Cheers.
Yeah, such a great question in the chat. What place did Jamie get? Jamie actually ended up coming 20th, which was about 3 days ago. He jumped in. We reviewed every single hand that he played. We then went for dinner, and we're now back. 11 players left.
About sums it up. Okay, well, Martin had to fold the King Jack last hand. Not going to fold it this time, Henry. Got 7 blinds on the button. Francisco's going to give him a spin with Ace 10 from the small. So all of a sudden, we've not really seen too many all-in showdowns, but they're going to become a little thicker and a little faster than before.
Yeah, 1 Jack dead, 3 Kings live, easy. Perfect amount of outs, in my opinion.
Once more, they're almost all in. There it is, the jam from Francisco. So Martin looking for a King or Jack. And that's exactly what he's found on this flop, Henry. King, Jack, 9. Francisco was looking for the Queen. Didn't materialize. Maintains the plus 100 mil stack. But Martin, well, doubles back up to 15 blinds. But we are playing shallow. The millions online has been deep throughout, but, well, it's gone from always being sort of 50 big blinds average, Henry, at least, to slip into just around about 30 now, and we're not too far away from the blinds going up again and taking it below the 30 big blind mark for the first time in this tournament. Jamie Dwan with about his first serious question so far. Yep, it feels like it, my man. It feels like it. They don't play that anymore. They got rid of the pot limit hold'em. They went, no, we're done with this event.
All right, chat. Can we get James Dempsey trending on Hendon Mob, please? I want to. This is the power of Twitch Poker. Can all of you go on to the hendonmob.com and type in the name James Dempsey? I want to start a movement. All right, I'm going to get the limit hold'em players famous again.
The problem with that is, like every time you see the trending on Endermob and you're like, who are people searching for? It's either because they've won something recently, or they've died, or they've been involved in some like really dubious activity. So people are going to look at that and think, well, he hasn't won anything lately, so he must either be dead or doing something really bad.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's my concern.
No. People look on Endermob because of online poker. Nowadays, we've had a ton of real name events.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people just ain't good. Like, I look now, and the training player is Ottomar Ladva, the GM. Like, bang, he's in there. Yeah. That's because he's doing good. You know?
Yeah.
They look me up. They'll be like, well, why people...
Didn't you delete your Hendon, Henry? Oh, I did. Years ago, actually. I had, like, a bunch of £50 tournament results in there.
Oh.
And then some like €20 rebuy. Then I got it deleted.
and
then final table to WPT. So I look like an absolute end boss. So yeah, he's only played one comp, came fourth.
He's too good for his £20 tournaments, boys. You hear this? He's doesn't want it in there.
Alright, I reckon this time tomorrow.
What have I got? I've got a cash in
tomorrow you're trending.
I've got a cash in a £10 tournament in there, pal. Don't you worry about that. £10 charity tournament. Boom. I've got a cash in a tournament where I got less than the buy-in. Have some of that. The Paris Open of Poker 2005. Look at this bad boy. 18 paid. 2 of us busted out during hand for hand, so we had to chop the 300, 150 each. I remember that. I remember thinking they were like lying to me. I remember thinking like I've been conned here because I didn't know. It's the first time I've ever seen that happen. I didn't know. And they're like, yeah, you got to chop the money. I'm like, nah, this is bull. This is like, he's French. You guys are lying to me. Like he shouldn't get the money. That's not right. But like, yeah, they were like, no, he gets half your money. I'm like, this is crooked as anything. Turns out it's just what happens when you bust it hand for hand. Who knew? Hey, who knew?
Wait, who knew the online Twitch handle Jamie Dwan 21 was gonna absolutely crush the Twitch chat and make everyone laugh? James, what's your career highlight, and why is it your £50 cash in the Northeast Charity Shield in Newcastle in 2006? That is absolutely phenomenal. Jamie,
okay,
I don't know if you're...
That event, let me tell you, I got a very bad beat from that event. So it's a £10 rebuy tournament. It's amazing I remember this. It's a £10 rebuy tournament. Obviously, like half the prize was going to charity, so it's all good. They had like a nice bottle of whiskey for the person who rebought the most during the rebuy period. So I'm just going balls to the wall, punting in every hand. I was in this tournament it was like 28 buy-ins or something. 20, like, so let's call it £280. I lost by 1 rebuy. Someone beat him by 1. And like, so I spent 280 quid to try and win this whiskey, and I lost out by a tenner, and then cash for 50 quid. Like, it's dark times. Dark times.
Oh, you're just on life tilt for a week.
That was a bad beat. I don't really like whiskey, but I just wanted to win it.
Yeah, you just find the retail price of this whiskey and realise you could have picked it up for like £70 from Tesco's.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no reason.
Wow, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's weird, these things. Those are the days, man. The charity tournaments like that, you like a little rebuy. Everyone's having a good time. You go up there, have a few drinks. I traipse up to Newcastle. That's what happens.
God, Daniel Dvoris. Just, well, annoying for some. Great for DD. But, again, potentially causing another player to survive another orbit or so. Because I think for 14 bigs, the A6 was getting shipped in, blind versus blind. Jamie Dwan saying Dwan is my actual surname. Yeah. I believe you. Get some staking for the £50 rebuy at the G. Yeah, hit Dempsey up, mate. He knows all the strats as well.
Oh, I got them all. When I was stomping around the old casino rebuy tournaments, those are the days. Need to get like third to get out of it. Squad's asking about online poker. Online poker in the US, man, it'll come. It's taking its time. Sure, it will come, but for now, some states are getting it, some aren't. It will happen.
Oh wow. Could be the end, boys and girls. Texas and Mississippi lift mask mandates. They say all businesses could run at 100% capacity. Okay. How long, Dempsey? How long till we're at a live stop with Neil? Well, let's place a bet. We haven't had many bets this year.
I don't know. James, are you worse at poker or golf? Isn't it beautiful how, like, just the way you phrase a question completely transforms it? Like, beautiful.
It really is.
I see a serious question there from Brandon Hodge saying, we've been great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll be hosting the final table. We will. We'll be here 7:30 UK time, so 8:30 Central European, 11:30 Henry time. Just chilling out there on the West Coast, living life in Vegas. So, yeah, we will be here. We'll take you from start to the finish.
Yeah, hopefully I get some sleep tonight, so that you guys aren't asking me what my mascara choice is. It's 2021. Can wear whatever I want on stream. Well, I think I can.
You certainly can, my man. You certainly can. Yeah, 2:30 Eastern EU time zone. Unwizards, not wrong. Sharks spend a week watching James. Oh, this has been one of my favorite streams of all time, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, feels like we're.
Jamie asking Henry, did you get Dempsey's autograph when you were young, or did he big time you after shipping the 2007 Sussex Masters? Got big timed. Got big timed. Yeah. He's like, you need to win some tournaments, kid, before you can hang around with me.
The thing is, what I hasn't appreciated about that Sussex Master win is it came off the 2 first place finishes at the January sales event, like just a couple of months beforehand, which I think is, I don't know if it's ever been done before. Back-to-back wins in the January sales, Henry. I'll have to check the record books at the Rendezvous Casino in Brighton.
It sounds like you're making up places that you go to, like, purchase second-hand clothes and furniture from. You just like throwing out some random, yeah, just down at the Rainbow, just buying it. Picked up an old sofa from the Rainbow. That's what it sounds like.
2007 was quite the year for me. Looking back at it at the Rendezvous, a couple of wins in the January sales, won a Sussex Masters event, won one of the Brighton Summer Shaker events. I mean, it might have been the best year of my career, to be honest. Looking back for it here, just
sounds like
all
it.
Sorts of first seconds for fun. Oh, the second place. I remember that. Chopped with Willie Tan. Yeah, there it is.
Are you trending on Hendon Mob yet? Let's have a look. Probably gonna take a day.
That was one of the worst ones, guys. Just as a warning to all of you out there, man. We made a 3-way chop and we just we decided that the winner of the trophy would just be whoever had the most chips. We counted it down, and my friend had a 5k chip more than me. That was it by 1 chip. I was like, damn it, I've negotiated this so poorly. Should have been like, right, we flip for the trophy, or I should have just demanded the trophy. I left that bit of silverware out there, Henry.
I'm never
well,
flipping
it resides
again.
in my friend's house to this day. Like,
Never flipping again. I went down to the Aria the other night. Arena runner asking Henry, are you in Vegas? So I went down to the Aria, and the game that I wanted to play had a waiting list. Then there was a bigger game, roll over, but they were just about to break. And I asked the guy with all the chips, it's like, have you had a good night? And he said, yeah. And my mate said, do you want to flip for $500? And he snap agreed to flip for PLO flip for 500. And then I felt a bit left out. I was like, okay, could make $1,000 here. Quick $500 Omaha flip. I have been running well. Chances are I'm going to win this. Not even close. Come third, and then lose the apartment flip the next day as well, after being up 2-0 first to 3 with 4 of us. Came 4th, mate. I was up 2-0-0-0, meaning I needed to win 1 round out of the next 7, and I didn't.
What out of next 9, right?
Well, no, because
they've all got 2, 3. You say?
2,
sorry,
3 would be 7. Yeah. So it's first to 3, and then ended up coming 4th, 4 of 4. So not flipping anymore, boys. Fuming.
Yeah, many times I've declared flip retirement, Henry. It doesn't always work out that way, but we kid ourselves. We're going to do it anyway. I missed what happened here. Homer's in this pot with ace-7. So did you flat the open of Devoris and then take it when check 2? I missed this one.
Oh, hello. No,
oh, Homo 9s, Martin deuces, Francisco 6s.
No, we're too deep. Too deep. All of you at home, there is a link in the chat. Head over to said link and type the name James Dempsey in. Starting a movement.
There's no link there, Henry. We're
We
not allowed to post
are
links.
Starting a movement.
I'm all for it, man. Get me trending. Get me back on the scene.
I want to
don't
see
call it a comeback.
James Dempsey in the number 1 spot.
I see Brock Wilson. I see Ottomar Ladvar, Victor Malinowski. Basically, everyone we commentate on a daily basis. Malinowski, what a boss that guy is, by the way.
I'm confused that the person that is the 3rd most training person.
Like I say, you never want to be on that list. It means you, means you've been. You distracted me there, Henry. I was too busy looking at the Henry mob that did 6s win that hand. All right, game face, James. Game face.
Game face.
Beast of Poker sending the raid. 180 of you joining the madhouse that is this day 3 of the Millions Online main event. It started very serious, guys, but it's descended somewhat. I blame Twitch chat. I blame Henry. I blame anyone but me. Okay, Rob saying the 6s jam and the 9s folded that last hand, Henry. Wow. Okay, I saw the pot going towards the 6s. I couldn't work out how, so there we go. I'm a raise folding the 9s. Yikes.
That's pretty grim.
No one wants to bust.
That's really grim.
That's the simple truth of this, but that's a little snug, I think. I don't know. I'm always surprised with ICM stuff, but that seems too snug to me. Martin popping it up. King, Jack Denadvoris, chip leader on this table. Ace-10 suited in the big. Just kind of flat, it looks like. Take this one to the streets. 8 deuce deuce. Pretty good flop for Ace-10. Yeah, what do you guys think in the chat? 9's got to be a cool, right?
No, stop it, Dempsey.
You fold the nines?
We're not calling.
You fold the
we're
nines,
folding
really?
Nines. Was it cut off versus small blind, 5 left, 5-handed?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're folding. We got 25 big, so it'd just be an absolute ICM disaster to call off nines there. Tens is like grim. I think jacks is probably, yeah, high five the dealer, but don't high five the dealer. Kind of timidly. Cool.
Secretly high five the dealer.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. There you go. I learned.
You're like
Henry's crunched the numbers.
Any other situation, you just like fist bump getting it in for 25. But I think in this situation where Homo is probably like 5th, 6th in chips. Yeah. It's got Richard and Martin's shorter than him at this table. And then we have a fair few short stacks on the other table as well. So yeah, ICM punt. Oh, Milkman is back. What's going on?
What's wrong with punting? Jamie Dwan. James's Hendemob is like reading a catalogue of deprived seaside towns and made up limit games. It's funny because it's true. Like, got me. All right, nice little pot for Martin. Ping the flush on the end. Oh, that's got me. It's true. I've got a cash in Blackpool. I've got Bournemouth. I've got Brighton. It couldn't be any truer.
The Roo said, Henry, do you have to live so relentlessly in the real world? I have no idea what you're talking about, mate. I'm a really not relentless guy. I don't know. Are you talking about the Omaha flip? Yeah, but you know, you have to do Omaha flips.
Yeah, of course.
Got to have a Bolton cash on there.
Bowie, of course I've got a Bolton cash in there, but that's not on the seaside, is it? Who hasn't got a Bolton cash on the Hendemob? I cashed the very first ever GUKPT. I ever held was in Bolton. I finished like 12th or 13th. Got knocked out by Carl Marenholtz, who ended up coming second to Praz Boundsy in the finish. Good knowledge for you guys there, for you anoraks. Francisco opening up the Jack 10. Dvorak behind, the man who can punish. He's got ace-5 suit. There's a good hand to punish with, as blinds have gone up, Henry. Quite unbelievable. We've reached the 1.75, 3.5 million level that we have. And Daniel Dvorak is going to punish. Here comes the jam.
Yeah.
I never thought, Henry,
cage.
we'd reached this level today. I thought this would definitely be the front table.
I've always trusted you as well, James. Let's come to these
things.
I
mean, all right, have a look at the other table. Endrit's still running the show. Yeah, it's like I thought 1 million to, if we're lucky, as in if it goes fast, 1.25, 2.5, probably more likely, could stretch to 1.53 net, like, but early into level. Never thought we'd get this far. But like I say, everyone's just doing the right thing. They know what they're doing. Everyone's just too good these days.
Oh, 25p game was notorious. What a game.
Yeah, I never got on that one.
There were some 50p £1 games around the UK that just...
What was the game I used to put up there? The game of Bury. I used to play that game in the Northwest. The Blackpool games were legendary, of course. But Bury had, like, I used to play that regular game up there somehow. Proudfoot. It's got jacks. We met with 2 3s. Facing the open. Endrit with ace-jack in the big blind, Henry. This may be going over the top of Proudfoot's open. Or does he just flick in the peel from the big blind, do you think?
So assuming Justin folds, yeah, I mean, I think we defend UTG. Could go for the 3-bet fold. Pretty good hand to do it with. Getting another raid. Claudius FR raiding with a party of 60. Appreciate
loving it.
The love and the coming in late.
Bonsoir.
James and I company.
Mon ami. Let's do a little bits of French just for the French fans now. That's about the French I've got for you this evening.
I wonder if Justin just rifles this in. Surely not. Surely not. 10 bigs.
Speaking of France, Henry, speaking of France, if I told you about the time I cashed in the 2005 Paris Open of Poker and got less than my buy-in back.
You've mentioned that a few times, yeah.
Okay. He just let it go. Yeah, so Endrit, I mean, against Proudfoot, is he just cool in here? Seems like 70 mils a lot to pile in, but at the same time, what's Proudfoot going to call with? I mean, it seems like Ace-Jack plays well enough, but let's see what they do.
What, to rifle it in for 20?
Yeah, I think I'd like just calling personally.
Yeah, I think piling for 20 is good in certain situations. I think with this dynamic, having Valentine, having Justin, having just like a couple more short stacks on the other table, Proudfoot's range is insanely strong here, and Getchy going to be aware of that. You know, there are going to be FTs or final two tables where the Ace-Jack is just a print rejam spot.
Right.
But with this dynamic, you know, it's like a once-a-year tournament, 900k up top, and you've got a 7 big blind stack, a 10 big blind stack, and 2 10 big blind stacks on the other table. This is a really strong range from Proudfoot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I feel like. It feels like he's not going to be light.
The Roost ended. Either of you play this event? Yeah, Dempsey's already won it. Have you not been paying attention to the chat for the last 3 hours?
Henry couldn't play it because he is in Vegas, and I couldn't play it because I don't have $5,300. That's it. Spend it all on this snazzy headset.
Have you used the screwdriver yet to get your little things up?
No. Should I be doing that?
I haven't either. I was just curious to know if you had.
No.
Okay. Cool.
Proudfoot check back flop. Flop he's going to check back with a lot of hands. Does make some sense. And then he's going to bet turn.
Who is Milkman? Like, why is this person so famous? We don't know about them.
No, but
because saying playing these stages of such a big tournament seems just like an ICM war. Cannot imagine playing for these pounds. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Pretty sick.
The Ruse. The Ruse is clearly someone I know, Henry. Interesting.
Yeah. Wasn't the Ruse saying something earlier on as well? The Ruse said, Henry, do you have to live so relentlessly in the real world? Bo said, pretty sure Milk coached half the current crop of super high rollers. Oh man, that's brilliant.
Christian, gonna try and get one through Henry. Ace 9 offsuit. Just gotta get through Endrit, you feel like. Oh, that's half the battle. Well,
George
Jason,
Sanford in
wash
the
your
chat.
mouth out.
Oh yeah. So Milkman is the boss. They all got milked. I have no idea what's going on right now.
I'm lost, Henry. It's all going a bit doolally. Everyone's getting delirious.
It is.
We're getting close, Henry. Feels like we're getting close. I say we're getting close. We're no closer than we were about an hour ago. There's still 11 left.
What do you mean an hour ago, Tim? So that's why everyone is getting delirious, because they're all in an ICM cage along with the final 11 players, bar Endrit and Forrest.
Yeah, I mean, the chat's in
ICM
an ICM cage. We're all gone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see
Everyone's gone.
Crazy things to you, man. Man, it's so cold in Vegas at the moment. It's absolutely ridiculous. What are you doing? That's mad.
We met 10 bigs. Jack 10 suited, Henry.
I mean, I'm hoping. It's a print jam.
That's what we're going with. And the added benefit, of course, of taking chips away from Valentine here when it gets through. So we do inch closer.
I mean,
to this final.
There was ever a time for me to call for a spin. It has to be for Valentine right now.
Came in as the chip leader at the start of the day, Henry, with 28 left. It's got down to the final 11, but is the shortest.
God, what a big day. You just come in hyped, jacked. Chip leader, 28 left. To then FT bubble would be pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, people kind of get a little, Henry, a fraction carried away with that, because chip leader with 28 left means you probably still not got average for the final. You know, it's a great spot, but we've all been there enough times to know it doesn't always pan out. But yeah, it's gone the wrong way.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Every day 3 that I've
you're not
played.
Pumped.
Yeah.
You've not punted it off
day
enough.
3 chip leader, FT chip leader. You know?
And then how many chips did you have three-handed? Oh, he went there.
Hey, wow.
Oh, he went there, guys.
Okay.
He went there. He fired a shot.
That was completely uncalled for.
Fired a shot.
4's in the bin. Queen Jack in the bin. I mean, Justin going to get another one through. And himself, 7.5 a pop.
Young start. Yeah, final table will be 9-handed. Just 2 away. And in all seriousness, it cannot go on much longer. I mean, there's just too many players with too few chips.
Yeah, Milkman, let us know if you ever want a trip to Bolton or Newcastle. Yeah, we'll
set it up.
We'll do a meet-up game. Dempsey is the main host.
No, I'll get Praz Banty and Carl Marenholtz back on the scene. In first and second in that GUKPT. At that time was one of the biggest events held in the UK. GUKPT Bolton, where it all went off.
We'll get
Funny story about that, Henry.
25-50 £1 PLO game running as well.
There was a day one and a day one A and a day 1B, which wouldn't surprise you today. But back in those days, it was like the first time it'd been done, I think, in the UK. We had split starting days, and they did the seat draw for day 2. And basically, it was a complete palaver because the system they used basically took 5 players from a table that finished on day 1A and 5 players that finished on a table on day 1B and just sort of combined them together. So it was like not a redraw, but it was like a mishmash of half a table from the day before and half a table from the other day. And then they had to do a complete redraw like after they settled the bags out and stuff. Oh, the scenes, Henry. You wouldn't believe it. Absolute carnage it was. An extra hour or so for us to get underway in Bolton. 25p games are springing up in every corner of the poker room. Something else.
I'm highly disappointed in Endrick Getchy. Just looking at his WSOP.com profile picture from the World Series. Looks like he just came off from the beach. Trickett would be impressed though.
Yeah, Tricky's got that one locked down.
Tricky would be proud.
Oh, a walk for Justin with Jack 6 offsuit. That is delightful. Henry, Valentine's going to be all in here. He's going to rip these 2 queens. Christian's going to rejam with Ace-Jack. Valentine's looking good for double up. Get back to...
Okay. Yeah, 7s get out of there.
40 odd. Jonathan just taking the time as we understand is the play. So here goes Valentine. 4, 5 blinds. Let's go, Henry. The start of the day.
This is where, in Rudolph's shoes, right? I re-ISO here with the Ace-Jack. I then get shown the queens by the 5 big blind stack, and I'm on life tilt. I'm on absolute, like how do they always have it? How? How have I ran Ace-Jack into queens? For 5 bigs.
It shouldn't happen, should it?
I'm fuming. I'm absolutely fuming.
It shouldn't happen. Justin, of course, the 2 7s in the small going to get way out of the way now. Haven't seen these 2 put it in. Obviously, would have himself been thinking he's giving Valentine a spin.
Well, 3 outs.
Valentine at
for Christian.
Risk. 2 queens. Going to hold against Christian Rudolph. Just taking his time. His hand playing out on the other table quite clearly. Although with 11 left, the pay jumpers... Yeah, you need 2 bust outs in the other table. So, okay. I mean, it's still worth waiting for. You never know. Maybe there's a 3-wheel in over there. Does cool. And it comes ace 4-4. Queen on the turn. Ace on the river. Henry, he sees the ace.
Oh, wow.
The dream is over. The miracle queen comes out of nowhere. His roller coaster emotion. He's jumping around the room at home. And then the ace on the river. 2 out followed by a 2 out. It doesn't get any crueler.
That's
wow. Christian Rudolph. It devastates to see he's up against queen. Spikes the ace. Goes behind to the queen. Then spikes another ace. Gets to 122 million. We're down to 10. Valentine out in 11th, 54k. The beginning of the day chip leader is no more. We are now on the final table bubble. Brutal, 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 Henry. You kind of... Oh, I just can't imagine the emotions they both went from that run out. You just see the ace 4-4, you're dejected. The queen comes. Can't believe your luck. And then the ace drops on the end.
Some GGs in the chat for Valentine, especially Valentine. And Christian was still going to be chilling on like 25-ish bigs. But yeah, I can't believe we're going to be going into this blind level. Either this blind level or, well, I mean, this could be GGs for Dimitri actually. What are we? 15? 15 effective.
Yeah, King
Just
Queen suited.
open rip the King Jack. Sorry, the King Queen suited. And Hendrik potentially go on to the final table with 30% of the chips in play. Oh,
Yeah,
more
massive.
actually.
As if the stack wasn't big enough. Yeah, it could be over 300 million heading to the final table if Dimitri does shove here and if Hendrik holds, which, well, those 2 are quite likely. Justin going to try and sneak one through with the A7, Henry. Well, I mean, Dimitri's ripping now, surely.
Yeah, definitely ripping. Sun starts saying Ivanovic Busto GG's. B.
The Party Poker Pro flying the flag. We lost Jamie Staples earlier. Ivanovic also going to fall just short of the final table. 3 bets, less than all in, but 3 bet nonetheless to commit. Hendrik, happy birthday, my man.
I mean, surely never 3-bet folding, right? Although versus this range, that is just like insanely strong.
Well, he's blocked a gut shot draw. Henry the King on the river. Wow. Wow. He flopped some additional. He went for the original. King sees Ivanovic double up to 120 million. A mini eye roll from Henry there. The man can't take anymore. Endrich drops below 200 million for the first time in a long time. But remember, that is still 20% of the chips in play.
Ooh, hashtag Team Pro.
Well,
gonna go from having a bunch of shorties prior to the FT Bowl to having everyone on like 40 big blind average.
Yeah, obviously Justin the shortest now on this table. One can only assume the other table probably a couple shorter. Endrick's going to min. Yeah, minute here with King 5 of diamonds. Henry, Justin with ace deuce in the big. I'm sure it'll just be a peel. Although, I mean, a jam isn't out of...
Not slowing down.
Yeah, a jam is out of question, but a peel just
I like
seems...
where your head's at. I get where your head's at. Obviously, Endrick going to be opening super wide. We obviously have a really good hand that blocks a lot of Endrick's open calls. Peeling kind of feels a bit...
Oh, wow. Ace, King, 5. Henry Justin flops his ace, but Endrick with bottom 2 pair. And yeah, I mean, you're never loving life when you've got bottom kicker, but we're shallow. We're against the guy who's been bashing the table around. This is
it,
I think,
really
Henry, isn't it?
Depends if a 5 rolls off. If a 5 rolls off, it's GG. I think it's still GG's regardless. But a 5 would be really grim because then we're just chopping with all of our ace X. Yeah, see how this one plays out. Half pot from Endrick.
Yeah, leaves less than pot behind for Justin when he calls this. Heading to the turn.
Endrick just lost a 120 million chip pot.
Yeah, could get it all back here.
Potential to lose a 105 million chip pot, MC. For queen or a deuce or an ace rolls off.
True that. Yeah, he's been chip leading for for hours, but for majority of the final day, penultimate day here, pardon me, as we've been working our way down to this final table.
Yeah.
Now Dvoris
Just
still
put
playing
to the
chips on the
test.
other table. We
Top
go.
pair.
Rifled it in. Rifled it in, Henry.
Bubble.
And can he get away from this now for this sizing? Does Endrick have enough bluffs? I suppose Jack X, 10x, hearts. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, and just going to be more than balanced enough here with this overbet.
Yeah.
Well,
Justin has called it, Henry, and it does pair up the 5 on the river, but it was inconsequential as Kings up were good enough anyway. Justin Wiemet busting out in 10th, picking up 54k. And Henry, that means we have, believe it or not, it has happened. At long last, we have set our final table. Incredible stuff.
Oh, wow.
That's how it looks. Endrick, 250.
Wow.
So Daniel Dvoris taking a little hit. I almost picked up some chips, 126 million. This is balanced out a little bit. You're right, Henry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, giving some of it back. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, and the player missing off that list, we didn't show the top 8. Unfortunately, poor Richard Mullen being just cast off, but Richard Mullen making it through with 39 million, so a little over 10 big blinds heading in to tomorrow's final. Remember, guys, you can watch that 7:30 UK time, 8:30 Central European. right here. It'll be myself and Henry as always, and I believe we have Chrissy B, Henry, as a guest for that one tomorrow. I think that's what I saw. I'm at this point. At this point, I'm a little bit gone, a bit like the Twitch chat, guys. It's been amazing having you all here this evening. I've had a lot of fun. Maybe one of my more enjoyable streams with you guys in the chat. You've really made that light and refreshing. Just Henry, a little shout out to our boys in here earlier. Yoni joined us at the start. Jamie finished 20th, came in, gave us a little hand in commentary. Always nice to speak to those two, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously appreciate Jamie coming in, especially after biggest sweat of his career, but just took it on the chin. Came in to chat with us. Yoni was just an absolute sicko in the commentary booth. I was playing the 25k and the 2k. But yeah, man, the final table's been set. Biggest stage of, well, one of the biggest stages we put on a yearly basis. Yeah. Just shy of 900k up top, and yeah, we've got a big day tomorrow.
We do indeed. And on that note, guys, myself and Henry bidding you good night. We will see you tomorrow night right here for the Millions Online main event final table.